Welcome one and all here for some Chinese Dota action in the DPC. We are pretty much halfway through this third and final week, and a lot has already been answered, but we still have more questions that have to be asked. And of course, to witness all the action, to bring you all the insights, is not just myself, Snare. I'm just a pleb here. It's the boss Bogan, the F-boy Fluke, the G himself. What's happening, fam?
Doing pretty good, mate. Doing pretty good. I've had a pretty decent day so far. I've got some cool stuff going on later tonight as well, which I'm excited about. So, yeah, hopefully the day of Dota today is very good and gives us exactly what we want here in China.
Yep, I always meme about Fluke being Mr. Worldwide because this man participates in various esports. We're always blessed to have him. So while we have you on the mic, we're going to abuse the hell out of your insights. But of course, the one time you weren't around, the last time that we had some Chinese Dota happening here was an insane day of action. So if you weren't here to join us on this one, let's take a quick recap as to what occurred earlier on in this week. It was the Dota that we saw. This first series especially, Holy Grail versus IG Vitality. Although Holy Grail managed to maintain their lock on the division, still going unlossless, IG Vitality here, Fluke every single time. There's always this one game that IG just pops the hell off, man, making all these other teams look like idiots. Then you wonder, why can't they do this consistently? If they could, maybe they'd be in Holy Grail's position, but Holy Grail also doing an honestly very good job to recover, because I thought they were going to lose this series after how well IGV started things off.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this goes all the way to, what is it, like 71? Yeah, 71 minutes basically on the dot to be able to be a game number one in a series that a lot of people had probably already counted IGV out, right? Like, they haven't won a series just yet in the division. They've only won a very few select maps as well. So going into this series up against the undefeated juggernauts of Division 2, it was going to be a hard task nonetheless, but they're able to finish it off, and I think that's a big thing for IGV, to get themselves a little bit of extra confidence going into it, right? Like, they're able to eventually grind out a win against a team like Holy Grail. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the series didn't go their way. They still had a very good idea about how they wanted to play the game with their Spirit Breaker. I like the fact that they're putting themselves in the driver's seat with heroes that are actually able to do stuff around the map, but when you're going up against a Medusa and you're just not able to get to that critical point with things like your Terror Blade and all that kind of stuff, it is still hard for you to try and deal with a hyper carry that is the Medusa.
Medusa, we've been seeing her, you know, a lot of pros have been saying that they don't believe she's as busted as initially built, and we have been seeing more and more heroes start to come in that deal with her, but nonetheless, when she has a good game, my god, this hero looks so good. I'm feeling like in this series, we probably just saw that IGV, you know, you mentioned it, right? They grinded out the win, but sometimes when you grind out of wins, you run out of fuel in the tank, and they don't have enough to be able to carry past the quality level of the Holy Grail lineup. Still, though, those very fun games, and we got to see in this series the thing that we've been seeing in Dream League, the Pugna. My god, what a 5 position. IG Vitality tried to steal this away, and although they didn't win the game, Pugna was not the reason that they lost here, Fluke. This hero, yeah, I think we might be looking at some Timbersaw type levels of busted in this meta right now.
Yeah, I think Pugna has kind of been on the outskirts a little bit. I think we've seen trickles of it in some of the China games. I know in Western Europe they like playing it as well. Obviously, with the Dream League teams floating around there, they kind of get a lot of influence from that. But this Pugna hero just does a lot of damage, scales really well with experience. He's able to have a pseudo save with the Decrepify, and I think the life drain in and of itself, the fact that it has offensive and defensive capabilities, is really, really good when you're playing with some of these cores that kind of just need to live for that little bit extra longer. So I think Pugna is going to be something we're going to be looking towards for the remainder of the tour.
I absolutely agree. I'm going to be seeing lots of that boy, especially with the Soul Spirit, like you mentioned. We saw it in Div 1 with Team Aster. The other series that we had on that day, we had Big Brain taking on Team Dissolution. This was a series that also put Big Brain in a very good commanding position in the leaderboard, but it was quite easy. You know, the first series is like, well, it's very back and forth. Anything could happen. Here it was like, well, Big Brain... I was casting this game with Daynog, right? And both of us were looking at these drafts and were like, man, these drafts from Team Dissolution, this should work. But the execution, but more importantly, the team coordination just wasn't there, Fluke. Unfortunately, Dota is a 5v5 game. No matter how good you are individually, if the enemy team has better 5v5 movements than you, no matter how good your drafts are, no matter how good your button clicks are, you're going to end up losing that game.
Yeah, and you can kind of, as you said, you hit the nail on the head, right, where it just feels like there's just that little bit of extra execution coming out for Big Brain this time around. Surprising they're able to win with a Mars. I feel like that hero is very much dead in the water, but they had an interesting way of playing it, so I do like seeing how these teams are starting to bring some of these other heroes into the meta right now. But as you said, it just felt like it was very straightforward for Big Brain this time around. You know, God King doing God King things with a lot of his hyper carries, being a very, very strong player in the region so far, and that puts him in really good standing, right? Yeah, it puts him in tied second with Team Zeros. So the fact that they're 4-1 right now, they've got a pretty decent run home as well. What are some of their remaining matches? They play against the Last Dark.
And HG.
Yeah, so, okay, it's not that easy of a run home, but still, it's going to be a good test for them going into that, because if they win one of those series, they at least force tiebreakers in some way, shape, or form, potentially. So, yeah. I mean, Big Brain, if they're starting to hit their form now, it's a good time to do it.
Definitely is a very good time to do it. They will probably be ruining the fact that they lost that series against Team Zero, but nonetheless, they were very happy that they recovered this series, given that Team Dissolution were looking phenomenal in the early game for both of these games in the series, but at the end of the day, the early game is only there to transition you into a position to destroy the Ancients and win a Dota game. And that's what Big Brain did ultimately, putting themselves tied with Team Zero in the leaderboard. Holy Grail still at the very top. And then, of course, Dissolution, Supernova, those two are still just waiting in the wings there at the bottom half of things, but there's still a couple of interesting games to go. And sadly, at the bottom of the division, IGV and Limit Gaming, both of them pretty much mathematically eliminated. There's still some permutations that keep them in the competition, but it's quite unlikely. We will be seeing the first one of those teams going home later today, though, as Limit Gaming versus IG Vitality will be our second series. Whoever loses, no matter what they do, will have to start 2024 from the open qualifiers position. However, Fluke, the first series of the day, we've got some interesting business on our cards. Holy Grail versus Team Dissolution. Holy Grail, of course, still undefeated, looking like the best team in the division, giving us amazing draft after amazing draft, good map execution. Team Dissolution up. Man, I feel so sad about this team. There's so many glimmers of potential, so much hope when you watch this entire lineup play, but more and more you watch them, you're like, yeah, they're not living up to that promise. And although they can't really get into Div 1 anymore, I feel like, honestly, if they lose this series, they're going to be mentally broken before the TI qualifiers even begin.
Yeah, and I think it's all about how the series goes for them as well. Like, if they're able to at least perform and maybe they go down in like a 2-1 against Holy Grail, then they can maybe hold their heads high. But if this turns to a very one-sided series, you know, if you're looking at the table, you're probably expecting it to be, right? The fact that, you know, Team Dissolution are 2-3 and Holy Grail haven't lost a series. So I think they can try and get themselves a little bit of confidence going into those TI qualifiers, but it can also have the inverse effect as well if it goes really bad for them. So I just hope they play to the potential that we know that these guys can. They've got some really, really good players on there, but putting it into a series against Holy Grail, that's hard in and of itself.
Yeah. Well, as usual, Team Dissolution going to annoy me by picking some very good heroes and looking like their draft is stellar. Have this Beastmaster Medusa. We saw this tearing things up in Division 1. Honestly, just an incredible duo of heroes. And the Holy Grail, Undying Doombringer. Undying, his stonks have just been on the rise lately. Doom, a lot of people thought that, well, you know, all the nerfs that he experienced, a pretty drastic nerf to the Devour, a pretty substantial nerf to every other spell, but turns out it doesn't make a difference. It seems, Fluke, that being able to remove a hero from the game, no matter what, guaranteed, pretty good concept in general.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why he's always kind of been hovering around the meta in a lot of these different years, just because Doom itself is such a good spell. And that's why, you know, you're looking at heroes like Batrider, who, even though a lot of his numbers get nerfed and then he'll get a buff every so often, it's just the nature of his kit is just so good. So being able to play around that is really massive for Holy Grail, as you say, giving them an instant delete button on any of these heroes that can potentially come out. Also gives them a good way of dealing with the Beastmaster summons. And now they're answering the Medusa with the Shadow Demon as well. Everything in his kit is so good to go up against this Medusa. So it's very hard for her to actually play the game properly. And this is where we see teams sometimes make the transition of Dusa into the off lane when you see a Shadow Demon, just because giving away strong right-clicking illusions that Dusa has is just very hard. And there's no real way for you to play against it because he's going to always be able to disrupt you in a team fight.
Yep. I've also been seeing a lot of these Shadow Demons when they play into the Dusa, rushing the Aetherlands, just to be able to grab her as she pops Stone Gaze, waste the entire duration practically. And you have Demonic Purge. What a spell against Medusa. Team Dissolution sort of realizing the danger they're in right now, and they're like, yeah, we need to protect this hero a lot more. They pick up the Keeper of the Light here. Some Chinese teams have had a predilection towards going Coddle plus the CM. I don't think both is going to make sense here. We don't have a Spirit on the enemy team, and I want my lanes a little bit stronger. I want like some kill lanes, but what do you actually make of Coddle? In concept, I feel like this hero should be better right now, but every time I see it, it just keeps losing at the moment. It just feels so slow. I think that's the main issue. Like, all the heroes that feel very good are incredibly quick on the map, or their impact is very immediately felt. Whereas Coddle in these fights, sometimes it feels like it takes a little bit of time for you to fully recognize how much of a difference he's making to these team fights.
Yeah, I think he really needs to abuse his strong combinations that he has in lane. Like this time around, he's going to be playing with a Beastmaster, so Chakra Magic plus Axes is going to be very, very strong for you to play around with. But I do agree with you. It feels like in team fights, for you feeling his presence really... You don't see it all too much. Maybe you might get like a solar bind that's pretty nice for you, but playing into a lot of these heroes, especially a lot of these mid heroes that we're seeing like a lot of like Timber Swords, we're seeing a lot of these Spirit heroes, which kind of really don't care about the solar bind because they've got movement abilities that are able to get them around these team fights and get directly on top of the Keeper of the Light without actually having to use move speed. So he does feel like he can run into some issues a little bit later on. So I like that he's a good combination hero, but I think you need to make those combinations really sing for him to look like a good hero in these drafts, just because he can kind of fall to the wayside of not having a good stun. He's very squishy. Yes, he's fast, but doesn't really offer much in team fights out of, a Blinding Light and maybe an Illuminate hero there.
We get to see the Vengeful Spirit to be paired up, I imagine, as a support duo. So it's going to give some additional damage and some minus armor. We'll see how they end up moving around with this. And we get to see a Terrorblade. Young classic. Man, Shylock Terrorblade. It's been a while. Haven't seen this in a young minute. Whenever I do see it, though, it tends to perform quite well. So in this game, you already mentioned how good Shadow Demon is offensively into the Medusa. We've already seen teams experimenting with picking Terrorblade into Medusa in general. Now we have the Terrorblade and the Shadow Demon together, so both good against the Medusa, plus they're good together. Man, Holy Grail looking like they're going to be able to make this a very strong performance for this TB, especially they're going to be able to secure his lane quite hard with this Undying.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really good TB game. They've got a really good timing with some of the auras that the Doom can build. He can go a little bit greedy. You just have a bit of a pacemaker for your mid lane, and then you're going to be able to clump up as this big ball. And the thing is the way you get to deal with this Team Dissolution draft is it's very straightforward. Obviously, they're all buffing up the Medusa in some way, shape, or form. They're giving her mana, they're giving her damage with a Vengeance Aura, they're giving her attack speed with a Mark of the Wild. So it is very hard for you to have something that's a bit of a curveball, or maybe something that can try and take a little bit of pressure off this Medusa, because you have put so many eggs into her basket. So maybe Team Dissolution are just going to double down on that with something from their mid lane that just enables her to fight, something that keeps people kind of in an area that allows them to play. I think the Storm Spirit and the Park are two great bands coming in from Holy Grail, understanding that they don't really have that much lockdown themselves, and they just need this little bit of extra team fight control for Team Dissolution to make sure Medusa can do the damage.
See, 10 seconds left for Dissolution. What is Small KK going to be playing? His Storm is gone, his Puck is gone. He's played Earthshaker in this tournament. He's played some Ember. They go for the Darks here. So it looks like they're going to be shifting the Coddle potentially into the mid lane, or maybe Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster, right? That's the hero that maybe goes mid. I'm actually not sure, because two offlaners, two semi-cores. Okay, so let's first talk through the reasons why Darkseer, right? Darkseer are very good into Terrorblade historically. I suppose that if they're going to play this with the Vengeful Spirit, it's not the weakest lane in the world. They wanted an Aura Builder because they don't have an Aura Builder right now. You already mentioned that they wanted Medusa to be as buffed up as humanly possible. So I had the best of both worlds, auras from Darkseer and push from Beastmaster. But I'm unconvinced. What do you make of this Darkseer? Where is it going to be going here, Fluke? And what's the plan from the side of Dissolution? Holy Grail, very standard lineup coming in from them at the end.
Yeah, I think Holy Grail have just picked a very straightforward draft for them. I feel like maybe Team Dissolution could have picked the Pangolier for themselves, right? Because that AoE crowd control. So it looks like it will be a small KK Darkseer mid. So, all right. That's something a little different. I felt like if they wanted to try and have one of these wacky heroes mid, you could have just gone for the Earthshaker. It gives you a little bit more of that crowd control that you have potentially lacked. But the Darkseer itself in a vacuum is good against some of the cores that are coming in from Holy Grail. So I don't hate it. I'm interested to see what Team Dissolution are going to look like with these heroes together. Like, what is their kind of idea that they want to play with? Are they just going to get some of these big auras coming in from small KK? He comes in with like a Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter or something along those lines and tries to play as his 5-man ball. How does his lane go into a Pango? Pango has some issues with the Ion Shell, but all it takes is one shield crash and a swashbuckle and the creep's going to die. So it's going to really be on small KK to try and abuse his own body and get some karate chops in. So they have an idea with Team Dissolution. Like, this Doozer is going to be huge. Like, she is the end-all, be-all. She's getting every aura that she can in the game and she's going to do a lot of damage. But I am afraid that it just makes it too easy for Holy Grail, right? Like, you can just doom out one of these heroes. The Terrorblade goes in with the Diffusal Blade, Pango goes in with the Diffusal Blade, and then, you know, she might just be gimped.
To make it matters even worse, right? It's not like it's too easy even for them to just play. If I look at these heroes on Dissolution, right? Who do I want to go on? Who do I want to doom, rather? It's literally only the Medusa. I don't really care about anybody else in these fights, right? Maybe we want to stun small KK so he doesn't drop wall on top of Shylock Summer, but for the most part, it feels like this is one of those games where Lanfa really has his work cut out for him. There's a Doom on the enemy team. There's a Pango who, outside of Windrunner, has been one of the other heroes we've seen dominate the Medusas. There's a Shadow Demon, Terrorblade. Goddamn. Good luck, Lanfa. You've had a good run, buddy, but I don't think this is a game for you, fam. So good luck. Although on the one side, I do want to see what small KK is able to accomplish in this mid lane. We should find out. Hold on. What time is it right now in South Africa? It's pretty early. Lyrical Dota might be streaming somewhere. We need to find out what this Darkseer mid is like. I'm actually going to go check on his stream. Oh, sweet. He's actually online. All right.
I've seen Darkseer mid come from Topson as well. He actually played it in one of their Western Europe series that I casted earlier in the tour. So the way he builds it is like Echo Saber Ags. I don't know if that's what we're going to be seeing from small KK, but that is the kind of general build, I think, from these mid Darkseers.
Okay. I really want to see this. Have you ever seen this lane in your life? Pango Darkseer?
No, I'm trying to remember who Topson laned against with a Darkseer. I think it was into an Ember Spirit, and I think he did pretty well from what I remember. As I said, like the way that I think about it is small KK kind of purely has to Iron Shell himself, which is a little unfortunate. I guess in the mid lane, you really don't want to be shoving waves all too hard. You want to try and get some trades as much as you can in these melee lanes. But I think Pango is going to do really well. These swashbuckles and shield crashes are going to be able to allow him to man up in this mid lane as well. Just kind of trade right clicks with the Darkseer until it gets to the point that the Pangolier is really strong. And I mean, Orb of Corrosion is going to absolutely melt this Darkseer. But I mean, I'm sure there's like the 3 Darkseer fans in chat right now that are like, actually, it looks very good for the Darkseer. He does really well into melee heroes. So
what do you mean 3? There's 2 of them. Lyrical streaming, remember?
All right. Well, their Lord Commander in Lyrical is streaming his own gameplay right now.
We are underway right now. The pause has finally subsided, and we're going to be able to check things out. Holy Grail, not only do I back their draft, but all China aficionados will know. Summer Terrorblade, man. This is his most played hero, one of his highest win rates. A perfect game to be playing Terrorblade into. Like, you've got 2 bodies in front of you with Dolem and Gun running interference. You've got Salvation from DQQ. You've got another body with SJ. Goddamn. The only way this gets better is if, like, you could have a 6th hero and that 6th hero was Silencer somehow.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for him as well is he only really has to worry about, like, being roared, and they've got disruption for that. So he should be fine. SJ,
he is not fine. He is very, very dead. He went on a very weird circuitous route towards the right-hand side to try and maybe backstab the angle towards the bounty rune, but got caught out by Aaron, killed off, and Team Dissolution finding themselves the first blood for A-Net, and it could get even better. They could also get the additional bounty rune. Ranfu down. Make sure that it happens. And they also drop some blood grenades. Summer's gonna die. What a start to the game. This is the most base thing in the world. Drops a reflection on the way out, but it's not gonna matter. Team Dissolution, 2 kills, some bounty runes, a first blood. However, I've seen this before, Fluke. I'm not going to get you baited into thinking they win the game off of this.
It's a lot of gold. It is a lot of gold to start out the game, but it's all about how you use that gold in the opening couple of minutes. It's not game-breaking, but it definitely is a good start to the game for them to be able to come out on top. The one thing now is Aaron won't have Chakra for another level, so they're going to have to just do this all natty in the bottom lane. And unfortunately for Ayanid, he has to deal with Reflection as well as Decay. So they are two spells that are very hard for the Beastmaster to deal with because you can't duel too much. You can't purge away the Reflection, and you just have to constantly deal with the Decays. So this lane has started well, but can it continue to go well? Because as you said, Terrorblade's going to have a pretty free game this time around, and if Summer just gets off to a good start, we've seen what Terrorblades can do, and I mean, we obviously know what Summer Terrorblade can do as well. So,
yep. The enemy team, though, they have a Medusa. We've seen what this hero can do, and currently, Ranfu Dao is helping her out to ensure she gets her CS. Doom Shadow Demon, annoying as it might be, I don't perceive this Medusa having any kind of difficulties in this lane. Should be pretty much free farm for her.
Yeah, very much a trade lane. We're going to get as much out of Dolme as we're going to get out of Lonfer this time around. Probably definitely feels a little bit better for Team Dissolution because this is one of the lanes they really don't have to worry about, but they definitely do have some of these side lanes, or I mean one of the side lanes as well as their mid lane that they want to try and put a bit of emphasis on. If Small KK gets off to a good start and can kind of shut down this Pangolier, get some rotations coming in from Ranfu Dao, they can secure a kill or two, and he gets to the point where I've seen this Echo Saber timing, and it is very, very scary. Like, you can't run away from a Darkseer because he has Surge, and then he just chops you twice, and then he just sticks on top of you with an Iron Shell, and it's, for a lot of these supports, almost impossible to deal with.
I really want to see what Smoke KK is going to do. This guy has entertained us quite greatly from the mid lane. Down bottom, Aaron, not going to be enjoying the entertainment of being mauled down by this Terrorblade. Meta got popped. Man, that feels so good. Like, you're already going to be popping your first meta anyway to farm the wave. Getting a kill out of it as well. Woo! Summer's off to a good start. Well, this is just revenge for the earlier kill that he suffered, though.
Yeah, to be fair, I think he realized that he may have made a small mistake with that first rune walking directly into a Vengeful Spirit, but he makes up for it, so doing pretty good. Biggest thing for me is the CS is really starting to be dominated now by Holy Grail. Yeah, some of the lanes might not have too many issues when it comes to dying or any kill threat, but Ayanid is really struggling in this bottom lane. He kind of only really can go up to the wave to try and kill stuff with his wild axes, and as long as Aaron is away, then they still can't really abuse the fact that they have Blinding Light to keep SJ away from him, and SJ just stands and trades with him. And now that he's got a Lotus as well, he's more than happy to take any trade that Ayanid wants to have because he has that special little flower in his back pocket.
I'm going to have to see Ayanid really do something spectacular here in this laning phase. Only 9 CS for the moment. We kind of expect that. Fortunately, he is playing with a Coddle, so there is ways of being able to stack up these camps for him with the Illuminate Blast, make it a bit easier for him to recover. But
yeah, they've got a lot of heroes
to play safe.
They've got a lot of heroes that can really take stacks, which is a big thing here for Team Dissolution. So I would love to see Aaron fall back and make a few more stacks. He has made one on the hard camp here towards the Ancient side, but is there any more that Ranfu Dao has made? No, it appears not. So we've got one small stack to go towards, and I mean, it depends on who's doing the worst or doing the best about whether or not you're going to give the stack to one player or another, but all of their cores can clear stacks really fast. So that's a big positive for Team Dissolution, that if they get to this 10-minute mark where a lot of their stacks are able to be done, then they should be able to rocket up in the net worth.
See, Ranfu Dao was helping to just secure some rune in the mid lane. How's Dolem doing right now? I mean, it's Doom, whatever. God, I was actually really hoping that Doom would fall out of the meta. But he remains in it. What can you? I'm actually feeling a bit selfish though, because prior 733, with the 2-year patch, I was spamming Doom every other game. It was awesome. Yeah. And then I started playing carry. I'm like, wow, playing into Doom sucks, dude. This hero's awful.
It's always the double-edged sword of being a player who plays multiple roles, is you get really obsessed with like one hero and then you play against it and you're like, God, this sucks. The same thing with me with Underlord is like spam Underlord for years, right? And then I start playing carry and I'm playing this like agi right clicker and I'm like, why am I literally tickling this guy? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is exactly what I do to every other carry. So double-edged sword.
Down bottom, Ayanid might be just suffering just straight up death. This is a solitary edge sword here. They get ran down by these zombies. SJ finishes him off with the decay, while at the same time, Summer gets the kill onto Aaron. Man, they are dominating this lane here, Fluke. Several kills, uber amounts of farm on this Terrorblade. And also the experience differential is starting to be a problem. Summer is level 5, while TB is the Beastmaster is level 3, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that all comes back to the fact that Summer has 16 deniers as well as his 35 last hits. So, yeah, this lane is not pretty to watch. This is a very big discrepancy in this lane. And I mean, TB as well as Undying is a very, very strong lane. I just thought that maybe they were able to put a little bit of extra pressure early on with the Wild Axes spam to at least force SJ to not be such a kind of tank in this lane. And unfortunately for Aaron, he lost his life, twice in this lane now, and Aenid's died once as well. So it's just not going to get better for them, and I think they have to try and get experience elsewhere.
Well, experience is going to be gotten on the map, but not for the Dire heroes, unfortunately. As Aaron just watching and being like, ha, I'm glad it's not me, bro. Your turn to die, Ranfuda. As Khan able to utilize the first Rolling Thunder. It always feels really good when you're playing one of these mobile mid-heroes, these Pangos, these Embers, whatever, when the first gank or / kill that you make comes to you rather than you having to go to it. You keep the tower alive, you get to put pressure in the opposite direction, and you don't have to worry about wasted cooldowns on your spells.
Yep, just farming the wave up as well. All the while, though, we are seeing Small KK is starting to take some of these jungle camps away. They haven't gone into the stack just yet. They are starting to build that up. I think they're probably going to be leaving that for Lonfer, but this is where he's really able to accelerate as a Darkseer. You've got Vacuum, you've got the Iron Shell, so you can kind of just clear out these camps that are close to your mid-tier 1 and then come back, clear the creep wave, and then rinse and repeat that constantly, whereas the Pango much more has to stay in the lane, a little more static, especially with no Rolling Thunder. And this is where Small KK can abuse that and hopefully get to his first big item timing and make some rotations, preferably towards the bottom side of the map.
I'm gonna see how things roll with this Echo Saber on the Darkseer once it arrives. I wonder, actually, Harpoon Darkseer, thoughts, tell me.
Probably sounds pretty good, but I think he's also one of those heroes that just likes the Echo Saber first, and then you can go into, like, I think your Ags is almost a must as one of these heroes when you're playing into some illusion heroes. So you go in, you get the normal punch, and then you get the second hit with the Echo Saber proc, and you can kind of just stay on top of people, and also makes you extremely tanky. So it's not hard for you to stick on top of these heroes just yet. Oh, Aaron just gets away with the Surge. So that's big.
Fine. Gets the Surge, get able to run away. Small KK, though, got caught out with the poison, and now they don't have Surge anymore, so he might actually die here. It is big that they saved Aaron, but it might be even bigger if they can kill off Small KK. There's 4 Shadow Poison stacks on him. Is he gonna take out? No, he doesn't. Illuminate Blast coming in clutch. He's okay, has a regen rune. And Garn unfortunately missed one of the bouncers back, so they didn't have the chain disable necessary to kill him off.
Yeah, I think Garn was a little concerned about continuing to roll in towards double Iron Shells.
Did he just die to a flag bearer with Iron Shell? It's so funny.
Darkseer, baby. Iron Shell, too good. He almost has Echo out of that, so it's a nice little start here for Small KK. Feeling pretty strong when it comes to his own net worth. He's second right now, behind a Doom and a Terrorblade, so that's not too bad for them. And I think they're going to have some pretty decent kill threat with Small KK plus Ranfudao.
Small KK is going to try to get this kill onto Garn. There's a level 3 shield crash, kind of hard to accomplish. And SJ dropped down a tombstone. So this does not end up going anywhere. But one of the great things about trying to make these moves happen with Darkseer, this costs nothing. Like, you're just like, okay, cool. 0 cooldowns used. I'm using Iron Shell. Just gonna go right back to doing what I was already doing. So I think they're pretty okay with it, even though they don't get the kill in the mid lane.
Garn seems to be hunting for something. They really wanted to try and catch out Small KK, but they didn't have Rolling Thunder at the ready just yet. But it means they're going to kill Lonfer, and they do need to start getting a little active here. Do Holy Grail. Yes, they're Terrorblade's farming. Yes, Dolme's farming as well. But you have a Pangolier. You want to try and start hitting some of these item timings and be a scary hero on the map, because otherwise they will out-farm you on Team Dissolution.
It's Medusa. She's second in the net worth charts right now. Small KK has a lot of net worth too. Feels like a very greedy game on both sides, though. And I like the fact that we have a very even gold distribution, and it feels like all the lanes somehow able to recover. Like 4.2k net worth relative to the game he's been having, that's actually phenomenal. So they haven't lost their tower either. They can just keep farming it up. And I like what you said about them having to be active on the Radiant lineup. They smoke up with Gon and SJ. Lanfa is still in the vicinity. He doesn't have Stone Gaze as well. He doesn't have a held point either. So if they doom him, he's dead. There we go. Bye-bye. Tombstone dropped. Rolling Thunder used. Team Dissolution not even bothering to come and save him. They know what's up.
Yep. He was Omega dead. And if they fought into that as well, you're fighting into Tombstone, you're fighting into Rolling Thunder. Like, it's a very hard team fight for you to slow react to.
Summer?
He's dead.
Terrorblade? Playing 1v3 inside this wall. Gonna get himself killed off though. Bro, he literally just walked back in by himself. He saw the 3 heroes and he just chilled. Then he died. What's happening this game to Shylock?
That is... Yeah, that's not something that you wanted to see if you're Holy Grail. You get the kill on the Medusa, you start to slow this game down, and you're like, Terrorblade's going to hit creeps. And then you see him in the mid lane, he gets vacuumed back onto the high ground, and you're like, what?
Oh,
now, DQQ's in trouble as well on the bottom side. Ayanid, he just had extra axes, so couldn't find the kill. So, I mean, Team Dissolution, they're doing a fantastic job. Right now, even though their offlane went very poorly, they've recovered nice and well. I believe Ayanid took some of those stacks as well because he's up towards 60 CS right now. So that's a big positive for him. And Garn just hasn't been able to connect on too many of these ganks just yet. Yes, they do kill Lorn for top, but that was off the back of Dolme with the Doom. And he's really starting to fall behind. Sitting at 4.8k net worth, he's further behind than what Ayanid is.
Yeah. Very, very surprising. Small KK, hey, what a boss. He is building Harpoon. They're gonna swap back onto the Pango with Ranfu Da, who just got the level 6, and Small KK now even closer to the Harpoon. Harpoon, Blink, Aghanim Scepter. Man, this is some exciting stuff. I have so many things to tell Lyrical after this game. It's pretty hot.
He's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to be really tanky too. And I think that's the scary part about playing into this Darkseer is like, yeah, he's a melee hero. He has to run in and he has to be in the fight to deal damage with his Iron Shell and his auto attacks. But look at him right now. He's 1500 HP. You know, he's going to have a few more of these stats coming in. I think he's going to be tossing up whether or not he goes straight for the Harpoon and or goes into the Blink. I feel like with the start that he's had, I think Harpoon's just better. You just get a few more of these stats. You don't really need Blink right now because Harpoon is kind of one of those pseudo Blinks, but he wants to try and play a little bit faster with his team to get the Blink Dagger. And if he keeps killing Garn, like this is where it really starts to turn bad for Holy Grail because they just start out way too slow and their Pangolier isn't able to get into this game. And they have to sit back and wait for their Terrorblade to come online. And by that point, you're dealing with 3 farm cores from the side of Team Dissolution.
A lot of this dynamism will have to come from our Doom from Dolem. He's the one that's doing really, really well. Sadly, Doom is not really that hero. He's gonna get jumped on for good measure right now. The Wall of Replica from Small KK revealing his Blink Dagger. And they will eliminate Dolem off the map. Man, Small Cake, dude, I've been loving watching this guy play. Like, I remember you mentioned at the very start of the division that Ayanid has been the one that's been catching your eye watching Team Dissolution. But over the weeks, man, Small KK just puts a smile on my face. Even when he's losing, he's still entertaining me. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think he's really kind of changed the style of play. I think for me, Small KK was very much a traditional mid laner. He's Leshrax. He's, you know, a lot of his spirit heroes were very, very strong. But now he's winning these fights and gets himself a Wisdom Rune off the back of it as well. Or could have potentially tried to go for a kill there on the Summer, knowing that there is at least Thunder available. But he stole the Wisdom Rune, so Small KK is doing a really good job at, I want to call him Thompson 2.0, but he's definitely starting to slide down that mold where he's got these amazing traditional mid heroes, and then he's always got these weird heroes that he likes playing in the mid lane too.
So many of them are like these melee heroes as well. These Earthshakers, now Darkseer. Very entertaining player. And they still have managed to maintain control of their tier 1 tower mid. Beautiful vacuum on the 3. There's no wall, however. So Garn able to go off with the Rolling Thunder, stunning up Aaron and the boys. They throw out a Primal Roll onto Dolem. They will be able to eliminate DQQ, but losing Ranfu down in the process. Lanfa showing himself for the first time in any of these engagements, just to try and take down the Tombstone and go right back to farming. Okay, so 1-for-1, Shadow Demon for Venge. Overall, though, I guess you're okay with this if you're on the side of the Dire because you held the tower for a second longer, but there's no way that it stays alive any longer than this.
Yeah, I think they also kind of just put the fear of God into Holy Grail as well is kind of a thing, right? Like posturing in a lot of these games and making those plays kind of just forces certain players to play in a way, right? Like if you're walking up to a high ground now and going into these fights, you kind of have to be expecting small KK to be kind of just jump on you at any given point. If he had the wall, you just say, oh, that's just a regular jump that anybody would take. But he did that without wall, and they just wanted to try and put a little bit of damage in, and they were eventually able to get themselves a kill for it. So it's not the worst, but playing into this Crimson Guard that's early on from Dolme kind of nullifies everything that Lonfer wants to do. You saw how little damage he did. And SJ, he's a mega dead.
Bro,
What a dirty
Small
combo.
KK is owning this game. Yeah, that's actually sick. Solar Bind, Blinding Lights with Iron Shell, Vacuum. Oh my god. And Small KK still has Blink Dagger. And they're gonna have Vacuum again in 8 seconds. But for now, they just wanna maybe get a kill on top of the rune. The DQQ Demonic Purge went out, but sadly that will not save him. Will end up being killed off by Small KK, who's on an unstoppable streak on this Darkseer. Bro, Lyrical once actually sat me down, right? We were driving somewhere together. He's literally spent 30 or 40 minutes telling me how good mid Darkseer is. I didn't believe, I'll be honest. I had skepticism. I was not a faithful one, but this Small KK is a prophet, man. I'm starting to believe in this evangelism.
Was that pre or post Universal Hero Darkseer?
Oh, pre. This was like 4 months ago.
Okay. I can understand the skepticism. I think as a Universal Hero, if you're a Universal Hero, you can kind of play anywhere. I think that's obviously the point of the stat, but very good heroes to be able to play in the mid lane.
They're going to be able to take the tier 1 tower, and they come in for at least an assassination. They bring down the Coddle, but they don't find any of the more prestigious targets. Lonfer TP's out, Small KK blinks away. And Team Dissolution will happily take the trade of not just Coddle's life for the tier 1, but look how many heroes he drew to the top lane. Literally everybody is here from the Radiant lineup, and they didn't find anything substantial off of it.
Yeah, they're just kind of pulling Holy Grail around the map. The net worth hasn't really been able to blow out just yet, but you can just see Garn slowly sliding further and further away because Aiden's been able to pick up this Aghanim Scepter. So he's going to farm really, really fast in the Beastmaster, and eventually when he starts coming into these fights, they can start to flex that 2k gold lead that they already have here. And this is all without Small KK having his Aghanim Scepter. He is 500 gold away from that, and that's when things get really scary.
Mid lane, we're gonna have a swap into a kill onto DQQ. SJ and them are caught inside the wall vacuum combination. Small KK and Ionid, they have so much AoE damage. This is not a fight they want to take for Holy Grail. The stun goes out onto Dolem as Lonfer is also here for this fight. They solar bound SJ, killing off this Undying first, and maybe looking for another target. Dolem did pop the BKB just to escape, but BKB doesn't make you immortal anymore, and it's about to expire. He's gonna die regardless. Small KK though, turned his attention rather towards Garn, as the Pangolier went in to run interference, but they make a beautiful play. Fluke, that was actually poetry. Aaron puts the Solar Bind out onto the Doom so he can't run away. They turn their attention back to Garn, and then they still go back to kill the Darkseer, with the Darkseer combo to kill the Doom. Team Dissolution, man, this team is very fun to watch because every now and then they just pop the hell off just like this.
Well, this is what we talked about going into this series, right? Is sometimes Team Dissolution, they play really, really well. And this is one of those times. I think they've come in with a very solid idea about how they wanted to play their game. Small KK is doing his thing. And this just alleviates a whole lot of the pressure that we have on Lonfer to be that end-all, be-all carry. Because he's just sitting back and he's just farming, man. And this was almost a pure 4v4. They did lose DQQ early on in this fight, but you can just see how much easier it is for Team Dissolution to play these fights. They've got Vacuum, they've got Surge, they've got Solar Bind, they've got stuns coming in from the bench, they've got Swap, Raw, all that stuff. And if Holy Grail don't get a good disconnect from the side of Team Dissolution, they're just going to get perma-chased. And there's no amount of resistances that are going to save you in this game. And they will just be chased down, and the damage that Team Dissolution does will not stop.
You know, when you say they need a good disconnect, in my mind, I thought, what, are we advocating for some DDoS? That's the only way back in this game. Pull someone's cable. It's tough right now, though. This side's tough. They have Terrorblade, yes. They have Shadow Demon. They have Doom. They have Pango. But, you know, another thing that we spoke about coming into this game, the reason we weren't necessarily favoring Dissolution, despite loving their draft, is that we were scared about their coordination and execution on the map. We're worried about the wrong team, Fluke. This game, it has mostly been Holy Grail. that feels fairly disconnected from one another. I mean, Khan's going to try to get a solo kill now onto Aaron. Should be able to succeed in doing so. Oh, I say that, but he's not. Blinding Lights, he doesn't have enough damage. And this is part of the problem, right? They haven't connected with enough of his moves. So now he feels super lackluster in the game.
Yeah, this is the one issue that you can run into with Pangolier is when he's behind, he isn't able to do everything that he wants to, right? Like in other games, say he was close to 12k like everybody else, that's an extra item on top. He would have Aghanim, Scepter, and probably Blink, and he would have killed Aaron there. But whether this game has panned out, is Khan's having a rough start to the series. To be fair, I will say with Holy Grail, a lot of their series have gone all the way to 3 maps. So maybe they might be a team that is a little bit slow to start in a lot of these series. Maybe they are underestimating Team Dissolution with this mid Darkseer who is putting on a show right now. This game is getting very hard for them though, just because Khan is so far behind that it's going to take a while for this Pangolier to get back into this game. And the question is, how much do they lose before then? Lonfer has Skadi and Manta at this point. He's going to go towards the Lincolns, which is going to save him from a lot of the issues that he's going to have in the mid game. And what's going to happen when both these 5-man rosters go head to head, right? Like, is the TB strong enough right now? Does Summer feel like that he can stand toe-to-toe with the Medusa? I wouldn't imagine so, but I think they need to try and get something out of these fights before everybody dies.
Yep. Gonna be a fight coming soon. Aaron and Aenid smoking up right now, looking for a pincer maneuver behind the Holy Grail lineup, and they reveal the Blink Dagger from Aenid. Jumping directly onto SJ, killing him off. Very nicely done. There's not much for them to claim through this mid lane, though. So this is one of these kills that for Holy Grail, they're like, thank God it's only SJ dying, because they have been chain feeding for the last several minutes. They'll take their little bit of reprieve while the Primal Roar is still down for now.
Yeah, it gives them that extra bit of time to get some of the BKB, which can be important in these fights. But just look at the items that Team Dissolution have. They've got themselves a Guardian Greaves now on Aaron. They've got the Harpoon finished on Small KK, Blink Crimson Guard on Aenid. There's an Aether Lens now for Ramfu down. I mean, if you're a plus 5 Venge, you're definitely happy with that. And Lonfer is really starting to close in on that Lincoln Sphere. So there are some good items coming up here for Holy Grail, but they just need to get that combination with their heroes. And you can see the desperation. Dolme has solo doomed Aaron in the top lane. They just need something on this map.
Fine, Aaron says, you can have me. It's all good, fam. Okay, cool. But they're not done just yet. They smoke up with some other heroes looking for a jump. Run food out. He is going to be scouted out by the demonic poison, or the shadow poison, but he swapped back to make sure that Dolem, there's no way in onto this Beastmaster right now. Ranfu Dao gets encroached upon by this Metamorphosis Terrorblade, and Aenid forced to drop the Primal Roar onto Khan. Surrounded right now, Small KK comes in with a beautiful vac wall. Only able to kill off SJ for now, but Khan fell very, very low in the process. Summer, though, in the meantime, got himself a double kill here with this Terrorblade. And here's Small KK trying to put out this damage with this Aghanim Scepter. Threw in the normal punch onto Summer, but it's not going to be enough to threaten his life just yet. They do win the fight on the side of Holy Grail. At long last, they get themselves a successful engagement. And also Khan, at long last, able to find a decent fight for himself.
Yeah, if Khan went down there, I probably would have said that would be a bit sour note for him, but he survived in that fight. He's able to get himself a bit of gold, still leagues away from everybody else in the game, but the first step is always the most important one, so he's able to complete that. And Lonfer came in a little bit late, same did Small KK to those fights, and they weren't able to complete the team fight the way they wanted to, so a little bit of an overstep from Team Dissolution, but this is why Holy Grail are currently sitting 5-0 in the tour, is the fact that they are very, very good when it comes to the macro game, and just a good team in and of themselves. And if they ever find an opportunity to try and claw back into this game, they will take it. They took that one. So what, they've got Blink Aetherlens now onto DQQ, so he's definitely in a good spot. The question is, for me, is what items does someone need to go for? We can already see that a Butterfly is coming out for Lonfer, so you'd imagine there's going to be MKB on the horizon, but hasn't really gone for these uber tanky kind of Terrorblade items. Yeah, he's got a lot of strength items, but doesn't have things like the Manta style to try and play around with. Obviously, a lot of these illusions aren't going to be that great, but not having the Skadi as well means he just doesn't have that 3000 HP Terrorblade that we usually see in these games.
Mid lane, Small KK. Speaking of illusions, he did drop a wall, able to proc some illusions onto Khan, but they don't have enough damage. Pango rolling away. He's pretty chilled. So, question, Fluke, right? So this Medusa, she goes, she buys Butterfly now. Terrorblade is gonna go for MKB. If you're Terrorblade, is MKB more important for you now than getting the Aghanim Scepter? Because it does feel like they are a little bit light on the control. I would like a Terror Wave, maybe. What do you think?
I think the MKB is just raw damage for you, but the Aghanim Scepter is a bit more survivability.
Oh my god, speaking of damage, look how much mana got just immediately taken away from Lanfur thanks to the swashbuckle. They can't kill Ranfuda though because the Medusa did throw in the Stone Gaze, but now they realize there's no more Stone Gaze, so Ranfur is the priority target. They're coming in onto this Dusa. They've already killed off the supports. Now the Dusa's gone in danger as well. Try to throw in the Primal Roar to buy himself space and time, but DQQ is there with the Blink Disruption, and they will ensure the kill onto the PM. 4 heroes fall, Summer stays living, and the more important pickup, the Medusa, that's her second death in this game. And to make matters even worse, Summer is the one credited with that kill as well as 2 others.
Yeah, I think he kind of surprised himself with the amount of damage that he did to Medusa. And, you know, coming in with a freshly picked up Butterfly, you feel pretty immortal if you do so, right? Like, you're feeling like, yeah, I'm pretty strong. I've got a Kono behind me with Chakra Magic. We've got Guardian Greaves. There's Swap to save me, but it just didn't work out that way. And now you're getting to the point where, oh, this is massive.
Oh, shit. Small KK. Blink, Aghanim Scepter, Vacuum Wall. 3 heroes gone.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He just solo zoned back the enemy team by himself, salvages the Roshan for his team. All right, I'm calling it right now, Fluke. Win, lose, or draw, Small KK is the MVP of Game 1.
Oh yeah, what a freak. He's 9-0-7 on the Darkseer, and as you said, solo holding that Roshan. And I was just about to, you know, have a chat about the Terrorblade winning that fight with not needing MKB probably leads him towards building other items until it starts getting scary for them to play up against the Butterfly. So you can see that he bought out most of the Aghanim Scepter, and if you have Ags with an Aegis on top of that, these next couple of fights would have been very rough for Team Dissolution because TV has been an issue. But look at that 4-man back wall, normal punch, see you later, Garn dies in the background. I'm surprised he didn't get the ultra kill, to be perfectly honest. I thought he should have been able to kill all 4 of them, but this is why people froth over Darkseer, and I think him turning into a universal hero just unlocks him to be a much stronger core than kind of just an aura bot that we've seen of the past. And this is a very scary hero to be thinking about now when you're playing a lot of these illusion carries. So teams in the future are definitely going to have to look up this one, I think.
Do you think they made Darkseer a universal hero because Universe played him?
I guess.
Don't judge me early in the morning. Earthshaker is not. It's not. Not yet. Well, not yet. Not yet.
Rest in peace. I wonder if they're going to add more heroes that are currently in the game to Universal. That's an Ice Frog question right there. Aaron, she is asking the question why Ice Frog created Pangolier.
Yep. Man, what a change in fortunes, you know. Holy Grail. Like you said, showing why they are the pole position team, despite the fact that the game has not been going well. Garn hasn't been able to find a lot of fights. They've been losing their lives on this Terrorblade. They were not playing skittish on the game. Like, the fact that a lot of these fights that they've been winning have still been in advanced places on the map makes it hard for Dissolution to put pressure on them even when they do win these engagements.
Yeah, and Team Dissolution just haven't been able to get a stranglehold of the game just yet. The couple of fights that Lonfur's been in, I feel like he's been pretty skittish. Obviously, the previous fight where he goes down is never good for Medusa because that makes you feel a lot more tepid in a lot of these different scenarios where you're just getting ran at by a Terrorblade and you're like, well, I can't just stand there and fight anymore. So it changes the way that you have to try and play the game. So yeah, Holy Grail have done a really good job at making sure their map doesn't shrink too much, but I think this 5-man convergence from Team Dissolution could potentially be one of the nails in the coffin of Holy Grail.
Still 11 Aegis for 3 minutes to work with on this Medusa. Lanfa is going to post up, pushing onto the tier 2 tower. And they weren't able to find anything with their smoke, unfortunately. However, through the mid lane,
Small KK.
Anybody that shows behind is going to die. Small KK getting jumped on here by the entirety of Holy Grail. They doom him up as well. Feels like I even forgot that spell is in this game. But Small KK will definitely not forget. It's been applied onto him. He's getting killed off. And reinforcements have arrived, but they come a little bit too late. They did get the Primal Roll out onto this Doom at the moment. Lotus Orb protecting this Doom, allowing them to run down Ranfu Dao instead. Lanfa has shown up, does have Stone Gaze available, and they don't really have an appetite to fight the Deucer. I say that though, but she's lost quite a bit of mana here, Fluke. They've got 2 Diffusal Blades on their Radiant lineup, so it's not the easiest place for her to be. Dolem thinking about jumping back into this fight. He's got the Blink Centaur Conqueror War Stomp, and they need to run. Lanfa's actually dead. He's gone. Oh no, they missed the swashbuckle, but they will not miss the stun from Dolem. They get the kill onto Aaron, and they will turn back onto Converge onto the Deucer. Aaron forced to buy back. They need some additional resources to protect her, but can they actually do so? Samura pops BKB, trying to right-click her down. Stone Gaze will trigger onto him, but the disruption wastes most of that duration. And when they come back, the question is, can Lanfa get out of here? The slows coming in from the Skadi has taken away most of the mana with the Diffusal Blade as well. And look at this Medusa, she's dying at the same time. Garden to crew will turn on to Ironhead instead, who threw his own body in the line, Fluke, to protect the Medusa. It ends up being worth it because Lanfa does live, but another teamfight victory for Holy Grail, and they get a dieback out of the Coddle.
Yeah, and I think this kind of all comes back to some of the recent nerfs that we're seeing with the Medusa, right? It really does feel like that she is just really not at the stage that she used to be. And Terrorblade is constantly winning when it comes to these reflections, because the amount of damage that he did in that team fight, a lot of it came from his reflections, right? Because he was reflecting with the Deucer multiple times, and her split shot works. So it is very hard for a lot of these other heroes to stay in these fights when they're getting hit by their own big Medusa. And TB just seems like kind of the king of the jungle with the item build that he's got here, right? Like, he gets the extra duration with the Terror Wave. And he doesn't really feel like he needs MKB. Like, it's still a great item, mind you, in this game for him to have it. You just completely bypass the butterfly, but he's doing so much damage without it. And obviously they've got Swashbuckle that does a lot of work for them. And this is just a really good testament of games are never over till they're over.
Yep. It's called Defense of the Ancients, not Defense of the Gold Lead or Defense of the Lanes. If your Ancient still stands, the game still has an option. And top lane, SmallKK is dead. What a blink away. If he doesn't blink right then and there, he dies. War Stomp was coming off cooldown in a second. And they would have jumped him, but did manage to get himself away. Close score.
Yeah, DQQ just... This is kind of one of the issues they have with their draft, is just their catch is a little rough to execute, especially into the Zinken Spheres. So keeps himself alive, does SmallKK. Now we're going to see an MKB for Lanfa, so preempting the butterfly that's coming out for the Terrorblade. Also just means that she does a decent amount of damage, full stop, throughout.
Do you actually buy butterfly on Terrorblade this game?
No, I don't think so. But I'm just trying to think, like, what else does he protect? Oh, there's a Talisman of Evasion on the Undying, so he's going to try and burn through that. Like, it doesn't get through Halberd, but it at least makes this Undying not impossible for you to kill.
Undying Metal is going to try and get a kill onto SmallKK, him and the crew. And with that Demonic Purge, they ensure SmallKK is going to struggle to escape here. However, Aaron showing the value of this Coddle. Might not be the best in offensive capacities or at the more advanced stages of the game, but defensively, pretty excellent. SmallKK gets to live.
Just, if there was an extra Demonic Purge coming out there from DQQ, that definitely would have been a free kill on the SmallKK. So one big issue for him is Shadow Demon actually nullifies his hero if he does get a Demonic Purge. So once the second Interceptor comes out for DQQ, which he's, what, 600 gold away from? That's going to be very hard for SmallKK to play the game. Constantly having his Iron Shield purged, constantly having his Surge purged. Like, it is going to be a rough time to be a Darkseer, and that's why I'd hope that Team Dissolution were able to get a stranglehold in this game. But Holy Grail have just done such a magnificent job at not losing too much and giving up enough that it means they weren't losing the parts of the map they actually wanted.
Yep. Poor Aaron. Dude, Dolem, did Aaron do something to you, bro? Did something happen in a pub? Did he, like, borrow money and not pay you back? Does he owe you a drink? What's going on? Jeez, Dolem has just had a hate boner for this Coddle in this game.
Yeah, that's a couple of times. I mean, to be fair, Coddle, he has Glimmer Cape as well as Guardian Greaves, so to execute a kill like that, you probably want to doom him. Because Dusa, I thought she was building Lincoln Sphere. Looks like she's gone away from that. You can't really doom small KK because he's got a Lincoln Sphere, so throw it out. But it definitely does feel like something has happened. She's just like, nah, son. Like, you ain't getting away from me this time around.
All I'm saying, fam, is that we need to look at the Weibo DMs before we see homies. Find out what's going on. Get into the WhatsApp group, see who's been talking that trash. Right now, the Holy Grail. One thing I've been loving about how they've approached this game is not simply how they've approached the map, but Summer, you can tell that this man is a Terrorblade specialist. Look at all the items he has, right? BKB, Diffusal, Sanjay Yasha, Aghanim Scepter, as well as the Silver Edge. Outside of Diffusal, none of these items give anything to the Darkseer when you get caught inside the wall. So, makes him, he understands exactly how to play the hero to minimize giving away too much. And if there was no Darkseer, I guarantee you would have bought Scotty, Butterfly, those kind of items in this game. But he recognizes the danger, potentially, of that itemization route.
Very true. And we do see it a decent amount against these Illusion Stealers.
Okay. Rolling Thunder on to Small KK. Can they kill him? He has 4,000 health, but with 5 heroes around him, they should be able to bring him down. Ranfu Dao try to help, and there will be a very nice back wall pretty much on the 3 heroes, but they need more follow-up. Gon is already gone. Dolam is losing a lot of HP here as Lanfer throwing out a lot of right-click damage with this Medusa, zoning back the supports with the Stone Gates, freezing up this Undying. Lanfer just wants these kills. DQQ will fall. SJ able to go to the north, but can't help out the rest of the lineup as he just TPs away to safety. So yes, they do get small KK, but definitely not a cheap engagement from them as we finally get to see the reinforcements arrive just in time for this fight.
Yeah, I thought that swap wasn't going to be too helpful because Ranfu Dao basically swapped him into more members of Holy Grail, but it was just enough for him to be able to get Vacuum Wall off. And I think that's a big thing of Darkseer's team fight is just getting Vacuum Wall off on multiple members. And that was all that he really needed because Lonfer was able to come in after the fight had engaged and find himself a good spot to get the Stone Gaze off and do a lot of damage. So a lot of these fights are really going to come down to how the initiation goes, right? Like if Holy Grail jump in and they instantly delete one player, then it's hard for Team Dissolution to come back in and fight, especially if that one player is Lonfer. And same thing with Team Dissolution. If they're on the back foot, it's hard for them to enable their Medusa in these fights because they have really built up this draft to enable her. And these next couple of minutes are going to be very important about who catches who. Like Blink Roar is going to be very, very important. Blink Doom is going to be very, very important. And a lot of these cores need to make sure that they're not putting themselves in bad positions because bad positions on these lanes can be punished very hard with both these lineups.
Yep. 2K gold lead, pretty much nothing at this stage of the game. We now wonder about the next Roshan. He's going to be up in 10 seconds. And it is nighttime, so we're looking at a dire-sided Roche. Holy Grail starting to ping this one out. And Dissolution will also be aware of how important this Roshan can be. So it looks like the game might change here, but there's a Demonic Purge going out onto Aaron, and they're going to be able to kill him off. Make them take a little bit of time, though, and they did try to drop a vac wall to protect him, but it wasn't enough. At the same time, Lanfer rolls into the fight with the ultimate, but look at the high ground jump from Summer. Also trying to get out these terror waves. The Doom will go in onto this Beastmaster. The Aghanim Scepter is there for Dolam, so they will be able to chase down Aeonid. It's taking them a little bit of time, though. They don't have a Skadi, remember, on this TV, but the kill eventually does happen. On the other end of the fight, though, look at Small KK and Lanfer mopping up the rest of Holy Grail. When you take your 2 strongest heroes, the Doom and the TB, away from the Radiant lineup, turns out this Medusa is actually not dealable with the remaining 3. Excellent fight from the Dire lineup. They don't keep everybody alive, but they keep the fight in their favor, and they take their positioning in advance of the Roshan respawn.
Yeah, so that was a big fight for them, and this is where a lot of the target prioritization is probably going to be nitpicked by a lot of people. Going on to the Beastmaster, had already used his Roar and his BKB as well as his Refresher. Probably wasn't going to be as helpful in that fight, but you want to try and make sure that you're securing some of these core kills, especially with the network that he has. But they just weren't able to reconnect fast enough, or at least, you know, buy a bit of space against the Medusa and Small KK, that the fight went long enough that with only 2 cores left alive, it was too hard for them to re-engage. And now they give up an Aegis again onto this Medusa. Small KK is moving towards his scary item with the Silver Edge is going to be the next thing that he wants to try and go for. So he's going to do a lot of damage. If he catches, like, I mean, maybe the Doom or even the Terrorblade and punches them with the break, that's just going to be a lot of damage that Small KK does initially in these fights.
Silver Edge Darkseer, baby. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Fluke. This tour we've seen some things, brother.
Yeah.
We've learned about Dota this tour. It's been very exciting stuff. I'm actually going to check how many times. Oh, guess what? This Silver Edge, first time in a professional match that's been done on a Darkseer.
Giga Chad. And he's almost got overwhelming blink too. Like, he's basically at the point where the next thing he's going to do is like probably eat a moonshot and his Ags. And then at that point, Darkseer is kind of, I don't want to say impossible to deal with, but he is going to be karate chopping so hard and so fast that if he's not instantly dealt with, or at least I think you kind of have to doom him. And in these fights, he's just going to Iron Shell himself. He'll probably Iron Shell Adusa. Eventually, he's going to, actually, he already has it, have the AoE Surge. So if he surges a couple of people in these fights, the lack of lockdown is going to be very evident for Holy Grail.
Bro, he's rocking a Defiant Shell, and he has 400 damage. That's a huge counter hit that comes back into you. What a player. Small KK, man. Legend. He's gonna get doomed up right now, though. Dolem and Summer, they're like, alright, buddy, you didn't see us in the last fight. Guess what? We can kill you still. What's up? Small KK gets eliminated from play. AoE Doom, man. I actually don't even know why this was added into the game. It's so good. It's way too good.
I'm very, like, I don't know, in two minds about it. Like, on paper, AoE Doom, hell yeah, that sounds sick. People can't get away with it. Lincoln Spheres, doesn't matter. But also, I feel like with the AoE of it, sometimes it can really just be not good. Like, you get in, you doom somebody for like half a second, and then they just dip out of it, or they push you away, or what have you. And then you don't really turn into much. And then you're kind of just running around with yourself being doomed, and it kind of feels pretty bad. So, I don't know. It's obviously good when you pair it up with some stuns and stuff, but it definitely has ways of being outplayed.
It does, but what if you just put on the enemy? Then you still get the AoE. I feel like you should get a choice. It would be better if the choice was, if you self-cast, you get the AoE, and then, I don't know, if you cast on the enemy, bring back the break. You know, you can take it off the 25. Put the break back on the primary target, and then the AoE if you cast on yourself. That feels a bit more fair. Because I don't like that you get both right now, right? It's the best of both worlds. It feels a little bit overtuned.
Yeah. So, either way, it's what they need right now to get the kills onto Small KK. They do lose DQQ on the other side of the map, which is a little sad. So, they were trying to get a little bit of this advanced vision up, try and set up towards the top side of the map, because I think that might be the place that they want to try and execute on. There's not really that much vision for either one of these two teams. After the previous fight, the entire Dire jungle got cleared out of any of the vision that we had. So we're looking now at the only bit of advanced vision is coming out now for Team Disillusion.
Oh, look at Dissolution. Look at this gank with Silver Edge, baby. Small KK found Summer. They get the Primal Rod onto him. Where's DQQ? He's dead, so he can't come in to save. What a gank. What a kill. Also, what a time to be alive. They threw in a Beastmaster Hawk first to scout this area, and then they connected the gank thereafter on top of the ward they had prior. This is an excellent demonstration of that old canard, play around your own vision. And it ends up being a massive reward for Team Dissolution.
And they also had a very tight window to get it done as well, right? DQQ only had like, what, 5-6 seconds left on his respawn by the time they're able to kill Summer. So there was a good execution of playing around your vision and understanding the position that you're in as well. Self-Doom goes down for Dolme.
Oh my god. Two heroes caught, Ranfu Dao as well as Lanfer. Ranfu Dao will die first. He does have an illusion from the Aghanim Scepter, but that gets taken away without too much difficulty. They have DQQ with the Medusa illusions, so they are super strong. The Doom's gonna be able to ensure they kill off this Dusa. And although she has an Aegis, I have zero hope of her surviving round 2. She will try though. SJ, right in front of her. They disrupt actually the Medusa. That will buy time for reinforcements. Can they get here in time? Aeonid is here. Throws out the Primal Roar onto Dolem. And Lanfer, he just wants to get the hell out of here. They're jumping them though. Dolem finding another Centaur Conqueror War Stomp onto Ranfu Dao, who did buy back into this engagement. but they actually don't feel strong enough to go onto the Deucer. They don't have the TB with them. Dolem instead choosing to focus his efforts towards the D push down bottom, and Lanfa gets to live.
Yeah, they went towards bottom, and Small KK... Ooh, I was going to say maybe the Hunter becomes the Hunter this time around, but it's not how it works out. And that was all without Small KK, and they took so much time to kill the Medusa that I think this is the reason why this Darkseer looks so strong in these team fights, because they just take so much time to kill both Darkseer as well as the Medusa that all it takes is for them to lose one bit of these spells. You know, Doom eventually wears out. Maybe they don't have the Terror Wave and all that kind of stuff. And Team Dissolution can kind of just draw out these fights and eventually win. And they're going to have the Light Globe as well here, Snare. And that's another factor that just makes it harder and harder for them to kill Deucer as well as the Darkseer. So they've done a good job so far, have Holy Grail at least getting some of these pickoffs with the goal that they have. But man, this game is going to get really, really hard for them to win. Going into some of these team fights, especially if Lonfer and Small KK are anywhere in the vicinity of each other.
Yep. Right now, Aaron gets swapped back out by Ranfu Dao. Ranfu Dao will probably end up dead here. It seems though that the hate they have for Aaron is not exclusive to just Dolem. The whole crew hates on him. But Medusa's also here. Lanfa. Oh my god, Terror Wave is going to be there. He does manage to get off the Stone Gaze, but I don't think this is going to save his life. Unfortunately, that's going to lead to a dead Medusa. Ranfu Dao also gets caught in and going to die back on his Vengeful Spirit. Small KK came in on the back end of the fight, hoping to salvage it somehow. Unable to find anything, forced to just skirt himself away with the Surge. Massive engagement from Holy Grail. Fluke, they got Lanfa again in this game.
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be like a free Ranfu Dao kill, or maybe even a kill onto Aaron, but Lonfer was just in the area, and with Ranfu Dao being sent off to the side, there was no swap to save his life. Small KK was towards bottom. Ayanid still trying to check his ping in the mid lane as well, so it's a little too hard for them to win that fight.
No. Well, he's going to have to check his ping in a harder way because he's been doomed out on bottom. At the same time, they're trying to run down Small KK. Darkseer should live. We'll see if the same is true for Ayanid. As Ghan is here, Swashbuckle does connect. Not in range though for the inhibit on the Diffusal Blade just yet. So they might not actually find the kill. And they don't. Ghan didn't get there with the Rolling Thunder either. Aaron with the Glimmer Cape. Alright, with that Glimmer Cape play, I'm now understanding the hate they have for this man. We see it. Small KK able to get himself away from the other side of the fight. But he eventually does die. Too much tick damage coming in from the Shadow Demon. They're actually jumping inside the base to kill off Aaron. Forcing a buyback out of Small KK. Aaron did drop down the Ignis before going down, but it's not going to really accomplish anything. And here they are, trying to farm the high ground. Summer getting jumped on by Small KK. Ayanid able to find the Primal Roar, but they don't have the follow-up. Lanfa is still dead. Ayanid gets jumped on by Dolem and Ghan and killed off by Summer. That opens up the first lane of Rax in the top lane. And the second lane is also waiting, beckoning through this mid lane. Man, what a game this has been, Fluke. And it could still go into very interesting directions because they do have Vac Wall. And I think Holy Grail just remembered, wait a second, they have Vac Wall, so they're going to back wall for now.
Yeah, just a series of unfortunate events there for Team Dissolution. They just were constantly getting caught out across the map, being chased away, not really much that they could do. And now that they've used buybacks on both Ayanid as well as Small KK, this is a big window for Holy Grail to come into. Like, look how big Summer is. He is a juggernaut in this game, and they're just going to walk towards Roche. Still a little bit of time, guys, until it will respawn. So 30 seconds until that comes out. But they've taken a big stranglehold on this game, and it feels like for the first time in this entire game that somebody has a real strong hold on how this game is going. Lonfer, I just haven't seen all too much of the Medusa's impact in these fights. It feels like he's constantly being sent into the disruption. He's being purged out. They're kiting him around with things like the Lincoln's, not the Lincoln's Sphere, the Lotus Orbs, as well as the Heaven's Halberd. So this is, I just haven't been able to see Lonfer's impact. And if Small KK and him are not combining in these fights, then Small KK can kind of just get ran at and be dealt by himself. And without your Darkseer, who I feel like is the strongest hero in your lineup right now, it is very hard for you to win these fights. And going into an Aegis and a Cheese and a Refresher, maybe Team Dissolution's window has currently closed on their fingers.
Fluke, remember like 30 minutes ago
Yeah.
And Dissolution was crushing the game, owning, winning every fight, Small KK crushing. And even then, I was like, I don't trust. Been here before.
I mean, this is the reason why that's Holy Grail are where they are and Team Dissolution are where they are as well, right? Like this is what separates the good teams from the mid-tier teams in Division 2 specifically, is closing out games when you have leads. And Holy Grail have done a great job at not getting caught out too many times. There was that one moment where someone did get caught out by a beautiful bit of vision coming from Team Dissolution, but they basically hit right back.
Mid lane, they're trying to hit them right now with the Doom. They jumped in, but they have to run away right now. The ANA drops 2 rows onto Dolem. They just like, stay back, brother. Get off of me. But here comes Terrorblade jumping in with the Terror Wave on the back end of the fight. Got caught in by the Ignis. Lonfer, he's too far forward. He's underneath the Doom. He gets swapped in to try and save him, but they have the perfect read on him. Dolem has all the items they need. Medusa is gone. Does have buyback, but the 2 supports do not. Both of them gone for 70 seconds plus. Darks here won't be able to do everything by himself, and looks like Holy Grail with this Aegis are coming to end the game here, Fluke. They know they're strong enough, but Lonfer, he watching Small KK and saying, buddy, please do something miraculous. Did manage to kill off DQQ, and he's also escaping, drawing a lot of Radiant heroes with him. If he gets out of here, oh my god. All right, production, no matter what, I don't care what happens. Small KK MVP, please give this man his flowers, because my god, this is some premium docs here.
Yeah, he understands that he kind of just needs to buy time, right? It's only 30 seconds until we're going to be seeing some more of these heroes come back in. They do have the illusion from Ramfood out, so it's not like he's completely out of the game, but he's still around.
Again, he's behind, gets a massive back wall onto all 5 heroes. Where's the follow-up though? Lonfer going in, they killed off SJ, gone. Does have a rolling thunder, but he's taking quite a lot of damage in the process. DQQ needs to watch himself, so does Summer. And Small KK is still running interference. He's playing now on the triangle on Dire side by himself. Draws back all these heroes once more. This time, however, they can kill him off, and he does not have buyback. That is a huge pickup. Where was the follow-up? Man, Small KK can't do it all alone, Fluke. He needs his team to help him.
Yeah, Lonfer is just being chain stunned and kited, and he's just not able to do much in those fights. Like, yeah, he does a decent amount of damage because he's a Medusa, but you need to see your Medusa being able to dish out way more damage than that, and it is just too hard of a fight when the Medusa doesn't have BKB, she doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere. She's just trying to go in all natty, and there's just too many spells, too much kite ability, and too much movement from the side of Holy Grail.
Yep. Final fight potentially of this game. Lonfer gets swapped away from Dolem, but Ranfood out. Probably going to end up dead here. Does have the Aghanim Scepter, so the illusion will return. But their priority is the towers as well as the racks, and they've taken the mid lane from Holy Grail. Now, let's see what they can do down bottom. And actually finding Summer with the Primal Roar. DQQ is there with the save. They also drop the Ignis on top of him, but here comes Dolem with this Doom directly on top of the Medusa, and she's the one that deals the necessary damage. Without her, they can't kill the Terrorblade even once, and it will die off instead. No buyback available for him any longer. And now they want the tier 3 tower. They still haven't taken away this Aegis. DQQ is yet again there with the save. The Thunder comes out from Summer onto Ranfu Dao's illusion. That's going to keep the Terrorblade's life still going. Gone. Jumping onto Lonfer, forcing out the Stone Gates, and they've already taken away all the mana from this Medusa. They force to get swapped back again, but Dolem, he's in with the chase. He wants to go for the Jugular. He wants to kill off the Snake Lady. He knows that if he does, a GG will beckon soon thereafter. And as she dies, and all the heroes fall, there are no options remaining for the side of Team Dissolution. Tier 4 towers are going to get sieged upon. They pop a cliff. But Fluke, all they're doing right now is talking about Game 2. Before this game ends, though, Scriff, pull up the win probability. Look how high it was at 20 minutes. What a comeback from Holy Grail.
Yeah, Holy Grail doing a really, really good job at just putting themselves in a position to win this game. And maybe we might get Small KK highlight reel here.
Let's see what he's got. Another wall being dropped down from him. He's trying to run himself away, but they have the tools to catch him out, finally kill him off. And that'll be the GG. Holy Grail, baby. At some point, 20 minutes in, they had a 5% probability to win this game, Fluke. Just 5.
Yeah.
But That's the reminder about Dota. Until the Ancient's falling, until GG has been called, you said it yourself, the game is not over. You can always recover into a favorable position.
Yeah, Holy Grail just did a really, really good job at just holding on and weathering the storm that is Team Dissolution with this Darkseer. I just never really saw Team Dissolution come together and take control of the map. I think that's my biggest issue. I think there was a couple of times where we saw like kind of all 5 of the heroes in the same area, but they never really pushed into the Radiant side of the jungle. They never took control of that. They never took control of the Triangle or the Ancients. Yeah, they got themselves some Aegises, but it really did feel like that they were just chilling the entire time. They're more than happy to give away a few more of these extra bits of gold to the side of Holy Grail. And the biggest issue for me is I'm not sure if Dusa is one of these end-all be-all heroes anymore. It really does feel like in a lot of these fights they were just saving Private Ryan. They were just swapping him out. They were, you know, four-staffing him. They were glimmer caping him, and he's just running. And that's all he can do is just run. And he's not able to sit there, stand his ground, and try and throw out a bit of this damage. And fortunately for him, it was all kind of small KK and Aenid that did a lot of the damage in these fights, and Lonfer just wasn't able to be an unkillable Medusa. And props to Holy Grail, man. I thought this was going to be a rough game for Garn. There was a period there for, I think, about like the first 20 minutes. He was on struggle street, but he was able to pull it back and prove that Pangolier is still one of those very, very good heroes. And I mean, special mention to the Sport KK, man. What a fun game to watch.
What a fun game. I actually feel sad that they lost just because I think he deserved a dub. Look at all the stuff he was doing in this game. Half the cool plays we'll see from Diaside in this highlight reel is pretty much going to be coming from the Darkseer. So the fact that he wasn't able to eke out this victory, a bit unfortunate in the end. Crazy, like you mentioned, Lonfer not really able to leverage his full strength on the Dusa. I mean, to be fair, it was a tough Dusa game, right? We outlined in the draft that, man, you're playing into these Dooms, these Shadow Demons, these Terrorblades. And we got to see exactly how influential Shadow Demon was throughout the game, but I'm in full agreement with you about whether or not Dusa is actually that hero anymore. Do you remember the other day when you and I, when we were talking about Morphling, and we did like our best 5 carry heroes? Neither of us mentioned Medusa. It didn't even arise in my attention that, oh yeah, by the way, Snake Lady was not mentioned and who we think is the best. And honestly, in the games we've seen since the changes, I think we're very vindicated in that opinion. She's not him anymore.
Yeah, I think definitely the way that we're looking at it, it's going to be a whole lot of Morphling and Terrorblade, and I think maybe Dusa could creep into one of those second phase kind of heroes to be like last pick of the second phase, like 18 pick or whatever it's called. So I think that's where she can really be strong. But if you pick her early enough in a draft, it is very easy for these teams to really be able to pull you apart and abuse the way that you want to play the game, especially in a game like this where they kind of went very ham on making the Medusa big and scary, and Holy Grail drafted well to be able to combat that. So maybe Terrorblade is going to be a little bit higher up on the priority list for both of these two teams going into this series. But Holy Grail proving once again the reason why they're sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard. They've got very good ideas about Dota and how they need to win back a game that looked almost unwinnable for them. And big props to them. This is a very big confidence boost. And unfortunately for Team Disillusion, probably the opposite is true. Losing a game like that must feel very hard, especially if you're small KK.
Yep. Well, it's not just because of how hard a loss like this is, but because this is becoming standard for them at this point in time. Yeah. It's becoming a pattern. We dominate the early game, we look really hot. And that's what I was worried about when I said this loss could break them as a squad. Because what do you do now, right? You're like, guys, the things that we normally get told, win lanes, win game, we keep winning lanes and we keep losing the damn game. What are we supposed to do right now? We have to go and reassess all our ideas about Dota. At the end of the day, Holy Grail, their ideas look very solid. So there's two things we can do here, Fluke. I still do think Small KK was our MVP in that game. However, he wasn't on the winning team. So winning team votes, I would say Shadow Demon. DQQ played like a goddamn demon. The amount of saves that he pulled off, especially at the latter end of the game, if Summer keeps dying, like on these high ground pushes, we're probably still in the game, but DQQ makes sure it doesn't happen, keeps buying time for Sunders, keeps buying time for these movements from the Pangolier. Just what a player. And his ultimates on the Medusa, man, Lonfer cannot have enjoyed ever seeing DQQ in these team fights.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he was able to get a really fast Aether Lens and then couple that into a really fast blink dagger just meant that his positioning was almost immaculate in a lot of these fights as well. He was constantly making sure that he wasn't too close for Small KK to catch him out. He wanted to make sure that he was always in a position to disrupt somebody, whether it be an offensive one or a defensive one. So yeah, every time we watch these guys play, I think DQQ is very much going to be one of those players that we're going to be seeing a whole boatload of good stuff from.
Holy Grail still maintaining their undefeated streak in terms of series. They have dropped games here and there, but so far we haven't seen Team Dissolution being able to take that game away from them, despite a very good start in Game 1. We'll see what happens in Game 2 though, so stick around. After the break, we will have potentially the conclusion of the series, but hopefully an extension into the third and decisive finale. See you soon for some more Dota 2 action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region for some incredible Dota 2 action. Game 1 between Holy Grail and Team Dissolution was truly a barn burner, and you do not want to be away for a second because Game 2 promises to have the same degree of hype. And of course, to get into it, I need my boy, the boss Bogan himself, Mr. Worldwide. It's Fluke. Fam, what a game. What a ride it's been into it too. So what's happening in Game 2? Tell me the tale of the tape. What can we expect from Team Dissolution, especially to adapt to what happened in the first game?
I think from what we've seen from them so far throughout the tour is when their backs are against the wall, I think that's when their weirder drafts come out. Obviously, game number 1 was a little bit of a weird draft in and of itself with the Darkseer, but that's where we see a whole lot more of like small KK whipping out like his Earth Shakers and all that kind of stuff. And that's why they're just opening with it again. They're just like, oh, we might as well just pick the Darkseer. They also give themselves a lot of flexibility. Aonid can play this as well in the offlane, and now the fact that they've got Aaron's Earth Spirit, they can have these combinations that they're able to play with. But Holy Grail to answer back with it and say, I mean, your Darkseer is not going to have fun going into double purges, so.
Double purges, there's beast mods. Dude, I just know this game is going to be fun, no matter what. You know, it's actually very interesting to me that there were times in the past where you'd see some Darkseer Earth Spirit and you'd be like, this is guaranteed going to be the lane duo. It could still be, but no matter what, Small KK has to be the one to play this Darkseer. What have you made of Earth Spirit? Why don't you think we see more of this hero overall right now in the meta?
I'm not sure. I think they could kind of just fall in the category of some other heroes that are just slightly better than them. And teams like, when a hero is not like completely horrible, but also like still pretty good at what they do, I think they can kind of fall into the bucket of mediocrity, where it's just like, they're good, but they're not like the best. So teams just kind of think of other stuff, and then eventually somebody will pick it and they'll go, oh, this hero is still pretty good. And that's when you'll see the resurgence of some of these heroes.
Yeah. So to see what happens in this game with these heroes coming back into the mix. What does the second phase look like? Since Holy Grail have the Oracle, they're the ones prioritizing. Oh, they're picking Medusa. They're either picking Medusa or Terrorblade, right? With Jug, Wind Ranger ban, actually, yeah, one or the other. Either Medusa or TB. And then for the side of Dissolution, you have to ban one of them. Do you okay, so you have to ban one. What do you do to cover the other one? Do you pick it yourself? They banned Faceless Void. Shouldn't they have left Void in and maybe try to roll the dice that they can get the Void for themselves against one of these Illusion heroes?
Yeah, I think you probably would have been pretty okay with Faceless Void into the Terrorblade. And I think maybe Holy Grail are going to be feeling a little bit better about TB going into this game. But we'll have to see what they think is better. Like, Dusa into these heroes definitely feels a lot better. I'm not sure how the interaction works with Ice Blast and her like gaining mana back, whether or not that's like reduced, or if it's just pure healing.
It doesn't work. Does nothing basically.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think at this point, then you're just much more happy if you're playing Medusa. You go into a Manta style, you can purge off the Cold Feet. You've got an Oracle that's behind you as well. Beastmaster can buff you up. So you're probably just looking at a 1-2 punch for Holy Grail. Like, what's your forward hero, and then what's your kind of carry you want to go with, whether or not it's TB or Medusa. So I would like to see them have a hero that can put a lot of pressure on the Ancient Apparition, especially in lane. So maybe they just go for SD again. Like, you just go SD Dusa and you just say, deal with it, I guess.
Let's see. They're thinking about it. They're like burning through this reserve time. They're pretty much having that exact same debate for themselves, right? This is where you just holler at Summer and you're like, all right, buddy, how bad is this matchup? Do we go for your hero now, or do we maybe try and snag you up later? I think they're going to snag it later. They're going to get Gon's hero, I think, for this phase right now. So we'll get like a Gon and then the DQQ hero. I could still see them going for the Shadow Demon, honestly, given how well he's played. Save is still very good. It wastes the time from the Ancient Apparition. You don't mind buying Glimmer Cape. You're also not very unhappy just like playing around the edges of the fights, waiting to come in and save people. But then that being said, then you have 2 saves, right? Might be a bit too much. So they go for the Primal Beast instead. So I imagine it's going to be the Gon hero through the mid lane. Now they have that reach, that dynamism coming from a non-spirit, which is always fun to see.
Yeah. Going a little bit deeper into the hero pools. I believe Gon played it earlier in the previous series the other day, right? Yes, he did. So player in the mid lane against IGV, which was always nice to see Primal Beast come back into the meta. He did just get a very small buff, so Refresher Primal Beast definitely feels a whole lot better this time around with the way that Pulverize works. So keen to see what Primal Beast can do. They're going to couple it up with a Dark Willow, but Team Disillusion, they go in for the Abaddon. It's probably a carry Abaddon. It's very hard for these heroes to deal with Abaddon because he's got a Photic Shield to get rid of the Bramble Maze. Oracle does literally nothing against him. Primal Beast can't burst him either, which is kind of the big part about his kit. And Primal Roar just does nothing. So this is a really, really good carry pick coming in from Team Disillusion. And enables them to have this draft that allows them to play fast. The one issue I have is their catch really relies on Aaron doing a lot of work for them. Yeah. And they rely on this Darkseer kind of just iron chilling a lot of his melee bros and them just kind of fighting in this melee area against the Primal Beast, which can be a little daunting.
One thing I also love about this Abaddon pick is that they know what the enemy supports are, so there's no possibility of the Abaddon Radiance being stolen away from them. Or if they go the Manta route, doesn't have to worry about that either. Like it a lot. What are they going to cover it with though? Bloodseeker ban, Anti-Mage taken away by Dissolution, and Holy Grail. They banned Magnus and the, weirdly enough, Bounty Hunter here. You know, back when he started his career, Dolam, right now he would guaranteed be playing Vengeful Spirit every game instead of the Beastmaster. Now that he is allowed to play Beastmaster, it makes sure that they can... There's a different form of enabling your carry. He's always an enabling offlaner, but enabling in a different way right now. What matchups feel good for you into the Abaddon? I mean, Terrorblade still doesn't look bad this game. I mean, sure, there's still Darkseer and stuff, but... You know. Ooh.
Okay, so I think they chose a hero that's like decent against everything, whereas I think the TB just has a better matchup into the Abaddon because, you know, you go this like kind of Scardy build and you just stand from range and you just kind of kite him around, whereas the Darkseer, the Nax just does a little better against some of these heroes in the game because you're going to have Rage to be able to play around with, and also there's a lot of melee heroes here to start to chunk on. Also, the same thing with Universal Heroes is they have a lot of HP, so definitely feels very, very good for the Lifestealer this time around. So I don't hate it from Holy Grail. I think this is definitely a new kind of draft. We've seen these heroes before, don't get me wrong, especially the Lifestealer as well as the Primal Beast, but this kind of combination of heroes, I think this is a little deviation from what we've normally seen in the meta, and I'm keen to see what it looks like. It is going to be small KK on the Sand King this time around into the Primal Beast, so another change for him.
So our naive understanding that Darkseer, Earth Spirit should be the lane together, that unfortunately does come to fruition. But Small KK yet again comes back and says, don't worry, boys, I'm going to make this game entertaining and interesting, bringing us the Sand King. Now, I want to naively say that this hero hasn't been good for a very long time. Looking at the changes to the hero in the patch notes, it didn't feel like it was given an elevation necessary to bring it back into the meta. However, one thing that's been happening in 7.3.3 is that a lot of the conventional wisdom we have about heroes has been upended a lot, right? This game has a Lifestealer. That hero wasn't good for a long time. We've seen Juggernauts being dominating games lately. Medusas don't look all that awesome. Hell, Marses are winning games right now, Fluke. So how do you feel about the Sand King here from Small KK? There's some, I mean... Here's the good stuff, right? They have another way to start fights, right? We're worried about the initiation. They definitely have that now. We have a follow-up with Aaron coming in with the Earth Spirit. Any big combo that they have with a big vacuum from Aeonid. Last game, we were really concerned that we'll get these big vacuum walls, 4 or 5 heroes. But where's the follow-up? Now you have all the follow-up in the world necessary on their lineup.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for them is they've got this massive wombo combo with the Sand King now. And Small KK has proved me wrong in the past. I think he's one of those melee hero specialists, and he's going into a Primal Beast. I think this time around, Gon really just needs to push out the wave every single time. He doesn't want to have to stand and brawl with the Sand King because Corsic Finale is such an insane spell to play around. So this is going to be a very fast draft coming in from Team Disillusion. And I think if this game goes any later than like maybe like 35, 40 minutes, it's going to be very hard for them to win just by the nature of like Beastmaster and Lifestealers you get later on in the game. But yeah, they've got a lot of sick combos, and BKBs are going to be very important for Holy Grail. And if they don't get them early enough, then they could lose quite a lot of their control on the map. And it's not like Team Disillusion are slouches from taking a lot of these objectives. The Abaddon tears through buildings, tears through the objectives as well. So they've at least got one hero that can take buildings for them.
Let's see how this all goes. Game numero dos. How many blood grenades do we have? We've got 2 of them. Oh, we've got 3. All right. I'm not sure how fast Griff is on working on the technology to count the blood grenades.
Blood grenade counter. Damage done from blood grenades.
Gold spent on blood grenades.
It was Solo, right, the other day, who basically bought like 6 blood grenades or something crazy.
Yeah, 6 or 7. Yeah.
It was like blood grenade, die, and then blood grenade. He'd buy a blood grenade when he died, and then he would come back with another blood grenade. It was very funny.
How about this, right? We should make a change to Dota that as you get at the beginning of the game, you know, like how you get charges of the Spirit Vessel if it's at 0 now.
Yeah.
If you die, they should make some random item, like let's say a blood grenade, that if you die a certain amount of times, you can choose an item that you get for free. Like not a big item, like a blood grenade. So if you're feeding in the lane, they're like, "Alright, bro." No, not rapier. More like tangos. Like, dude, you need this, or a wand. Actually, you feed 3 times in the lane, you get a magic wand for your efforts.
That just feels so wild, and I guarantee you there's going to be like some nerd who's done the numbers with like, oh, if you feed 3 times, you're actually gaining gold for your team because you get the free wand, and you're only giving away an X amount of gold, and especially if you do it against different heroes, then that's even better.
Oh, so, gosh.
I could see that. I could see that definitely being abused and not broken at all.
Throughout the years, Fluke, haven't you all say, whom amongst us haven't wanted to say, boys, I was tactically feeding. And now we're just going to make tactically feeding a legitimate strategy.
I'm just creating space, guys. Creating space.
Exactly.
Look at how much gold that the enemy team's getting now. But, yeah, here's what it is.
So in this game...
I felt like the TP thing was a bit of a charity because, first blood could be happening with Garn.
Nah, he's fine. He has Uproar, he still has a Fairy Fire. He should be okay. But if he must be careful,
Oh, he's going to be very close. And this is the issue that I was saying, right? Like playing into a Sand King early on, like you're just going to get Fire Strike as well as Caustic Finale. And yes, you have a lot of HP on the Primal Beast, but it's a lot of damage that the Sand King can do. Yeah, I think this is going pretty okay for a lot of these side laners. Obviously, Small KK is doing a really, really good job. Lonfer is a little bit behind once again on the last hits, but nobody's really blowing anybody out of the water just yet. Whereas we saw in game number 1, Summer really did a number on Aeonid. But playing into the Darks here, he's naturally going to get his farm just by the way that Iron Shell works.
Yep. It feels like the only person who can die in this laning phase is SJ on this Oracle. Like, I don't anticipate Darkseer, Earth Spirit ever dying here. They don't have enough lockdown and burst damage bottom. Top lane, like, Ancient Apparition shouldn't really be dying unless he's very out of position. Dolem shouldn't be dying. Abaddon dying in laning phase? That's not going to happen. And they have eventually Shadow Realm for the Dark Willow, so we're going to have a nice little slow game, it feels like. And, you know, what's funny to me, Fluke, is that game 1 ended up being a slow game eventually, like 50 minutes. And that started off with a pretty impressive pace. This game might even go longer, given how, what's the word I want to use here? How relaxing this early game has been so far. Just some farm and chill for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's definitely very relaxing for everybody. I think it's a little high stress for Garn in the mid lane, playing up against the Sand King. So that could be an area that we want to keep our eyes on. That has potential for some solo kills to happen, and the 2 mid laners are really going to be able to crack open some of these side lanes with the first opening rune. So if the rune's a bit of a stinker, if it's like an illusion rune or something like that for either one of these 2 players, then we could be seeing not many rotations happen. But Haste, DD, Invis, Arcane, I think are all going to be very important for these mid laners to be able to make a rotation towards whichever side lane they think they need to get the kill in, and try and change the favor of the game so far.
Oh, speaking of mid lanes, Garn was going to get himself a bounty, just running away from Aaron right now. He might actually be able to get... he's not going to get bothered. Gets the water route, no problem. Do you want an interesting stat, Fluke?
Yeah.
So check this out, right? Since 733 dropped, right? You and I were doing 7. We did Div 2 in Europe. We did some Div 2 China. We've done now some more China. We've done some NA games. Since 733 dropped, we have only seen, in the games you and I have cast together, 3 solo kills mid.
Really?
And think about how many games we've casted. We've only seen 3 the entire time.
That is a very interesting stat. I guess 733 has really made a lot of these mid lanes quite boring, to be perfectly fair.
Oh, might be 4. No. We got you baited. We got you baited. You see, this keeps happening. We keep thinking it's going to actually take place, but then either nothing happens or they require supports to actually make the kill. So we should know better by now.
Yeah, we definitely should. And where we stand when it comes to solo kills, we don't get them anymore. Mid solo kills. Doing a good job in the bottom lane as well is SJ just annoying Aeonid. Like, this is kind of the power of Oracle into the Darkseer. You just get purged off with your Iron Shell and you can't really do much. So he is cutting lanes because he doesn't want to have to try and deal with a Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is perfectly happy with this because he's always got the feast. So he's going to be happy and healthy every single time that he has to fight underneath his tower. And it's just going to be farm trade for both these two teams. Just sit back, chill. Vanguard's up now at Aeonid, so he doesn't really care about any of the damage that he's taking. Top lane, Dolme's got his Helm of Iron Will. He's going to have his Diadem come out as well very soon, so he's chilling. Small KK actually has to go back to base after that small engagement coming in from Garn.
Okay. We'd like to see it. He'll be back soon with Aaron, though. They might actually try to make a jump onto those Primal Beasts, but they don't have the requisite rune just yet. Aaron going to try and make sure they can secure it, and they should be able to get it if it is bottom, but it's top. Sadly, though, it's an illusion rune. Not really going to make that much of a difference. But Garn is going top. He has Pulverize right now. So they might be able to jump onto either a Baron or Ranfu down. They're even TPing up SJ as well. They really want this kill. They're going onto the Ancient Apparition first, and Ranfu Da will be killed off by the trample, granting Garn the first blood of this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised Garn didn't just try and get the kill there on Alon Fer. He's only level 5 on the Abaddon. Yes, you're going to have to get through 10 stick charges as well as an Aphotic Shield, but you got the damage, man. Like, SJ's here. He can deal a little bit of damage with the Purifying Flames. You always had the Pulverize at the ready, so quite surprising that they just they took the kill. The easier kill on Ranfu down instead of trying to get the carry, but either way, first rotation was a stinky rune, so it wasn't like it was easy double kill for him. But getting the kill nonetheless.
Yeah. Perhaps he thought to himself that getting the fact that it's first blood, it still justifies the expenditure of effort. If it wasn't first blood, it would have been so bad. But first blood, yeah, he's chilled. Still got to keep the Pulverize as well. Not that it matters because this spell doesn't have a cooldown. And
it's like, what is it, level 1? 36 seconds. Okay. Every crit wave, basically, you can Pulverize someone. That's epic. And I think that's why Small KK has put his attention towards the jungle now, right? Like, he doesn't want to be close to Garn, because if he cops a couple Pulverizes, and especially if we see DQQ anywhere in the area, they can combine their spells together really well. And Small KK, even though he is a universal hero with a lot of stats at his beck and call, he still is not all too tanky.
Sand King. Please, oh my God, Scriff, do the right thing. Click on Small KK. I want you to, I want to see this item. Oh man, I love this guy so much. All right, I remember you once mentioned that Aeonid is your favorite player on this team. So is Aeonid. Yeah. You are not him anymore, bro. Small KK is him now.
Yeah, Aeonid has been a standard good offlaner, and Small KK, I think he's definitely a mad scientist. I'm not sure if I'm super sold on Midas. If he just like turbo farms and gets like Ags plus like an Octarine plus all that kind of good stuff, maybe like a Radiance or I don't know, something wild, I could see that, but they need to hit a timing, and that's the issue that I've got here for Team Dissolution, is they want to kind of group together when they get all 5 of their heroes online, and Small KK having a Midas might accelerate him to that item timing, but could also just set them too far behind that they're not going to have a Sand King to play with.
I really wish you could see my face right now. I'm just smiling, just watching this. I'm just so happy right now. Down bottom, Aaron gonna be dragging DQQ and SJ away from the lane, but doesn't really matter because Summer is still just gonna farm this wave. Building Radiance on this Lifestealer. Enemy team has only Dogs here to take away my form, and even then, doesn't happen all that regularly. And honestly, not I just want from Summer in this game. I just want him to prioritize the Nully at all costs. This feels like an incredible game for Nullifier on the Radiant lineup. And he might get closer to said Nully if they can kill off it. We do see Gan showing up as well. Does have Pulverize at the ready. Nice little vacuum onto the high ground. But Summer able to infest himself back to the ground. They kill off Aenid and get themselves some bonus gold.
All right. So again, another rotation comes in there from the mid lane. Gan being able to make that rotation, but they might lose Dolme in the top lane too. Yeah, he is a mega dead.
Very dead. Will get taken down. They might get Ranfu down in the process though, and SJ dropping down the level 2 Purifying Flames at least gets the quick revenge on the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, you're definitely okay with that. If you're SJ, you're like, all right, yeah, I'll take myself some free experience. Look at the experience. You got 464. Feels pretty good. Gets himself towards level 5.
Yeah. Midas up for small KK. Also, Brother Fluke, this is the 13th Midas all-time board on Sand King. And surprisingly the fastest. I don't know how.
Okay. Well, I mean,
fastest
usually
Midas all-time on this hero.
Yeah, usually if you've got about 2,000 gold on Sand King, your brain generally goes to Blink, but Small KK has some different ideas. He is going to go back for a Blink as well. I thought maybe with this Midas, he might want to try and hit like a big item early like Ags. I'm not sure if they've fixed the issue with Ags where the lower levels of Sandstorm actually are better for Ags because there's less AoE for the little spines to pop up in the random area. So it actually means that you need less levels of Sandstorm for your Ags to be more effective to chain stun people. So maybe he wasn't aware of the tech, and now with maxed out Sandstorm, Ags feels really bad.
I mean, whether they fixed it or not, it's one of those things. It's one of these like memory hole pieces of information, right? Where I'm not gonna see Sand King for another 6 months after this game. So, Small KK, if anybody knows, it should be him. But you know, who cares? We'll see. Yeah. He does have it maxed out, and you know, if he gets Ags, we'll eventually see it. Also, I love that he's itemizing for an E-Blade after he finishes off his Blink Kaya. Man, I love this guy so much.
Well, it's actually really good, this game, into a lot of the summons, right? You will have issues into the Primal piece, but if you're able to kite around the Lifestealer and, you know, stun up the rest of his team and do all the magic damage that you can, then it feels pretty good. So I'm definitely not going to be hating that coming in from Small KK. The thing is, for me, is just making sure he hits those timings. They've already lost Tier 1 tower top. They've had a little bit of pressure on their Tier 1 mid. But it's not under too much threat. But now that the fact that Dolme has been completely unlocked from that top lane, he can make rotations towards his jungle side. He can put pressure back on this Tier 1 tower. And if they've got a Sand King who's just sitting back and Midas in creeps, I mean, you might not be able to react too much to any of these towers being taken when your Sand King is still building towards that first big item.
And it just quickly cleared out a quad camp. It was very, very juicy. Rocketing up his net worth on the Darkseer. And he's building Pipe of Insight on Darkseer. You know, you just mentioned how good E-Blade can be. And I just realized that outside of some instances of Purifying Flames, you know, some Shadow Realm damage here and there with Bedlam, they don't have that much magic damage on Holy Grail. Wouldn't Crimson Guard be uber good relative to the Pipe of Insight on the Darkseer?
I think it kind of nullifies Primal Beast early, which is a big thing for them because Primal Beast is going to be a lot of their damage in these fights.
Well, Primal Beast is here now for an engagement. There's a wall dropped onto him though, and they still haven't killed off DQQ. Gone. Able to go back with the onslaught onto Aaron, killing him off instead. They were chasing that Dark Willow for such a long time. Honestly, Fluke, you know what would have made the difference? Man, if only they had one blood grenade. Just one.
Yeah. Get an extra free kill there on a DQQ, go back to base, get yourself another blood grenade just in case. But this is kind of what happens now when you get a lot of these inventories that just get bloated with just stuff all the time. That's why we had the consolidation of the wards and all that kind of stuff and the TP scrolls and to enable us to have a few more of these items. But everybody just has full inventories like all the time.
Yep. Ironed, running around DQQ, did a decent amount of damage onto him, but needs to be careful. Knows that he can definitely die under these circumstances. We'll also see that Gan is hunting down the Ancient Apparition. Ranfu Da will die to the double damage Primal Beast. Man, I keep forgetting how much damage Trample does. Like, every time I see it, I'm just like, my god, this is a crazy spell.
It's pretty disgusting, especially when it's is based off of his base damage, and the fact that he has a lot of that being a strength hero and building into a lot of these strong items is hard to deal with for things like the Ancient Apparition. And that's kind of one of the issues that I had with the hero, right? Is you kind of get jumped on, and that's all you're really going to be experiencing throughout the entirety of this game is having one of these cores in your face. Maybe Ramfu Dow can hit some sick Ice Blasts, and we can see these fights really be dwindled down by a lot of the overtime damage they have. They've got like Iron Shell, they've got Sandstorm, they've got Magnetize. I'd imagine Lonfer, I haven't paid too much attention to him yet. Radiance for him, so there's going to be a lot of this damage that needs to be mitigated from Holy Grail if they do get clipped by this Ice Blast, and that could be the turning factor in a lot of these fights, right? Not having the heal from the Vlads, not having the heal from the Feast, and just slowly being chipped away at, especially if they don't get like a pipe coming out from Dolme or maybe even Garn.
One of the combos we've often seen with the Ice Blast has been a big stun into a big Ice Blast. They are looking for it on the Radiant lineup. They'd smoked up, but they don't have the adequate vision to find the grab. So this move ends up going nowhere for them, sadly. Mid lane, they might try to jump onto Aaron. Rolls away right on time because Garn was coming in with the Onslaught Pulverize potentially. But the Tier 1 tower, I'm not sure it'll be that lucky. They have in Helm of the Overlord from the Beastmaster. An Ancient Thunderhide is here, so Tier 1 tower definitely gonna get taken away. And dude, speaking of this Beastmaster, the Primal Roll, what a spell it's gonna be in this game. Even somebody like Lanfer, he's the only way they have out of it. So if you roll him, suddenly there's just no saves for anybody else.
Have to be careful in this bottom side. Does Summer. They made their rotation towards the top lane. I thought maybe Holy Grail was going to be able to catch out Small KK on his transition out, but they weren't able to get the kill onto the Sand King, and they put their sights on Summer, but don't want to go towards him. Going into a Radiance on the lifesteal is very hard. Like, a lot of your physical damage is going to be mitigated, and Lonfer is slightly behind when it comes to the net worth, so you don't want to put him in a precious scenario that forces him to fight when he's not quite ready to ship. But there is some interesting items starting to come up now. Small KK is, from what it seems, going Kaya and Sanj instead of going that E-Blade, which I thought was going to be a great item for them. I guess E-Blade can get purged by the Oracle, so may not have been the greatest of purchases, but Blink at the ready, so they can fight if they need to for TD.
They're going to fight from the Radiant lineup as well, as Garn really wants to pulverize somebody. When you're playing Primal Beast, you're very much incentivized to keep running at these heroes. They're not finding the grabs just yet. Dola might be in some danger if he doesn't get back here because they do have the Blink Dagger Sand King nearby. However, he's already thrown out a hook, has adequate vision of the area, is very aware of the play coming into him. And speaking of the Sand King, perhaps the idea is that if he gets Sanj and Kaya, then you have some status resist. Because the stuns in this game, they come really quick, right? You might not be able to avoid them, even if you bought like BKB. And that feels terrible to buy BKB this early on. You don't want to buy Lincoln Sphere either. So I imagine that if he gets stunned, him thinking that I won't die and I can maybe still stun the enemy back. And we might see that happening just now. He doesn't have the Sanj just yet, but a fight is breaking out. Wall has been dropped by Ironhead. It's creating a small zone that they can try and take advantage of on the Dire lineup. And they rolled onto the high ground with the boulder. Don't find anybody. And the thing with this HG lineup, they don't have cooldowns. So if these fights don't go back well, they're just like, okay, right back to farming. We can make an engagement happen soon thereafter without it feeling like we've sacrificed anything in the process.
Yeah, that was very non-committal from them as well, right? They were always sitting in the back with SJ just being able to readily false promise somebody. If anything did go bad, the only thing they really used was the Blade Mail. Oh, that was sick.
That was so cool. That was nice. That was nice. All right. Shout out SJ, who's quietly also been putting in some pretty decent performances on the HG lineup lately.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of POS 5s really become unsung heroes as well, right? Just because they're not really playing the flashes of heroes. But the way that he dominated in lane in both Game 1 and Game 2 really shows a lot of prowess as a 5 player. I think that's where a lot of 5s can shine, is playing these heroes in advantageous matchups and really making it dominant. So SJ did a really, really good job in Game number 1 on his Undying, and now Game number 2 he's also done a fantastic job. And a lot of his rotations are very, very good. They've got a lot of defensive vision that's going out here for the Holy Grail, because they understand that at some point, you're expecting like a Sand King +1 gank to happen. It just hasn't happened for TD. They've just really not done much. And that was kind of one of my issues that I have with them in game number 1 is that we're definitely take the map and do stuff, and they just never did. I just want to see them combine. Ranfu Dao's level 9, Aaron's level 8. Just go together.
Okay.
Just walk with small KK, bring A&E along, throw some iron shells down, let Lonfer do Lonfer stuff, and then just go kill some people.
He just bought Aghanim a shot on the Sand King, so you have to be going now. They've smoked up behind him, so there's no way in on earth that they don't try to make something happen here. Aaron has Rolling Boulder, they have Blink Burrow Strike. Now they have the better epicenter. Lanfa at the same time, though, getting gone on the other side of the map. They draw in Ironhead to try and help him out. They go with the trample, but they don't have the damage just yet. Small KK looking for somebody to stun up here as he shows up for the fight. They found the stun onto Summer, but immediately into the false promise. SJ bails him out. Might even be able to escape. No way. Okay. He dies, but that is one of the best deaths. If you're a past 5 dying in that position, you are ecstatic. Sadly, though, they do not get Lanfa. The tier 1 tower gets defended. But how do you feel about this? Because they don't get Lanfa, yes, but it does draw all the attention away to this side of the map, and it does derail the potential smoke gank elsewhere that was being planned.
Yeah, you definitely will feel better about it if Dolem doesn't get caught out here as well, but they are starting to connect with the rest of Holy Grail.
Dolem, let's see how tanky you are, buddy. Has Helm of the Overlord, but no Ags, no BKB, no mech. Does have a pipe, but they still have enough damage to punch right through it. They do kill off Dolem. All right, some good stuff happening, and they're going on to Gon as well. Aaron barely misses the Rolling Boulder. And you know what's really funny to me, Fluke? Even though they've had some successful quick pickoffs, we still haven't seen an Ice Blast kill from Ranfu Dao. Feels bad.
Yeah, he used it bottom, but I have no idea where it went. I didn't see it on my mini-map. I heard it go off, and I saw that it was on cooldown, but I didn't know where Ranfu Dao threw it. So that is one issue that they're having right now is they just haven't been able to combine all of their heroes. They're getting pretty strong. Spore KK, I believe he's got the Kyra and Sanj running out to himself now. Lonfer has the Yasha on board, so he's again still trailing behind on Summer. But when you don't get the Radiance first, you definitely will be falling behind. So they definitely have some of their items, and Aenity's got both of his auras up. He's going to be able to build into a Blink Dagger. If anything, this is probably your go time. Like, small KK needs to abuse how much magic damage his hero does early to try and get some of these quick kills, and then transition that into items like, an Overwhelming Blink, a Shiva's Guard, a Radiance, an Octarine Call, like all of those items that allow you to go into the mid game and still do a lot of damage. Like, if it gets to the point where Summer he's going BKB. If Summer just has BKB, a lot of small KK's effectiveness has really kind of gone out the window because it's going to be double BKBs and playing into a pipe.
Yep. I must say that's one of the adaptations I've been kind of enjoying with Lifestealer nowadays. The much earlier BKB pickups. And it's like, it's what you do. It's not like a random thing when the game is going super south anymore. Makes you super, super aggressive. You'll scepter out onto Aaron. Speaking of aggression, they roll forward back onto Gon. Gon is actually so low. False promise though. SJ saves his life. Now we're gonna have an onslaught back into the team fight. Small KK getting pulverized while they threw the roll out onto Aaron. Aaron though still able to roll away, and small KK. Nobody dies just yet. Ice Blast being thrown in by Ranfu Dao. Only connects onto DQQ, but there's no follow-up damage onto him just yet. And somehow, some way, nobody's dead. Small KK stunning up Dolem. All right, this time Dolem is very far from the rest of his crew, and so is SJ. So these two heroes should end up being casualties of this fray. Very bizarre fight, honestly, at the end of the day. But Diaside, very happy that they not only took the fight successfully, but it also alleviates some pressure onto the tier 2.
Yeah, it was a good response there from TD. I thought that there was potential for them to lose another member with Aaron getting Yules up into the air, but they just didn't connect on their spells, did Holy Grail. And there was a nice little initiation there from Small KK. Like, look at how much damage he does. He almost 100-0'd Gon. The only reason why he survived was SJ. So, just a lot of damage in these fights, and I'm just scratching my head as to why TD, like, what they're waiting on. Maybe now they're waiting on, like, the BKB for Aaron. is a good place for them to sit back and wait. Maybe they're waiting for Lonfer and kind of have this 5-man ball instead of walking around as 4 heroes, but they've got a lot ready for them for TD, and they proved how much damage they can do to one of the scary members on the side of Holy Grail, but just haven't hit that go button just yet, and both teams are happy to sit back and farm and pressure other sides of the map.
They also did a very smart thing in that engagement by having the Doxia in with the Crimson Guard pipe. So much damage mitigation coming in from them. Ghana and crew, they're going to be able to pick off Aaron. So the site of the last engagement is going to be the site of this particular pick-off. Ghana's just like, ha, got him. What's he building next? Aghanim Scepter with Blink. Pretty standard build-up on the Primal.
Yeah, he hasn't gone too far out of the box. I'm a little confused about the Blade Mail. I think it's good when a lot of the damage that comes through from small KK is quite unavoidable for him to give out. So it can mean that they can turn the tides on the small KK, but maybe something along the lines of like just going like straight phase BKB into like a Sanjin Kai himself would have been nice. But I love Ags on this hero. This hero has like one of the sickest Ag Scepters, so it's going to be good in these fights. Finally, they've got Manta. They're smoking up. They don't have BKB just yet, but Snap, this might be a fight.
The question is, can they find the correct initiation? SJ positioning himself perfectly to pop the smokes and intercept a potential gank. And they're still just struggling with vision control. Playing against Beastmaster and playing against an Oracle that has been warding so well, I think that might be one of the big reasons why they haven't been able to make so many of these smoke moves connect. Because whenever they go for them, they just walk around and they're like, well, we don't know anybody else, boys. We can't do anything. They see SJ now. This should be a dead Oracle. And it has Blink Dagger as well. So if they need to vacuum him, they can. But they also have more than enough reach through Aaron and Lanfer. That might open up the tier 1 tower through the mid lane. And speaking of Lanfer, he is opting not to buy what we've been seeing. Oh, no, he is. Okay, never mind. He had the Basher queued up, but he put Blink Dagger back in. He skipped Blink initially, he put it back. And we see bottom. You mentioned top lane that small KK almost solo killed the Gon, and he would have done so without SJ. Well, SJ is dead, so that means Gon is too.
Yeah, and this is what I said in the previous fight. Like, small KK does a lot of damage. I think maybe they might have been underestimating the amount of damage that he did, but he obliterated Gon in the bottom side of the map. That was through BKB as well, ladies and gentlemen. So think about that. TD, they get themselves a pick. They get themselves into Roshan. They take a tier 1 tower. Now they're ready to fight, but it looks like Holy Grail, they are well aware of this. They've got some ballers. They've got some heroes floating around. They're going to roll out on Aaron, I think.
They're going to try. Oh, no, Aaron. He TP to the outpost. He's going to get killed off. He doesn't have buyback either. Roshan's almost dead.
On the Roche, though.
Almost going down. Ionet drops the wall. Can they finish off the Aegis? Oh, no, the Terrorize!
Oh, no.
Comes at the perfect moment. Summer snatches away the Aegis of the Immortal, and now they're turning into the fight. Lanfer needs to run himself away here, but he's surrounded by these Radiant heroes. His team has already abandoned him. They know what's up. He is dead to rights. Gon just came back from the grave, and he's the one that somehow gets the kill. Buys a Blink Dagger off of the corpse of the Abaddon. Lifestealer carries the Aegis, and the prospect of Team Disillusion's victory going right down the toilet.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events. Small KK has a Lincoln Sphere, so he should be okay. Did they have charge through? No, Gon doesn't want to try and go for that one. So, yeah, that Terrorize was frame perfect. Just enough time. They still got the kill with the Radiance burn from the Abaddon. So they didn't completely lose out, but they lose the Aegis, which is massive for them. Losing that Aegis and losing Lonfer as well, with triple PKBs at the ready here for Holy Grail and an Aegis in tow. I could just imagine them just walking forward and claiming these tier 2 towers that they've got left to go.
They seem to agree with you as we have them congregating through this mid lane. They're actually going to smoke up. Very awkward smoke. Small KK breaks it immediately and comes back. Lifestealer trying to run into this engagement as well. This is not the greatest place in the world for either of these lineups to really fight. Holy Grail playing without that much vision on the low ground side of things. We don't have that much vision on Dire side either. And small KK though, he's waiting in the wings, ready to come and counter initiate. And he almost has his Octarine core. 170 gold away from picking up the item.
Gonna be big. To be able to finish that off, to be able to give you a little bit of extra CDR, always nice. And neither team really wants to go all too far. Lonfer is kind of just being a bit brash, just walking in and start right-clicking some of these neutrals down. But I guess he really doesn't have much to worry about. Yes, they can kill him, but it's going to take them a long time to kill him. And that's when the rest of his team can counter-initiate. Yep. KK is winding up.
Actually just goes right in, finds DQQ, able to kill off the Dark Willow. No terrorize this fight, buddy. Dolem finds a primal roll out onto Small K. Okay, but that was onto Aaron rather with the BKB. Small KK is on the other side of the fight. Wall was dropped by ANS2 onto multiple heroes, but they do have the triple BKBs like you mentioned. But as the BKBs expire, Small KK finds an angle for a 2-hero stun. Gon will be killed off as a result of this. SJ had false promise onto himself, will be killed off by Team Dissolution. 3-0 happening in this mid lane here. Very nicely done by this Dire lineup, and Small KK yet again doing an obscene amount of damage in that fight, but also their BKB on Aaron, I don't think they felt prepared for it. Like Earthspirit was able to create so much distraction just by rolling through, popping BKB and just getting himself away.
Yeah, the one issue is Garn didn't pop his BKB while he was pulverizing, so he got vacuumed off of the pulverize onto the BKB up Aaron. They also brought him at the same time, so they overlaid a lot of their stuns on the Earth Spirit, and I mean, when he's in BKB, he feels pretty invulnerable, and there is some issues starting to creep up here for the Holy Grail. Is they just don't really have good ways of allowing Summer to just sit back and right-click people in it. And I really like that Small KK has just kind of gripped it and ripped it, you know, where he just decides to go in. They have some good vision across the river where they're able to see what's going on, and he just went in. And I think that's what you need to do as a Sand King. You just need to go in, cause chaos, and if Holy Grail don't false promise somebody and keep them alive in some of those opening initiations, it's very hard for them to team fight, especially 4 versus 5. So it was a great initiation there from Small KK.
This is intriguing. Aghanim Scepter for our Lifestealer player here. Okay. What do you think about this Lifestealer Ags? I feel like, dude, I really want Nullifier. I'm not sure this is the best expenditure of the gold. I suppose this is a way to still get rid of the Lonfer abandon in the fight, but doesn't feel like Lonfer's right click is the biggest issue for them at the moment.
Yeah, it would have been much better if there was maybe another right clicker that we were seeing. The fact that it disarms them for the duration is always nice, but they can catch people out. The thing is Summer's never going to be able to really get in on Small KK because he has Lincoln Sphere, so it's going to be hard for them to realistically break the Lincolns and then be like, okay, now Summer, you can go infest him. It is good to try and catch with the Lifestealer. I agree with you. I think Nullifier is just way too good, especially in a game like this when you're having issues of sticking on top of people and dealing damage. So maybe Summer goes for that next. Who really knows? We'll see if Ags works out.
Normal, reliable Dota knowledge has not been applicable in this series so far.
Nope.
Not in Div 2 generally, actually, here in China. This
I've seen some cool YouTube videos with the Ags Lifestealer. I've seen some cool YouTube clips. That's about it. I don't know if it's good. It can
Have you tried it in the game?
No. I don't like playing Lifestealer. It's very boring hero.
You don't like playing Oh my god, no. Dude, Lifestealer is so much fun. I cannot tell you how much fun it is to play Lifestealer. This is the best.
Very boring hero.
Oh my god.
I'm going to left click you.
Yeah, man. But I'm going to do it in style. I'm going to look cool. I'm going to play in the lanes, man. This hero is so much fun. You're going to tell me, do you think Bristleback is boring also?
No, Bristleback's fun.
Okay. Who else is boring then?
What's another hero I've really kind of snooze-fasted on? I think Lifestealer is probably a big one. I'm not really a big Dusa fan either. I think she's pretty boring.
I agree. That hero kind of sucks.
Trying to have a quick little look here. Another boring hero. Troll Warlord, I hate that hero.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't say boring. I just don't like playing it.
I just lack, honestly, the constitution to play Troll Warlord. My heart rate's going to increase too much. That is not a hero for the faint-hearted. It's high octane playing Troll.
I'm just hoping that you outlast somebody else before you die.
Oh, I've got you. Not the most boring hero in all of Dota. Wraith King, dude.
No, wrong.
What? You enjoy playing
Rain King is my favorite hero, full stop.
But you don't like playing Lifestealer.
Yeah, because Rain King has his skelly bros. You can have a dance party in the jungle with your bros. How cool that is? You got an army of little dudes, and they're just like as they're walking down the lane. That's awesome. What's he got? Huh? What does Lifestealer have? Nothing.
He does have the dancing taunts, you know? You get to spin around, bro.
He doesn't have bros that dance with him. That's the issue.
All right, so basically what we need is Beastmaster to get a taunt where all of the Beastmaster summons also start dancing or hitting the drums of Slom with him. Aaron almost got killed off by said Beastmaster. Terrorize arrives just before he TPs out. A little bit unfortunate there for Aaron. DQQ, 2 on point with the Terrorize.
Yeah, that was a big 3-pointer from DQQ. Being able to secure that kill on Aaron. He BKBs, tries to roll away, gets roared, gets done, gets dealt with. And that means now that they can set their attention towards this bottom side of the map. I like now that, I'm not sure if Summer got it from the Tormentor. No, they haven't killed one in a while. Buying the Ag Shard is really big for them. Open Wounds is very strong for everybody.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
No comment, bro. DQQ about to die. He gets hit by the Ice Blast, and indeed, he is about to get picked off if the Shadow Realm doesn't protect him. And it running down SJ as well as Summer, forcing the BKB out of the Lifestealer as they drop down the wall. Randful down. Eventually, the Ice Blast ticks over DQQ, so we do get a kill. I think that might be the first Ice Blast kill of this entire game. And now we have a BKB being popped by Dolem because he needs to run away from Lonfer and the gang. But Lonfer has a Basher, so they can cancel out the TP attempt and ensure that this hero does die. SJ, he dropped the false promise. They quickly kill him off and then turn their attention back onto Dolem. Was a fair amount of heal that came through the ultimate of the Oracle. But without the Oracle alive, Dolem will fall. And Team Dissolution fighting back here in the bottom lane, getting some very significant hero picks for themselves.
Yeah, good rotation. Good response. The Ice Blast was a big panic button for Holy Grail. They got hit multiple heroes with the Ice Blast. Renfu Dao finally being able to connect the big one for TD, and that was all without Small KK. The stream didn't see it, so we won't talk about it, but Small KK was having a little scuffle with Garn in the mid lane.
Did not see it. It did not happen. Did not happen.
Well, he gets away. Okay. So Garn lives, but that's without 2 big heroes, right? Without having your Primal Beast for Holy Grail and not having your Sand King for TD, that was a pretty handed fight that they were able to win. And this is the issue that they're starting to run into is Summer he just doesn't feel like he does much in these fights. He's 1-0-3 at 30 minutes into the game, like 37 minutes into the game. He does a lot of damage with his Radiance Burn, but he's just having issues just sticking on top of people and being able to convert that into kills. Like the only person that's really going to be in his face is going to be Lonfer, and he has to fight through Radiance. Now he has to fight through Abyssal Blade. He has to fight through Manta. Like all things that Lifestealer doesn't want to fight through, he has to.
Speaking of Manta, I'm also not we didn't really mention it, but I'm not a fan of this Manta style on Lifestealer either. Like, imagine instead of having Manta Axe, he had Nullifier Basher. How much more effective he could be in these team fights. And we're going to see a fight breaking out now as he throws in the open wounds onto the Abaddon, but it's an Abaddon. So Lonfer is chilling, blinks away, even triggered the borrow time to make sure that could happen. And they've wasted all the time from Holy Grail. Not feeling great about this. But yeah, wow, nothing is happening. Dude, talk to me about this. Why Manta? What do you think is going through his mind for this idol?
I mean, a lot of Radiance heroes like playing Manta. There's nothing. He can dispel the silence, I think, is a big thing for him, but he's already got BKB, so going BKB and Manta and having Rage just feels like you've got 3 things that really kind of do all the same stuff. This Ice Blast is freakishly good.
Oh, that looked nice.
I don't know if it's going to stop them from doing it. They at least will get the idea from it, and Small KK can push in this bottom lane, but yeah, it just gives you that extra purge against anything that the Earth Spirit wants to do, like Magnetize and what have you, so... He has ways of playing the fight, but I do agree with you. He's just having mega issues of sticking on top of people, and I think Nullifier as well, a Basher, would have really solved that. I wouldn't have hated to even seen like an Echo Saber build, but we'll have to wait and see what Summer goes for in these later stages. Dolem.
Just gonna TP out, dropping the roll. Lanfer is not here with the Basher, so he's out. A Blink Dagger is available on Lanfer with Abyssal Blade, and he's now building into Skadi, so we're almost fully topped out on this Abaddon. We still have a lot of room to grow on the Radiant lineup, but it's really struggling. Like, where's the gold gonna come from? They buy a Blink Dagger now, sure, for Dolem. However, we have seen that jumping in onto these targets doesn't necessarily guarantee that they die just yet. They still need a bit more punch, need like a Hex. I still need a Nullifier, dude. I'm gonna keep going back to this. I legitimately believe Nullifier would have changed this entire game, but not having it, huge deal for this Lifestealer. Honestly, feel like a wet noodle. We saw in the last fight, I think he did like, what, 1,000 damage despite being alive for a very long time.
Yeah, and I think the issue is now for Holy Grail is I don't think Lanfer even has to set his attention towards the Lifestealer. Like, if Lifestealer pays a bit of attention to him, then that's all good if you're in TD's shoes. But, I mean, you're kind of sitting at a point where you're pretty happy if the Lifestealer is spending time attacking your Abaddon because you can kill everybody else around him and he doesn't really do that much damage.
Oh, we get a Bloodthorn on this Lifestealer now. So, Summer gonna be finding control in a different fashion, not out and out disable. Alright, alright. That's my prevailing feeling about it. Alright. Still doesn't really solve their problems, you know? We'll see how it ends up functioning in this game. They smoke up on the Radiant lineup. They're coming in for a fight. They have an Aegis to play around with. And Lanfer is in the river with the DD rune and playing very cavalierly because legitimately it's kind of unkillable right now. Ice Blast thrown in by Ranfu Dao. Doesn't catch onto anybody substantial. And Lanfer, Borrow Time gets triggered out. At the same time, Small KK finds the backline jump. SJ is gone from the fight. And it drops a wall right on top of him. There's no vacuum to follow this up with. But they might have set up a good fight for themselves. Summer does not have Rage BKB anymore. And they kill off the Small KK Sand King whilst Lanfer is dealing with the Gone Primal Beast. But now, what can Lanfer do against Summer? This matchup not looking good for the Lifestealer. He's trying to just get back up from the illusions. And he goes inside Lanfer. Lanfer's like, okay, bro. Cool. Still alive, still fighting the fight. Coming back in, pops the Manta onto the Beastmaster, silencing him up and killing him off. And he will barely survive because there are too many allies here for Lanfer to fight against all by his lonesome. And he will eventually die to the pulverize of this Primal Beast. Ionid running away from the docks here right now. And just finding himself in this awkward position behind the fight. Not really able to do anything. And Han able to get a double kill off the Primal Beast. What a bizarre, awkward fight. And ultimately, the Holy Grail, despite an incredible jump from Small KK, emerged victorious in this drawn-out engagement.
Yeah, I mean, again, Holy Grail are just showing that they've just got a little bit more chops in these fights. It feels like even though they were well and truly behind, a lot of the net worth was away from them in that engagement. But their target prioritization, the way they're able to just keep people alive, and these fights just seem to be going much more in their favor when DQQ as well as SJ are out of harm's way. They were the two heroes that really didn't get caught out. They're able to live, and then False Promise and all the healing that they have is much easier for them to get back to healthy.
A lane of Rax is now falling. This is phenomenal. You know, not 10 minutes ago, win probability in favor of Dire was 87%. 87, dude. Insane number. But as we saw in game one, it's not about how far ahead you are, it's about how you close out the game. A Small KK, at the very least, will find a kill onto DQQ here with the Sand King. Once again, if they end up losing, Small KK is not the problem. Done everything he possibly could.
He's huge as well. Like, look how monstrous he is. He's 37k net worth. He's 5k above the next closest hero. He's got Overwhelming Blink, Bots 2, Sergeant Kaya. He's got himself an Octarine core, and now he's building into a Dagon 5. Like, I was questioning the Hand of Midas, and this is what I said, is like, using the Hand of Midas, like, you kind of really need to make sure that you get the right items for the game. And they played relatively slow, did TD. I don't think I've really seen them play all too much pace. Maybe this Sand King hero is just a late game beast with the amount of damage he's able to dish out, because this game has gone on for 43 minutes, and I thought that this was where it was really going to start to pull away from TD. You know, Lifestealer being able to get access to a lot of these scary items, albeit he doesn't have like the Abyssal Blade plus Nullify combo that I think is going to be really strong for them. But yeah, he's just gotten to this point where he is such a insane damage dealer in these fights that the hand of Midas really allowed him to accelerate to that. He's also almost level 30,
level 30, bro.
Which is bonkers.
Bro, I told you in the draft that the 733 patch, Sand King is probably good. I didn't believe it. Now I'm seeing it. And it's like, yep. Bro, I have to live in a world where Sand King, Morphling, Juggernaut, Medusa are all good heroes, imagine. Sorry. Ancient Apparition getting quickly picked off close to the base. Does have buyback at the very, if needed. But they're trying to make a big wall push here happen. Lanfa jumps onto Summer. Okay. You know, just showing a little bit of dominance there on the Abaddon. I don't think he realistically expected to do anything there. And top, Aenid getting terrorized. Dolem is at the ready with the Primal Roar. He was trying to cut these waves, trying to create some space. And he will create something. Unfortunately, it's only gold for the Radiant lineup.
Yeah, DQQ is a freak, man. Like, obviously, it was kind of set up by his Cursed Crown, but he max range terrorized, and then being able to combine with Dolem gets themselves a kill onto the Darkseer. And this is what Holy Grail have been doing outside of what TD have been doing. Getting picks and turning it into objectives.
Yep. Lifestealer.
A lot of buybacks.
Buybacks were out. Okay, we see now big jump from Aaron with the BKB going on to SJ. We'll be able to kill off this Oracle. And Hex was purchased up right now by this Beastmaster as well. They get out. It was 2 buybacks though, and one of them is on a core hero. So if Aenid dies again, not only will they be lacking a huge amount of utility from his itemization, but they really do need him to actually be there with the Vac Wall combo at the same time as Small KK. Because we've seen in this game that Small KK will make a good jump, but they just don't have the follow-up damage, the follow-up control. These 2 heroes need to be playing together, especially at this latter portion of the game.
Yeah, those combos can definitely be game-breaking. And as you said, Aenid is a little behind now. Does have the Blink Dagger and the Ags at the ready, though, so a lot of these fights are going to be really important to just out-execute the enemy team. We're starting to get into net worth doesn't matter kind of territories. A lot of players have a lot of gold that's floating around right now.
Lanfa getting himself jumped on by Summer. Where's the team? Team? Where? Okay, so firstly, there's going to be a pause for disconnect from Gone. But this also allows us to look at the map, right? I have a very interesting question for you, Fluke. Why is Lanfa here? Like, Sand King is all the way top. Aaron is playing all the way bottom. Aenid deep inside his own jungle. Even Ranfu down, not actually that close. What's Lanfa doing?
I have no clue. I really don't know. Like, I'm just trying to see if they have, like, they had some vision somewhere that maybe felt like he was a little safer. They don't have any vision of this lane. Like, they basically only have vision from Lanfa as well as the creeps. And yeah, this is something. This is something. If he lives, okay, it's fine. But I don't think he's going to live. And the worst part is, if you're Ranfu down right now, you're sitting here just going, do I try and help with whatever I can here against Holy Grail and hope that Lanfa survives and maybe gets like a trade kill, right? Or do I just dip on my boy and say, I'm sorry, fam, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and just leave him be? So that's an interesting question. Very, very interesting question. I don't know.
Fam. What you do here at this situation, all that Ranfu Dao can say is the same thing we all say to people who buy games on release, who bought Cyberpunk on release. Good luck, buddy. Enjoy life. I'm not getting involved here. I'm out. He might actually still die, right? They have a Beastmaster Hawk that's scouting him out. Let's see who has Blink available. So Garn is going to have Blink in 3 seconds. So if he has Blink again and he still hasn't used Pulverize, I think I would jump Ranfu down. I think they might actually have time to talk about this right now as well. The one thing that they do not have, they know he's in the area. They don't know exactly where. But once he walks into the river, the Hawk will scout him. we'll see what happens. But it's also not that important if they kill him. They just want Lanfa.
Yeah, that's what they really want, right? So Lonfer, he does have buyback available, so it's not the end of the world, but they're at least going to know that Eren is towards bottom, right? Because he just killed a Great Wave. So they know that Eren is like somewhere in the bottom side of this map. They don't know where Aeonid is. He can surge himself over there and could be back in time, because the way that this fight's probably going to go is that I imagine they're talking with each other saying DKQ can use up Lon first so he doesn't get any more heal from the borrowed time when he comes down. He's going to have a very small amount of time left to utilize it, and then they can kind of burst him and kill him from there. And then the question is, how much time has that given TD to try and respond? Because what is it? 6 seconds until Small KK has his TP back up. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight. I think Longfur dies, but it's about the decision that TD make about whether or not they actually want to help him. And if they do, they may be able to get themselves some trade kills, or it could completely all fall to bits. Or they just leave him be and say, Lonfer, you might have to buy back. Yeah.
Better luck next time, buddy. Hope you farmed up the money for that buyback. We saw there on the itemization screen, for me, it's mostly stock standard neutral items, you know, your ninja gears for your Beastmasters, mind breakers for these life stealers. But SJ's one is really intriguing. Going for this Vindicator's Axe. So we see how much value they're putting into the Oracle just surviving the fight. They're like, as long as he can play with his spells, we'll always have a good inroad into the engagement. So between this, Glimmer Cape, Ghost Scepter, and the Aeon Dust that he's building, how do you kill SJ again this game?
You kick him. You just got to roll in, you kick him somewhere. But yeah, I mean, that's a good pickup with the Vindicator's Axe. The fact that he gets 20 armor when the hero is stunned. It's always really nice. So makes Oracle very tanky. Puts him up to 29 armor. He's got Ghost Scepter, Glimmer. Yeah, that is going to be a hard tell. They can kill him with Small KK if he ever does get vision of him, which is the one issue. But I mean, Oracle can just Fate's Edict himself. Yeah, he can just Fate's Edict himself, and then all small KK's damage goes out the window. So if SJ is fast enough, he can outplay anybody, and it's going to be hard for them to kill any of these heroes. So the big pickup for him. Let's have a quick little inventory about the items. You know, we've got
let's see. We've got some time.
Very straightforward stuff going. What do you think about?
Except summer.
What do you think about the moonshot here for Lonfer? I thought he was going Skadi, and I thought Skadi was great.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of the moonshot. If I'm honest.
He went moonshot, and now he's probably going to die because of it.
I feel like the role that Moonshot fulfills for this hero right now that I've seen on the Abaddon, you know, basically the insta proc on the Curse of Avernus, you get like pretty much more out of buying Harpoon. You're a universal hero, you get these incredible stats, you're able to reel heroes back in. If you're gonna go for like any type of attack speed, I would much prefer that. But Lanfa, we're back in the game at long last. Oh well, actually wait, why am I pretending we don't know he's dead already? They actually bite back, ain't it? He gets a vacuum only onto Dolan here. They want to take this fight. Eren jumped into the engagement as well, and they find the backline jump onto SJ. Kill him off, forcing a buyback. Summer finding the life of Eren, though, on the high ground. So there won't be an Earth Spirit for this engagement. And it has a life stealer inside of him, but that leaves Small KK to jump the backline, looking for DKQ and zapping him with the Dagon. Gone with the BKB, able to rinse down the Ancient Apparition, throwing the Pulverize onto Lanfer, who doesn't have borrowed time, and now he doesn't have a life. The Abaddon is gone, and Holy Grail have won the team fight. And to make matters worse, Fluke, that's a dieback on the Abaddon. Lanfer, the positioning is one thing, but the buyback, what the hell's happening?
Well, they obviously had a conversation about it. There was a decent amount of time with that pause. They thought, hey, let's just lose Lonfer, let him go in, we'll buy him back. He can get back into the fight. It'll be all good. Everybody else got obliterated. Small KK was, I felt like, the only one who did anything for TD. He's looking at the damage. Yeah, Lonfer just kind of lived and did his burn damage. Eren did 200 damage, and Aeonid did 800 damage. And looking across the Lifestealer, 13k.
Summer alone did more damage than the entire enemy team, and now they're jumping the dogs here, killing him off. Aeonid is gone. Summer has actually just won the game right now. That should be it. They don't have any buybacks available. And they're just going for the jugular. Octarine Core finished off with DQQ as well. All right, Small KK, you've run miracles before, my friend. Let's see what you got. This is the biggest hold of your life. He's waiting for the epicenter here, Fluke. Can he find this jump? The angle is there, but he misses the barrel strike. Nobody's gonna die here. Pulverize comes out on top of him. They kill him off, burst him away. He does have buyback, but no ultimate, so there's no point. GG, well played is called. And Holy Grail make this a 2-0 affair. Both of them the exact same game, with Team Dissolution doing really well early on, but unable to translate that advantage into a winning position and finding themselves giving it up as the game extends into the late game.
What a bizarre ending to that game. That was something. That was definitely something to behold. And as you said, it felt like it was deja vu in both those two games, right? It just got to the point where they just got caught out, man, and give Small KK a chance is all I'm saying for some of these other teams. Like, he is doing so much backbreaking work. 2 games in a row, he has been by and far the standout star for TD, and then things just turn to mush for him, man. And you're just sitting there as like a Sand King, and then like that happens where your carry dies in the middle of the lane. I personally think that the right call for TD was just leave. Just let him get out. We'll reset. He made a mistake. We're not out of this game just yet. The only way they lose that game is if he buys back and dies again. He buys back, dies again,
immediately,
and the game is basically done. It's only Ayanid and Small KK that are left alive, and Ayanid loses his life because he's a little bit too far forward, and then Small KK's like, all right, boys, let me see if I can 1v5, and he missed, and that's the first time he's missed all game. And it's the one time that everybody's sitting there and staring at him and watching, and the game's just over in a flash. And that's how Dota goes sometimes. But boy, TD, this was very disappointing from them. They definitely should have had this game somewhere in the bag, but they fumbled it. And I mean, congrats to Holy Grail. They get themselves a 2-0.
I mean, not only just fumbling this game, the series, because if they had just one stronger voice in the team, I imagine that's telling them, hey guys, we are really strong right now. Let's go do something on the map. I think this squad could be incredible with what we've seen from them from Dissolution. Regrettably though, that coordination is not there, that voice isn't there. And here is the fight in question. After an extended pause for like 3-4 minutes, they still make the decision to go back in for the engagement. And look at this, Holy Grail. I also love how Holy Grail clearly also communicated about the fight. And they were like, hey guys, there's only 2 things we need to avoid. Can we avoid all getting chained down by Small KK? And can we avoid having Lonfern next to his team? If we do that, we win the game. And they do that in that engagement, easily able to control the fight thereafter. And there was that moment. Our boy Small KK did his best, tried to make the jump. Like you said, the first missed, not even the first missed stun, the first missed anything. He's been perfect all game. Yeah. He was amazing. And they end up losing though, sadly. GG, well played, 2-0 in favor of Holy Grail. Who do we give the MVP vote to? Okay, you know what? I'll hold my hand up. I say Summer. Shylock showed me. He taught me some carry stuff. He always does this. I've talked trash about this guy's builds several times on broadcast. You'd have thought I would have learned better by now, but clearly not. There's a reason why he's smarter than me. He's in the player's chair, showing us that who needs Nullifier, who needs Basher, baby. Just get these meaty items and you can win out the game regardless.
Yeah, I think he did a really good job at just utilizing his build. I think the Bloodthorn was really, really good from him. It was a good addition to the damage that they needed, and obviously the Silver Edge just allowed them to get that little bit extra. So I don't think Aghanim Scepter has really kind of sold me just yet, if I'm being perfectly honest here. But I think the rest of his build, he kind of corrected his path really, really well after that Aghanim Scepter. And yeah, he played really well in both of these 2 games. And I don't even know what to say about Team Dissolution, man. Like that's 2 games you probably should have had in the bag. Now you're going to the end of the tour, and what are they at? 2-6? Oh no, not 2-6.
Like 2-4, something like this. Yeah,
they're 2-4. So obviously they can't make it out of the division, but this is looking more and more likely. Like they are going to be fighting tiebreakers to try and keep themselves in. Obviously, IGV versus Limit is going to be happening next, and the winner of that is going to have a chance at getting themselves into tiebreakers to get out of the bottom. But yeah, Dissolution, that was really, really disappointing and not what you want going into TI qualifiers at the end of the year too.
To make matters even more entertaining, Fluke, IG Vitality and Limit Gaming play each other. If IG Vitality wins, right, their last game is against Dissolution. So there's a very high likelihood that IG Vitality could be the one to force those tiebreakers. And also IG Vitality has been better than Limit. And IG has been getting better and better with time. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. Team Dissolution.
I'm smelling some tiebreakers, bro. Yeah, they're on the horizon.
All I can say is I want to repeat what you said, bro. Some team, please, Div1, get Small KK out of here. He deserves better.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when you have two games like that, there obviously is some issues with their shot calling because it just feels like they're just never on the same page in that mid game. Like their early games are awesome. I'll give that to them. Their laning stage, the early game is awesome. But moving on from that is their big issue. And that's why when they go up against teams like Holy Grail, like they're just going to get out macroed and the game's kind of just over from there. So a little disappointing from Team Dissolution. And I think Holy Grail are definitely they're wiping some sweat away tonight going, we got away with one today, boys. We need to be better.
Holy Grail are very definitely aware that they should not have won this series by any stretch of the imagination. But like you say, got away with one. We have somewhere in the world Paul Rudd crying that they can't keep getting away with this, but they do. Holy Grail definitely set for Division 1 right now. It's literally mathematically impossible for any other outcome. So congratulations to them. They are the champions so far of Division 2 here in China. That does mean that we need to move on to our second series of the day, which of course, as we've mentioned, is Limit Gaming versus IG Vitality. Before we go, of course, we're going to be replacing Fluke. Mans is going to be dipping out. Also, actually, hold on. Before you go, Fluke, brother, okay. We have a little bit of time, right? Check this out, fam. You and I, started casting together last year, right, for TI Quals?
Yeah, TI, yeah.
I just want to say, making sure that it's been known in public, that everyone can see this. Fluke is genuinely one of the best people to work with, one of the most hardest working, erudite, intelligent people about Dota. He might not have the mechanical skills, but he can definitely have the understanding of this game. Genuinely, bro, it's been an absolute pleasure. The last, year of casting with you that I've known you has made me a better, not just caster, but genuinely talking to you, it makes me a better person. So just thank you, Fluke. Thank you for everything, fam.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. You're definitely one of my favorite casters that I've ever had to cast with across every esport that I've ever been a part of. So thank you for joining me for such a wonderful ride. It sounds like you're disappearing into the ether and this is never going to happen again. It's going to happen again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't freak out, okay? You're just getting replaced for today, and then Snare and Fluke, we're going to be back together very, very soon. It's okay, guys. Just relax. Hey. It's been a wonderful journey. Thanks, man.
What a journey it's been. What a boss. The boss Bogan himself, y'all. Make sure that you are following him on Twitter. Go holla at Fluke Oz. And make sure that you're also here in about 15 minutes because we still have more Dota to bring you today. A series that determines the first team eliminated from the competition. And if IG Vitality wins, a series that might determine the first set of tiebreakers that we have going into the rest of the week. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Yet again, make sure to go follow Fluke. This guy's pretty great. And we'll see you in a few minutes to continue the Dota 2 action.
One and all, welcome to some Dota action here in the Chinese region. We're going to be witnessing a very intriguing matchup at the bottom of the division between Limit Gaming and IG Vitality, the loser of which guaranteed to be eliminated from Div 2 and starting 2024 from the open qualifiers position. Of course, earlier on, we had the boss the year with Fluke. He had to dip out, so I got the best man ever, the dissector of Dota, the digester of all things gaming-wise. What's up, Dana? How you doing, fam?
I'm digesting some birthday cake right now because what better way to be able to spend your birthday? Yeah, I'm like you said, I'm officially in my 30s now. I'm no longer 30. I'm in my 30s, so it's going to take some getting used to. You put me on the calcium tip as well, just to keep the vibes going strong. But you know what? What better way to be able to spend your birthday than casting a little bit of Dota? And I know it's something that a lot of casters say, like, oh, this match, it's still going to have some stakes, but legitimately it does, right? We saw with Team Dissolution, with that loss that they just had, if IG Vitality win this game, the only team that they've got left to play is Team Dissolution. And if they're able to win that one, then it forces tiebreakers. Limit, probably not going to be quite as lucky moving forward just because of how they've been looking. But you know what? It's winless v winless right now. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. And Div 2 has already been a wild place to be no matter what. So let's get into it, brother. Happy birthday to Daynog. Everybody, I want to see those birthday messages in chat. Let him know how hype you are that he's in his 30s, a proper old man now. So let's see.
Right.
You know, it's a good birthday present, not just some Dota, bro. CXK Rubik. This is the one thing.
True.
I remember we casted Limit Gaming a few weeks back, and you said the one shining light when you see this team is this guy on Rubik. So Limit, understanding the stakes of this game, they're like, okay, fine. We'll get the best as early as humanly possible. Let's not take any chances that this gets banned out in the second phase.
I mean, yeah, it's totally makes a lot of sense, right? We also do have to mention that it is going to be TZY playing for IG Vitality, so they don't, I believe, have any games left with a potential standard in Marblu. I think they've looked stronger when they've been playing with Marblu, so I'll be interested to see how much that affects their performance overall. And this is something that they did basically from, like, was it the first series that they were actually starting to use a stand-in? Like, it's like, why even register with it? They did. Yeah, that was their first series that they started playing with Marblu instead of TZY. So, I don't know how this is going to work out for them. But, well, for IG Vitality, I like the mentality of we see a Rubik, pretty horrible, kind of like what we saw the other day with a Silencer and a Nyx Assassin at defending pushes. Beastmaster, one of the best pushers in the game. So just look to pick it up early, pick something like a Lich that's going to win you a lot of these side lanes, and here we go, a Broodmother coming through.
You know, Dana, you're not actually allowed to cast Dota and have just normal games. You specifically. Like, it just never happens. As soon as the name Matt Joyce shows up, we know it's going to be a wild ride. Some crazy things are going to happen. Limit, pick up the Broodmother. Gosh. The thing with this hero is it can be deployed in so many lanes. We don't know if this is chosen one Brood for the mid lane. We don't know if Leng Yao is going to try and play this in the off lane. So many things can still happen for Limit Gaming. What's your read on the way the hero should be played right now in the meta?
Definitely not this aura builder, right? I just think... I'm actually going to look this up. So Clairvoyance, the current coach of Army Geniuses, he's been coach of NIP back in the day. He was a coach of a bunch of different strong NA rosters as well. He was actually making a pretty interesting point about the Broodmother, how it's always going to be OP. Here we go. So there is not a single hero that can compare to Broodmother in the game of Dota 2. Tweak the numbers however you like, as long as her mechanic of providing haste plus phased movement speed at will in any big given position on the map remains, she will always find a way to be broken. Now, there is some justification for that. Like, if you can move around all you want, but when you actually show yourself you're not all that effective, doesn't really matter. You know, you could just avoid her in that sort of case. Previously, when, you know, this big Aura Wraith Pack build and the Spiderlings and the Rat Dota push strat was just incredibly strong, that felt amazing, right? But this time around, it really does feel like right-click or bust for this Broodmother. And as a universal hero, you've got the great tools to be able to enable that to happen, specifically the Harpoon. I mean, you already have all of that phased movement speed, but now you've actually got a form of catch as well. It just feels incredibly impactful.
There are just these heroes in Dota that the concept is just busted, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's sort of similar. Do you remember around TI7 time when Nature's Prophet, they had to go through several patches just nerfing teleport and the tree and spawn because of how good it looked when it's tuned properly? I get it. It's just something, let's just put it this way. There's a reason bans exist, because some shit is just busted, and there's no way you can deal with it. I'm glad, speaking of bans, that they have removed Morphling from the game. More and more I see this hero, the more terrified I am of him. Well, to be fair, also the more and more MMR I win with him, I'm like, oh yeah, this hero is very scary. So when I see him in pro games, I'm like, yeah, get rid of him.
I will be very disappointed if Limit don't ban Timbersaw, if IG Vitality don't just pick it with the first pick of this upcoming phase. Most of the time, you look to open up like the second phase of the draft with, you know, something like a support that really doesn't reveal too much about your lanes, especially with second pick overall. But they've banned out the Morphling, and that to me feels like the counter to the Timbersaw at this stage. And I feel like Timber is one of those heroes that, hey, you might be strong in the trees on this Broodmother, but, you know, you really can't kill the Timber, you know, with all the Spiderlings and everything like that. You're purely physical damage essentially as well. I really feel like it would be an amazing pick for IG Vitality.
Also, the hero itself is kind of busted right now, so it would make perfect sense if they do go in for this Timbersaw. As it stands, they don't have that many ways to completely clear out the Spiderlings. I mean, here, what Beastmaster axes to try and force this hero away? I very much like that suggestion. Timber feels but they're just banning out some of the more overtuned carries, taking out the Medusa and the Naga Siren as well. There's still Bloodseeker in the game. There's still Monkey King. In China, Monkey King doesn't get played nearly enough. That hero is also crazy strong. But to be fair, it often gets itself banned in the second phase. So makes sense why most teams can't necessarily get access to it.
What else do you really see as the Broodmother counters? Like, even you mentioned the Bloodseeker as a little bit of like a Timber counter, but I mean, it could be a Broodmother counter as well, right? You remove a lot of that movement ability. I guess Wind Ranger as well feels pretty decent. Again, if you're almost purely physical, then Wind Run's going to be effective. You're always going to be playing around the tree line, so Shackle, incredibly good too. You know, if you're just getting focused 100 to 0, you're not going to be getting Insatiable Hunger hits off, so no lifesteal component either.
One of the other heroes, like if you're going to play it as a core hero, I mean, Beastmaster is already not bad. One of the, honestly, you know, it's the best hero as a carry into Broodmother that's still playable right now. Alchemist feels so nice. I would love to see them go Alchemist on IG Vitality. You do very decently in the lane. You have so much armor later that you don't really care that much about the Broodmother overall. I do not want to see them go for
You don't actually
troll.
get bullied out of the lane as well, right? Like,
Exactly, yeah.
The Spiderlings are like, all right, give me more farm, go on.
And you can play the map fast enough that you still get objectives before the Brood just like completely takes over. So I think I would like to see that. And you know, Lich Alchemist, that feels pretty strong. That's even more armor to help you deal with the Broodmother. But for now, they go for the Spirit Breaker. One of the other things that we've seen throughout the years of dealing with Brood is a way of completely tracking her throughout the map. Now they have two sources of that, Beastmaster Vision as well as a Spirit Breaker to charge her down.
Yeah, I can see the value in this, right? Like, it is still a Broodmother counter. They've clearly, again, banned away the Dark Willow, one of the bigger Spirit Breaker counters. Broodmother, it's still, even though you are like this more position 1 style, going to be played in the offlane, so something like an Underlord counter to the Spirit Breaker doesn't feel that great. I still kind of wouldn't hate seeing an Underlord, because against this lineup that probably just wants to be running at you pretty consistently, it's pretty good. You know, you just stand in front of the towers, get that Atrophy Aura leveled up. But instead, they're just going to go down a little bit of a different route. Instant pick coming through from this Bloodseeker in response to the Slag, and it's great against the Broodmother. And if you swap someone, they're probably going to die if they're ruptured.
Bro. Imagine, okay, so IG Vitality, all the games that they've won in the division so far, even though they haven't won a series, have mostly come off the back of, you mentioned Marblue playing really well, but I think Ukio in this team has really leveled up this season. He's looked like
Especially
a
with his
pretty
morphling.
special carrier. His morph was crazy, dude. This is, it would take you a while to think of a better game to be playing Bloodseeker in than this one, right? You're naturally going to be buying like a BKB anyway, so the very few stuns they have are not going to bother you. Like you said, amazing against Slark, amazing against Broodmother. It's going to lane spectacularly. You have like Lich to help back you up as well. And the thing is, Bloodseeker is one of these heroes that loves showing up to the fight afterwards, right? To just sort of mop everybody up. What better hero, Danog, to go and create the initial chaos than a Spirit Breaker who doesn't mind dying, playing from the support role, bringing all these heroes into a lower place, and then the Bloodseeker comes in when everyone's like low HP to mop them all up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one of those games that, yes, it's important for IG Vitality to keep the gas pedal pressed down onto the floor. But I think they need to make sure that they prioritize the Tormentors a little bit here, because, you know, if you could give that that Aghanim shard over to the Lich, suddenly you can actually just rotate around with a Beastmaster and get kills just with the two of you off of that Chain Frost. Doesn't even need to be next to a creep wave. If it's Spirit Breaker that gets it, he is even more enabled to be that person diving in on the front lines, because then he's going to have the 75% magic resistance coming through from the planar pocket, and you've got a Lich as well. So just toss the Frost Shield onto him. That Spirit Breaker's not dying. Even a support with basically only like a phase boots, and I mean maybe starting to make your way towards like a Shadow Blade.
Definitely want to see how IG Vitality prioritize that stage of the game. Now, though, they're going to be prioritizing mid picks, because that is what is remaining for us. We need a hero for Butterfly Effect, and we need a hero for Chosen One, the Drip God. I love how he's still committed to keeping this hoodie on. My man looks super cool there. What a guy.
Is it a hoodie? I keep thinking it was like this really high-collared, like, trench coat style thing. I don't know. That's just how I see it.
Either way, it's Dripalicious. Whatever it is,
true.
Looks fresh as hell. Shout out to the Chosen
for IG
One.
Vitality, Butterfly Effect always seems better when he's playing like these big hard carry style heroes. You know, his TA, his Shadow Fiend, like that's his bread and butter. And the Ember Spirit, I guess, is the one exception to that. But I wonder if this game, against a Slark, against a Broodmother, again, you want to be pretty fast paced. You've got a Lich to be able to provide you some of that physical damage resistance. Do you want to go Leshrac? You know, it feels pretty decent to me this time around, and you just demolish through all of these buildings when buffed up by, you know, the Beastmaster Inner Beast, or just the innate pushing power that IG Vitality's lineup has.
They have no reach on the side of Limit, and they banned out Ember Storm. Yeah, that's a fantastic suggestion. Yo, give me Leshrac for Butterfly Effect. For now, though, Limit are going to go for the Void Spirit, the remaining Spirit through the mid lane, unless you want to pick like
Magnus. They could mid Magnus against this.
They could mid Magnus. You know, you mentioned Underlord earlier. I think you could Underlord again here. Like Groot in this game, like a Pit of Malice.
Yeah.
That shit would be super pog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they will though, but it would be a very intriguing idea.
They got plenty of options. Like whenever I see could they even shut? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there we go.
God.
They waited until this point to pick up the Timber. So, okay,
24 pick Timber.
Pretty
All
much.
right, GG. Yeah. It's done. It's over. What can we say? All right, but we have to do our job, Denog. Let me hear it. So I'm seeing this Timbersaw. I'm looking at the Limit lineup. I see 0 burst damage, really. Like, unless Void Spirit gets, like, some data list with the Astral Step. I see very few stuns, or rather stuns that bother Timbersaw. And crucially, I do not see lanes that Timbersaw cares about. He's going to be playing mid especially, so he even cares less than normal.
Yep.
But I need some copium. How on earth do Limit Gaming make this game work? How do they deal with and stop this Timbersaw from just wreaking havoc throughout the game?
CXK Rubik, baby. That's how you do it. This is why you first pick it overall. Like, what could he even steal here? Like, I guess you want... There's a lot of really good spells to steal, right? All of the ultimates, essentially, with the exception of Spirit Breakers, right? Roar enables you to actually lock in onto one of these targets. You rupture the Timbersaw. Obviously, it doesn't have anywhere near as much of an impact. Chain Frost, they are lacking heavily in magic damage at this point. So... I mean, yeah, and even if you're able to steal Timbersaw's Chakram as well, suddenly his damage is boosted up further. I think you just got to crush these side lanes specifically, because mid lane, Chosen One, he's a great mid laner, but I just think that this Void Spirit into Timbersaw matchup is pretty unplayable.
But how do you crush these side lanes, you know? Long gone are the days where it feels good playing Slark into the Timbersaw in the earlier portion of the game. So that side of the map, I expect to go for IG Vitality. Like Brood into Bloodseeker with like permanent sustain these days, and a Lich as backup. Holy smokes. You're giving them a tall order here, Danog. They must crush impossible lanes, but if they manage to do it, then Limit Gaming could find themselves staring down the barrel of their first series win. But IG Vitality not only in search of a series win, but trying to force some tiebreakers, baby. So let's go, game 1. Also, right, before we get into the game, are you a fan of Venge, bro?
I'm kind of neither here nor there with the hero, you know? Any kind of hero that has repositioning capabilities, I'm always going to be a fan of, you know, whether it be Mars, Venge, Tiny, even Tusk, once he gets the Aghanim shard, it's going to be pretty strong. But Magnus, so yeah, I can see it potentially working. Maybe not so much this game, though. You know, they've leaned so much into the physical damage side of things that obviously that Vengeance Aura is going to be able to buff them up a lot. But really, I I don't know. I don't know how strongly I feel about this. For Limit Gaming, what I really want to see them do is start with a tri-lane. You need to get that first blood, and Slark, Rubik, Venge can absolutely make that happen.
I mean, if you get that,
Do they have any blood grenades? They do. They've got one on the Rubik.
Only the one.
One's enough.
Okay.
You just need one. Just want that first blood. And you can leave Brood solo for a tiny bit at the start of the game. They're actually going to scout him, making the movements through the jungle with this Observer Ward up towards the bounty runes. So Ukyo is going to be protecting it, maybe chopping down a couple of trees here and there.
Ukyo's just like, you will not have the free pathing, my friend. I will know exactly where you're at. Let's see who wins the click war, though. It's going to be Ukyo. That makes it a 2-2 affair. Nice and a normal start to the game. I'm very intrigued by what this offlane is going to bring us. Like you mentioned, TZY hasn't necessarily been playing with IGV all that much, and they have looked better without him. So in this game, he does kind of have a fairly important role, right? Because they don't actually have big teamfight disable without him and the Spirit Breaker, so he can't actually have a bad game on the Beastmaster.
You do have to say, though, can you have too many bad lanes as a Beastmaster? I don't think so. You know, like, it just seems like no matter what the lane is, you're going to have a skill build that's going to enable it to work. You know, if you got someone that doesn't really have the ability to clear out illusions, you could just max out the Call, the Wild Boar, and really make their lives a little bit more challenging. If they've got, you know, plenty of range that's able to harass you out, Wild Axes, totally fine. So I think TZY, he should be able to have a fine enough job down here.
This mid lane, Void Spirit,
seeing
Timber.
them having any kill threat up on this top side with the Broodmother and the Rubik? I'm really not. I don't think they should ever be in a situation on IG Vitality. Like, Ponyo's going to be the one that gets gone on. So maybe, like, at level 2, if he gets telekinesis back into a wave and you start right-clicking him up with a blood grenade, you're able to make it happen. But that's going to rely on them getting level 2 before IG Vitality does, and maybe that'll happen. I don't know. Let's see if he's able to get pulls off, but looks like it's been blocked.
I think the question about the action, I think this is just generally going to be very boring lanes. Like, the only hero that I think dies early is maybe like a mispositioned Venge. I don't envision a Rubik. Why is he this far forward? All right. Well, they're not going to get level 2s first because they're going to end up dead on CXK. And to make matters worse, you know what's the worst part? He threw out his blood grenade before dying. Feels bad.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I'm all about you buy items for a purpose. If you're going to buy farming items, you should farm. You know, don't go Battle Fury and just instantly join in onto team fights. And if you go a Diffusal Blade, that's not really going to make your farming all that more efficient unless your name is Phantom Lancer. So just join the fights, make something happen with it. So with a blood grenade in this lane, I'm like, when were you really expecting to get kills against, in my opinion, one of the strongest lanes that we've seen so far this DPC tour?
Yeah. Obscene amounts of sustain on the Bloodseeker, lots of protection from the Lich. Very, very hard. So
Lich was holding 2 blood grenades as well, so it was clear that they were the ones that were wanting to get aggressive, and wouldn't you know it, they did.
It's going to be a nice little injection of gold from this mid lane for the Void Spirit, right? Is the matchup supposed to be this difficult? Because he's really struggling right now, being doubled up in the CS department by Butterfly Effect.
I mean, what can he do is the thing, right? Like, especially now that Timbersaw is a universal hero, right? The way to beat Void Spirit is just to be able to right-click him down in lane, just consistently get off a ton of harass, because he doesn't have a lot of armor to begin with. And as soon as you move forward, you're going to get Whirling Death done too. Like, there is really nothing that Chosen One can do in this sort of lane.
It's got to see a blood grenade thrown out there by Xusheng. He's the one hero that I thought would end up dead, and it looks like it might actually happen here. But Hara not getting the bashes. He's not pressing his bash button, Danog. He eventually gets the kill, and now maybe he'll use the bash onto the Slog. Still not pressing the button, but gets a double kill regardless. Hara and TZY putting in a lot of pressure down in this bottom lane and able to put Limit Gaming into a very awkward position because this is Beastmaster now playing advanced into your tower.
Ben,
you don't have much more time to play here.
TP in here? I'm not sure if you can pause. Xanting? Xanting?
I don't know what Xanting is. Okay. That was very weird. He called the pause, but maybe he couldn't pause. I don't know. Hotkey was broken or something.
Well,
surprisingly, I'm actually kind of shocked that TZY and Hara didn't immediately jump onto the Xusheng Venge, but let it go.
I'm a little surprised too. Maybe you just feel like, look, we already used the glyph on the creep wave to enable that previous dive. I mean, Hara might be able to get... How much damage does he have? No, I won't be able to right-click that create. Can you bash couriers?
That is an interesting question. I have never thought about that, if I'm honest with you, Dana.
That might
I
be
don't
the
know.
extra damage that they need, because I think if he stays to try and like double right click it, he's probably going to die. But I mean, Venge just TP'd here, so this is a pretty long Slark TP. Still 3 seconds left on it, so going to be very worthwhile to be able to remove all of that regen if he's able to take it out. Honestly, even if he dies, I think it's fine.
Goes through debuff immunity, right? So you should be able to. You should be able to. I don't know if you actually can, but you should be able to.
Remember if I've ever seen it. That's the thing.
Let's see. Hara. Oh no. Korea's living. Oh no. Noobs. Absolute noobs.
We needed to know.
All his regen.
You've been
But the thing
storing
is,
up
Hara
those
hasn't been
bashes and
pressing his
everything.
bash button. All right, he might still do it. He might still do it. Please press your bash button.
There we go. The bash
happened. It does.
Now we know. You're going to pull that one out on a cast snare and be like, but what if he bashes the Korea? That you can't bash Korea. He's like, no, I saw.
I was there. I learned. Still, though, it's not going to really change all that much. I think this early game still looks very good for IG Vitality. They're out farming all these lanes. And bottom, okay. I don't want to talk about bottom for a second because Hara, Hara, if you die here, this is your own fault, bro. You should be A-okay. Everything should be Gucci. We'll get blood grenaded though, and he's still not charging anyway. Magic missiles
boots
coming.
went
He's
into
actually
the
gonna
backpack.
die. Oh my god, Hara's boots went backpack. He's still alive though, hasn't been brought down just yet. And on the other side of the map, Leng Miao finds Ponyo on the Lich. They're able to chase him and get the kill. Lich a little bit too far forward in that situation. Bro, what is happening with these topside supports? Both CXK and Ponyo just playing in such advanced positions.
Yeah, I mean, especially once Rubik's level 3, right? That is Rubik's timing, you know, just being able to get that Fade Bolt off on the laning stage. The big weakness of him is just that you really can't do much. You've got such long cooldowns, especially around that telekinesis, but I mean, the one thing is, Broodmother, he's had a pretty decent start to this game. Basically, the only core that I would say that's, well, I guess Slark kind of is happy about how things have started off, but certainly not giving up that early kill over to the Beastmaster. But in terms of levels, he's actually a fair ways behind TZY, so...
Mid lane.
Yeah. This is
I was
just gonna
busy watching
continue.
this. Hara came back, right? This is one of the scary things about support Spirit Breaker. You know, supports normally, I die, I come back, I refill my mids bottle. Spirit Breaker not only does that, but provides immediate kill threat. They are able to get it as soon as they hit the level 6 on the Timbersaw. So Chosen One, not only getting his entire life rearranged in the mid lane with the CS department, but now also suffering a death. Bro, he
getting
is
his
a
guts
solid
rearranged
level
right
behind.
It is not looking good. I mean, we're having a look over at the last hit graph now. Can we have a look over at net worth? Because I just want you to have a quick look at Void Spirit relative to the Spirit Breaker right now. He is behind SB in farm. And yes, Hara is 3-0, but this should not be happening. Hopefully Hara doesn't die underneath the tower. Rubik making a TP down, trying to yoink a quick last hit.
He's Gucci. Hara's fine, bro.
Nighttime.
Hara's fine. It's nighttime. Slark was at the tier 1 tower, so they don't get the bonus vision from him. It's all good. Hara's
Surely you
chilling.
go
And now
for
he's
a
actually
kill
going to
up
charge
now,
middle.
right?
Oh, no, he's charging middle. They're going for Chosen One. Void Spirit's dead. Butterfly
dissimilate.
Effect has a double damage rune. There's no dissimilate. And what's actually crazy is there's still no Astral Step. 7 minutes into the game, he's level 5 on the Void Spirit. Gets killed off again by Butterfly Effect.
Oh, Ponyo, they were able to get the
What a player.
Wizard of Root as well on the top side. Yeah, at least Rubik was able to get the one down bottom, and you will be feeding a kill over to the Broodmother. So again,
Nice.
I really thought that they might have been able to get a kill onto Brood, but again, just giving this Timbersaw an even freer game has much higher priority.
Dana, do you remember the game we did of Limit where they only got, what, I think 3 or 4 Wisdom Runes across 2 games? So we've had one now.
Don't remind
Let's see
me.
how
Don't
many
remind
they
me.
get.
They've learned little things at least. Chosen One is getting dived once again. I mean, until he's level 6, this is going to keep happening, and they'll know that he doesn't have the Dissimilate available.
Chosen One's being
tier 2
dove
tower
on.
Butterfly Effect.
I mean, he's a Timbersaw, level
Yep.
8 almost, with a Bracer. What's he got to fear? Still has 12 one charges. Down bottom, they also almost lost a Slark whilst this was happening. So IG
They
Vitality,
might still.
they're showing their quality relative to the Limit Gaming lineup. Slark is able to jump himself away, but CXK will not be so lucky. He is dead. Hara dominating streak Spirit Breaker. 4-0-1, 8 minutes in on the Moon Cow. What a player.
What a player. Telling you, man, he was just charging up those bashes, and man, Chosen One really, really wants to be able to make something happen up on this top side, just waiting for the Bloodseeker to come back to lane. But they saw him. They saw him walk up top. It wasn't with any sort of power rune. They've got this Observer Ward there, placed by Butterfly Effect. So this Void Spirit is going to move up here, but not actually going to be able to accomplish all that much.
Yep. Bottom, we still have another engagement. Exactly. They're looking for A. Hara right on top of him. Almost has the level 6, and like you said, he's been triggering up these bashes, queuing him up for this moment. Ukyo is here. Oh my god, look how fast Ukyo is. 613 movement speed, Rupture out on the slug, and the little fish man is definitely gonna die here. Hara doesn't even get taken out. CXK, he's too low level. Fade Bolt's only level 2, so not enough pressure to apply. They get the slug kill, they get the tier 1 tower. They don't give up anything elsewhere either in the process here. Even though this tier 1 top is gonna fall, if I'm losing a tier 1 tower to Broodmother at 9 minutes day knock, I am ecstatic about my game.
I'm pretty happy about that, and they will see as well the Slug immediately TP down towards this bottom side, so they know that they're suddenly, like, he's going to be level 6 now, so now at least you've got the potential to be able to rotate back towards the jungle. Shadow Dance is not active, so they might know that they've got general vision around that sort of area, but they could just keep playing around this this mid tower, right? You're really not worried about the Slug at this phase. You've got effectively like 3 counters to him in all of your cores. They've all got damage that's going to be able to go through that Shadow Dance.
Yep. Ground targeted damage, a nightmare for Slog to play into. And the tier 1 tower middle is going to fall after they've also eviscerated both of the supports. And IG Vitality enjoying a 6k gold lead at the 10-minute mark in this game. Chosen One and Leng Miao are coming in to try to kill off Butterfly Effect, but I don't know if this is even a viable kill. They're going to try though. 4 heroes are here to try and make this happen, and Butterfly Effect will get taken out. He went to the high ground here, so got isolated from the rest of his team. Hara will also get taken down, potentially. This will give away a big streak of gold. Leng Miao on a killing spree now, ending the dominating streak of Hara. They don't get much more from this, but what do you make of that movement from the Timber Sword to go up the hill rather than towards his team?
I mean, we talk about it at length, right? Sometimes you're having that good of an early game, you overestimate your relative strength. You know, it's still 10 minutes in. You know, you're a Timbersaw, but only the 2 points reactive armor, right? You're not this unbreakable, you know, tanky beast. You know, you get on top of this Broodmother, who again, like, he's having a pretty decent time up on this top side. 3-0-1-1 on Brood. He's getting charged now. A lot more attention needing to be given over to him. I wonder if Ukyo is actually going to look to connect onto it. I mean, he's got the Rupture available, and you did just... he did just move up here. Didn't TP, though, for the Brood, so I guess he could always just move away.
Ukyo took the Twin Gate down bottom, so thinking potentially about going onto the Slog. Rupture is there. They drop the Chain Frost as well as the Sinister Gaze, but they have lots of ground targeting, but what they do not have are ground stuns. So he just TPs himself to safety. Ooh. CXK, nice little lift on Butterfly Effect. Regrettably, it's not going to succeed in keeping him alive, but it will provide some fodder for the highlight reel. As Ukyo able to get himself on a killing spree as well, bringing down the Rubik.
Hopefully they're still able to get this kill on mid, and yeah, they do. I'm swapping away from a lot of the damage that the Void Spirit was able to output there. So you know what? Things have stabilized a little bit. You know, it was down to a 6k net worth lead. Yeah, about that at the 10-minute mark. I mean, that's almost just grounds for GG right there. But being able to bring it back to 4k, the win probability still stands around the similar sort of mark. And I just feel like Butterfly Effect, he's not going to make that similar sort of mistake again. You know, maybe he goes for another dive, but it's going to be after he finishes up the Kaya Sanj.
Dana, you're talking about win probability. You shouldn't have said that, because now we can guarantee that Limit Gaming will win game 1. It was 17%. True. We know what that means. Guaranteed.
We haven't seen a lot of it, though, from Hara. The bashes, not every single time coming through. And I really feel like that all they're waiting for is this Spirit Breaker, right? To be able to have that Shadow Blade, just because then it really does feel like you are going to be able to find those surprise jumps. You know, Broodmother able to very quickly get back to the lanes, even with like a second or two of information of the Spirit Breaker charging through. But if you don't know it until he's actually hitting you, then it makes it a lot more challenging. You can get caught in these vulnerable spots. You can get roared up. You can get ruptured. And again, Vengeful Spirit, one of the better heroes in the game in terms of save, you just end up killing your own core if you if you swap away from a Rupture.
Speaking of Venge, she's trying to assist Chosen One right now to recover in this game in the net worth department. He's still sitting at the bottom of all of the cores. But things can still change. Sadly, though, not the best at clearing out Ancient Stacks, so even though that's a juicy amount of farm. In fact, I'm looking at this Radiant lineup. Nobody actually does a great job clearing out Ancient Stacks. So they're going to have to work very hard to protect this, because if it gets invaded into by this Beastmaster and he takes it for free, that's just... That feels like one of those, not even GG because the game state is so bad, but because it's too much emotional damage.
Yeah, or the Timber. I mean, Timber is very capable of taking it up as well. Even Bloodseeker, we see him doing it on the Dire side of the map with that Maelstrom. So honestly, yeah, all heroes can look to make this sort of thing happen. Speaking of Bloodseeker, though, this smoke isn't going to connect through, and it's actually going to be TZY that pops it and feels confident enough going into a 1v2 situation because he knows Hara's coming.
He's got the Crimson Guard as well, so he feels very safe here. Netherstrike actually strikes Chosen One. They roll him up and kill him. Oh my god, that was such good patience from Hara. Deciding on the more priority target. Where's the bash? Hara! Hara! Where's the bash? Press the button, brother. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just CXK. To be fair, he kind of deserves to at least have one additional life. But Chosen One. That was supposed to be a kill that they find to recover him further into the game, but him dying? He hasn't even finished off an Echo Saber. What progression is this Void Spirit going to have in this game?
There's a lot of difficulty with progression is what he's going to have. As well, you've actually got another charge just coming through. Just a lot of attention being taken away from farming patterns, it seems, that Hara is just looking to put out onto the map. Just still 1,000 gold away from being able to pick up that Shadow Blade. Once again, you've got Venge looking to slowly try and chip down this stack. I was thinking maybe, you know, he with that 1 point in the Vengeance Aura that he just got at level 8, maybe you use that alongside the Void Spirit, just use double Astral Step with the Wave of Terror to be able to take out this stack, because this is agonizingly slow that they're going to be able to take this.
They're going to try again on bottom onto TZY, and this time around, he doesn't have his allies with him. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Wow. Okay, Crimson, once he sees Telekinesis is used and Aether Remnant is down, he's like, well, I'm out.
See ya.
CXK made a nice little play with the stolen Nether Strike, but not good enough.
Meanwhile, Slark is still trying to take the same ancient stack that he's been here spending like 1.5 minutes. Legitimately, Slark has been here trying to do this.
Oh, his team is like bleeding heroes all across the map, but here he is.
I mean,
chilling.
are they going to check it? Are they going to be fast enough to be able to check it? I mean, hopefully this Dark Pact is enough to do it, and it will be. That was close. Like, Timber saw after that kill on the Venge, might have been able to take it out, and, well, Broodmother, you're in danger.
But she has TP out. That's the secret tech against Timbersaw and Bloodseeker. TP scroll. They have no counters to it. No bashes for just stop just yet.
No, they just
Speaking
went
of
a bit early.
itemization, what do you make of
wasn't there.
Ukyo? BKB at 16 minutes. Does he need it this soon for this game?
Probably not, honestly, but I think if you just are crushing the game this hard, you just want to keep running forward. And, well, speaking of Ukyo, he's actually getting gone on a little bit because of this insatiable hunger, and there's the value snare. He's going to be able to get away on the Bloodseeker.
While that was happening, they are fighting down bottom. They've already been able to eliminate Chosen One. CXK falls thereafter. BKB protects the Bloodseeker up on top, and because their strongest hero, Brood, is not down bottom, they have no way to fight and defend the life of the Void Spirit. Chosen One has died 4 times in this game, and he's back to being less net worth than the Spirit Breaker.
Oof. Didn't have to do him like that, man. he was already suffering so much. This time around, when they're making the play onto the Broodmother, it's going to be with that Spirit Breaker already charging in onto the Brood. He also has his Courier potentially coming out to him shortly, but this is a little bit too deep, Hara. Had the vision up. He sensed what was up. Maybe now with the Shadow Blade being delivered onto him, he's going to go for a secondary attempt. But they know that they've got the boys behind them. Can't look to make that sort of thing happen once again. All the while, TZY just keeps this bottom lane shoved in. Going for the Drums of Slom, in addition to the Crimson Guard. Feels like a pretty decent answer to me. You know, more overall stats, obviously going to be great for a Universal hero. But again, a way to be able to deal with the Slark and the Shadow Dance. A way to deal with the Spiderlings as well. You know, again, this is why Beastmaster is good against Phantom Lance, for example. Broodmother just can't play with these Spiderlings when he's got the Slum going.
Yep.
All that healing.
Slum and Crimson Guard feels tough to play into. We have a charge going towards mid onto the Slog, but they're jumping onto Ukyo. We're trying to bait this fight with the BKB, throwing out the Blood Right. They want A, and they force him to TP out immediately on the Slog. Hara, the Nether Strike, chases Chosen One onto the high ground, past the Astral Step. That will mean the death of this Void Spirit. 5th one in this game. Oh my goodness. On the bright side, you know, heroes were zoned away, so they at least put some pressure on the tier 2 tower in the top lane. However, IG Vitality just feeling like this is their game, and now they're charging top as well. Hara coming in onto this Broodmother. There's the Rupture. Leng Miao, sorry buddy, there's no TP option for you this time. And we'll end up dead.
That's what we like to see, though. Learning, right? Like, they immediately made the attempt again, this time around with the SB charge coming through. Was there a double observer ward up on that high ground that Ponyo just got rid of? It seems like it, where Broodmother was playing. He just got 2 free D wards. All right, easy money.
Nice.
Brings him close to that level 12. I mean, Lich, one of the better supports at scaling up from level 1 ulti to level 2. You know, 250 damage per bounce all the way up to 400. You're always going to have bounce targets around with the Spiderlings coming through.
What's crazy as well is that we're about to get Tormentor timings. If the Lich is the one that gets this Aghanim shot, and you get the Ice Spire at the same time as you get 12, and you go take a fight, man, that's a pretty powerful spike of power for a support.
Oh, Chosen One, he's even getting charged right next to his base.
Feels bad. There's Primal Roar as well. There's Roar, there's damage, there's Axes, there's Nether Strike, and there is no more Void Spirit. Butterfly Effect wasn't even needed. He showed up for the damage, but he's like, oh, y'all got this, it's all good.
He's got Ags. He is a 19.5-minute Ags on Butterfly Effect here. I mean, I called it as over in the draft, and this is kind of why. You know, there really wasn't anything that they could do for that mid lane. It was really the only time Butterfly Effect has been in danger was because of something that he himself did, as Ponyo might be able to make a great bait happen here.
He is maybe baiting. He loses his life, but brought in this Broodmother, and Brood is gonna die. Bro, how crazy would it have been if Hara was charging Slock and charged through both of them? That would have been absolutely
I was like,
nuts.
I imagine if Brood just ran up, like tried to be able to get away and just griefs his teammate. In a bit of a feels bad moment.
Well, it still feels bad because they end up losing these heroes and presumably losing out on the Roshan as well. Ukio and TZY feeling more than strong enough to occupy the space here in the Roshan pit. Timbersaur's coming in as well, and like you mentioned, with this Aghanim Scepter, he can just be their anchor. Just shell it up, make sure nobody can surpass him to get to the Roshan.
Yeah, and TZY as well with that Crimson Guard and the Slom. He's able to just tank the Roche, no questions asked. This really feels like they just want to be able to end the game very, very shortly. You know, I mentioned the value of the Tormentor. I don't think you even need it with how far ahead you are. You know, you just want to keep playing on the limit gaming side of the map. Don't allow them to get into their next big item, whatever that might be. Like Broodmother having the BKB. It's going to be nice to be able to at least stop the Timbersaur's damage from coming through, but you're really still concerned about, you know, the Bash, the Nether Strike, the Rupture, the Primal Roar. Like, there's so much that IG Vitality's lineup is going to be able to throw at you, even once you hit this big timing.
Lots going wrong right now in Limit Gaming, as we do lose a young Spider. Ponyo gets credited with the kill, but they made that look way too easy. And this is the scary part about this, is that Brood, at least for now, she still remains one of their strongest heroes. And Hara charging top now onto the Vengeful Spirit.
No dust.
A gets forced away, no dust, no reveal, so that means no bash. Invisibility is invulnerability as she gets back to the base.
Just want to see how quickly SB buys up a dust after all of that. It's working towards an Octarine for himself. I mean, pretty good when this is the sort of start to the game that you have. Honestly, double Voidstone, considering all you really want to do is be charging constantly. That extra mana regeneration makes it so much easier for yourself. Hopefully Chosen One doesn't start TPing back to base now. You should be able to get away from this and join the rest of the team.
You know the uber scary thing that we were worried about with them invading the jungle and just taking over their triangle is starting to happen. Just saw Timbersaur clearing out some stacks. How does Chosen One leave this area? Okay, drops the Aether Remnant. And IG Vitality is just like, sweet, free tier 2. Wait, what? Holy smokes! Where did that damage come from?
How many axes did CXK have? That must have been it, right? No, just
2 axes. Yeah, just 2. Holy smokes. I did not expect that, Denog. I'll be honest with you. I thought he was actually going to be completely okay.
Yeah, me too. Well, little things going their way. Unfortunately, Void Spirit is still below Spirit Breaker in farm, much more so now at this rate. Look at that. I mean, that's kind of a lot of Fate Bolt damage coming through. Was that 442 that came through on the old Rubik there? I know he's got maxed out Arcane Supremacy, but goddamn.
Arcane Supremacy plus Wild Axes. Lots and lots of amplification. This is the thing, right? Like, we always underrate. It's always interesting to me that supports are the only ones that have these obscene percent-based spells. Like, a lot of the core heroes have, like, flat damage boost. And these supports, sometimes you're just like, oh my god, why isn't this hero a core? Then you get touched twice and you die, you're like, oh, I see. That's why it's not a core. Yeah.
Unless you're Whisper, then you can make the offlane Rubik work.
Yeah, Whisper can do what he wants. Yeah, Whisper can do what he wants. Who can also do what they want in this game is Timbersaw, fam, because this Timber or Butterfly Effect is incredibly strong. Down bottom, Chosen One was... Is he dead? No way, dude. They can't kill him. Not with two supports. No way.
But you already forced out a Shadow Dance on the Slark. I mean, he hasn't even popped the Aghanims yet here on Timbersaw. So good luck killing this guy. Top lane at least is already being pushed in by the Broodmother Spiderlings, so you just gotta have to play a little bit more around mid, but I guess they're gonna be satisfied enough just being able to get into their next big item. I mean, they've got a minute and a half left on this Aegis, so may as well get into, what's he going for? Manta Style on the Bloodseeker, Octarine for the Timbersaw. I don't know, I don't think they need it.
I don't think so either. I have an interesting question for you, Denok, and I'll ask you after this fight because they're potentially trying to jump onto Leng now. Ponyo did have access to the Sinister Gaze, but they still don't have any reveal. Bro, somebody buy a gem. He puts the dust in his inventory now, but it's a little bit too late. They charge now onto Chosen One, and this time around, it's not just supports making this particular movement. There's also some core heroes in the mix. Hara doesn't have access to the Nether Strike, but he does have a way to keep track on vision of Chosen One. This Void Spirit will have to play his heart out if he wants to escape here, Danog. He's out of mana. He's trying to TP. Hara has the bash button this time with the charge in tow. They ensure Chosen One gets locked down and killed off. Ukyo now on an unstoppable streak.
Oh man, Hara's level 15 as well. He's got a greater Lotus as well, so 900 healing coming through. Basically a mini cheese that he's got for himself. Full Octarine finished up, Vambrace. Like, you are not killing the Spirit Breaker. And they still haven't been able to take that Tormentor yet. They do not care. They're not playing on their side of the map at all on IG Vitality. Just about 400 gold away from an Octarine for Butterfly Effect. Game feels pretty over at that point.
What else is coming? TZY is getting a pipe, so that means the little damage Void Spirit and CXK are doing on his Rubik, that's gonna get taken away. They're actually charging middle. Dude, Hara has no chill in this game, but this is how you're supposed to play Spirit Breaker, right? You're playing the Space Cow, there's no such thing as back. The only time you should ever be turning direction is when you're forced into the fountain through death. Otherwise, it's just forward-facing charge every single time.
I wonder how much this pipe purchase for TZY was off the back of him getting killed previously by the Rubik. Like, specifically that.
I think 100%. He was just like, that sucked. Well, he has the pipe now, but it's not going to protect him too much. Well, I say that, but his team will protect him as they drop in the Chain Frost as well as the Primal Roar, killing off both supports and the Slark. Leng Miao follows them all into the grave on his Broodmother. Chosen One, trying to run into the base, but do they even care about Chosen One? They're pushing 2 lanes at once, Danog. Charge in from Hara directly onto the Vengeful Spirit. Shusheng is dead. There's a triple for Ukyo. He's trying to make it an ultra. But more importantly, trying to just end out this game.
Yeah.
And that's it. GG well played will be called by Limit Gaming. And honestly, not the question I wanted to ask you, Danog, is, you know when they killed this Vengeful Spirit on the high ground on tier 3? How often have you won a game where you die high ground on tier 3, but your team still has a tier 2 in that lane? I've never won a game under those circumstances. And unfortunately, Limit Gaming will not be adding to something that I have to think about because it seems impossible if the game is that bad.
Yeah, and it's going to be over in 27 minutes. You know, no Tormentors even tickled. I was about to say before that fight broke out that, oh, you know what? Maybe they don't even need to take their own Tormentor. They could just yoink away limits, but not needed. You know, they just ran into the meat grinder and, well, they ended up like mincemeat at the end of all of that.
What a game coming in from IG Vitality. Limit Gaming, they just actually didn't get to play Dota. Like, nobody on the team. Well, maybe Leng Yao, Broodmother did get to play a little bit of Dota. Everybody else, though, certainly not the case. A found nothing on his Slark. Chosen One got absolutely demolished in the mid lane, ending the game not only the lowest of all the cores in terms of the overall net worth that he had, but he was lower than the Lich, When you avoid Spirit, have less net worth than Lich, you have some major problems with your game. IG Vitality kind of make that one look easy, and there's no other person to give the MVP to. Yes, Butterfly Effect might have dominated the lane against Chosen One. Yes, Ukyo played really well on the Bloodseeker, but good God, Hara Spirit Breaker. Holy smokes. He was
We were talking about it off
Dano.
stream, right? If we had to make up like a team of players that were a little bit like under-recognized. Obviously, you've got ISI's TI winner still here in Division 2, but Hara, he, for me, is going to be the one that fills that position 5 role. He always seems to be able to pull off these fantastic performances, mostly on the Spirit Breaker, so kind of like CXK, I think, you know, he just goes over and above what he's typically capable of when he's able to play this hero. But I mean, if you're able to do this every single time on one of the strongest heroes of the patch, go off.
Yeah, they went off, they win the game. IG Vitality now setting themselves up for potentially having some tiebreakers up against Team Dissolution. From the limit, I don't know, it's tough because although they did get this early Broodmother, yes, that hero had somewhat of a game, nothing else really came together for them. So it's hard for them to assess. Do we go back and rejig our entire draft? We definitely have to execute better. We know we lost lanes we shouldn't have lost as hard as we did. So it's tough. It's tough. However, the one bright spot, it might not seem like a bright spot, but Limit Gaming have been here before, Daynok. They've lost many
That
games.
doesn't sound like a bright spot to me.
So what I'm saying is that this is not going to affect them mentally. They're just like, another day at the office,
More of
boys.
the same.
Exactly. But we'll see if they can bring us something different, though, because more of the same means them losing. If they can change things, that will mean them winning game 2 and potentially forcing a decider. We'll find out after a short break exactly what happens between Limit Gaming and IG Vitality. A lot to play for, and the loser goes home from the division. So stick around. Let's find out what happens after a short break. What's happening, y'all? Game 2 about to kick off between Limit Gaming and IG Vitality. So far, IG Vitality well on course to make this a very short day and get themselves a potential ticket into a tiebreaker scenario. However, Limit Gaming have brought us surprises before, and it could still happen again here in the second game. And to witness these surprises, I've got the Dissector of Dota. I've got the boss, Daynok. What must happen, bro? What's the plan? What's the plan?
Well, first things first, they've got second pick. That is something that I said absolutely needs to happen because you cannot just get crushed in 2 lanes like they did in game number 1. You know, the downside, of course, is that you're going to let this hero that through in the Beastmaster, first phase, first pick, you're going to give that one over to TZY just because, again, I feel like he hasn't necessarily been the most stable part of the team. I mean, they've had Marblue playing for 3 or 4 games for them for a reason, right? And it's just a hero that he's so comfortable on. So I'm honestly a little surprised that they did go for the Medusa ban instead, especially because you've got this Morphling as well, which again, Ukyo has looked amazing whenever he's played this hero. You've got an amazing target to now replicate into in the Wind Ranger, and you are going to now be able to protect it with 3 bans.
Yeah. It took you seeing Timbersaw in game 1 to say that it was probably going to go the way of IGV. These 2 heroes, I'm saying it's GG, bro. There's no chance.
Maybe, okay, I'm waiting for IG Vitality to, like, if they mess up their bans, I think Limit could still have a chance.
Okay, okay. So we need to ban, what do we need to ban? PL, AM, and what else?
PL, AM, AA, and Faceless Void, I think, need to be the priority.
Okay.
Because I still think you can kill the Morphling, but you need to, like, guarantee that that sucker's dead, you know? Like, you need that surprise jump from the fog. At the moment, they don't have it. You need to be able to catch him while he isn't replicating towards the strength. You need to... All right, alternate of option, right? You've got an Undying, really strong early game hero. You don't have the Beastmaster to be able to play with, but just aggression. Win the laning stage, and you've got second pick, so you should win at least 2 of your lanes, and then just death ball it down. Don't let Morphling get to those scary timings.
I fully agree. If they go, you have to pick PL. If it's left in the pool for IGV, Limit, they have the first pick out of the phase. I think it's sometimes risky to pick your carry in the 15 role, but, well, they're not going to pick PL on the side of IGV. So you could probably still go support and then try and come back on it on 18. But definitely, like you mentioned, the options available to them having second pick make this drafting phase a lot easier. I'm also very intrigued by the fact that IGV have not been banning the heroes we thought. I mean, Doom does make sense, but have you been seeing Pucks deal handedly with Beastmaster Morphling lately?
I guess the thing is, like, the Puck is just one of those heroes that has that silence. And I mean, if that's one of the things that does ruin Morphling is its silence, right? Unless he's got the Manta style. I mean, hopefully we don't get to see another one of those performances like we saw from Longfair, where he did go BKB, did go Manta on the Morphling, and he was bait for any sort of silence that was able to go in onto him. And this was against a global silence as well. So, you know, I still feel like this is a sort of game where IG Vitality, they need to, like, kind of screw it up for themselves to lose it. But
yep,
you know, it's certainly doable.
Well, they're doing that right now. We're not banning out the heroes we thought, so Morphling's not going to be completely 100% free. That being said, now I'm starting to get a bit more context for these bans. Because Daynok, I see Doom ban, I see Puck ban, I see Bloodseeker ban, and I'm thinking, man, I would love to play Timbersaw in this game again.
I mean, I'm a little surprised that... Yeah, I mean, it's not even like Limit can pick the Timbersaw themselves, right? Because, I mean, Timber is incredibly strong, but Morphling is the Timbersaw counter. And you've also got a Beastmaster as well that's going to be able to dish out plenty of damage into him too.
It's a very scary pick right now for the side of Limit Gaming.
I think
they already
have to
have
just
their
AA.
fight for Shushen.
You have to. Like, it's not great with an Undying already, but I think you have to pick AA.
I don't think they will. But the thing is, if they do that, like you said, it's not great with Undying, and they will have like 0 control in the game. I'm so worried about them.
Oh,
they go for it, dog. Wait. I mean, to be fair, you have to, right? You're looking at these bans. You have to have a conversation with your team. Do we try and play the Timbersaw against them, knowing they have the hard counter? Or do we give them the Timbersaw, knowing that we cannot get the hard counter anymore, and then that makes their game even stronger than it would have been otherwise? This is the definition of a poison chalice, rock in a hard place, but... this just sucks, dude. They just should have banned Timbersaw, honestly, in retrospect.
Yes, they should have. And I mean, Limit had to pick it here as well. That's the downside, right? If they didn't pick it, IG Vitality were picking it where their pick is right now. So it's one of those instances where, like, okay, well, we don't have the last overall pick. We're not going to know exactly where this Timbersaw is being played, whether it's mid or off lane. So what heroes can we really look to have that could potentially look to respond to this? I mean, another hero that deals relatively well with the Timbersaw is the OD. I wouldn't necessarily hate it, but they're not going to reveal too much just yet. You know, they're wanting Limit to kind of put their cards onto the table, just pick the secondary support. I think this is fine.
Yeah. Also steals it away from CXK. He hasn't picked up his hero yet, and his best hero is now gone. You mentioned you wanted Ancient Apparition. Looks like it might either emerge at the end of the draft or Wind Ranger is going to be the option for CXK as they go in for a Mars pick. Well, you know, Danog, I'm glad you're here, buddy. You know why? Because I think contrast is a very interesting part of any broadcast we watch. And if I had Fluke with me, right, we would have spent the next 10 minutes just hating on Mars because both of us are on the same accord with this god-awful hero. Where's your feeling on the Mars overall and how does he slot into this game?
He ain't great, I'll say that much. I mean, I think it's very weird because there's a lot more offlaners that have like this margin for error, you know, like you could screw up a couple of things on Timbersaw, but you're going to get your farm. You're going to have an impact in these fights. You know, BKB, it's still a good item. It might have been nerfed a little bit, but you know, you pop BKB, you don't care about the Mars at all. You don't care about the Wind Ranger at all. You don't care about the Timbersaw at all. So I feel like you've just given IG Vitality like an out here that they're really just going to be able to shrug things off and say, all right, Morphling's ready to go. Let's just ball it down.
Also, why would they pick Mars into Vengeful Spirit? Like, I remember when this hero was the nom du jour here in China, the Mars, people started figuring out that Venge, especially, of all the displacement heroes, was excellent against Mars. In the support role, no matter who Mars jumps on, unless you catch that hero and Venge, auto-save, right? That's why they banned Shadow Demon earlier on. So if you're going to pick Mars, but there's still Venge in the pool, this was... I don't fully get it. I also don't fully get those Draw Ranger ban, if I'm completely honest. That hero has felt absolute ass tier. And they still left the PL in the pool. Holy smokes, dude. Dude, listen. AM would have been incredible. But you can still pick PL. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it now.
I like the PL a lot, yeah. I mean, at least the Beastmaster has access for lane, right? Like, the lane isn't free for the PL by any stretch of the imagination. And it's into, it would be like a double melee lane as well. So that's where it is a little bit more challenging, but mid lane should go just fine for Timbersaw. Off lane, probably not so much, but again, we're just focused on winning 2 lanes here for Limit. That's the main thing for themselves. And to be able to provide extra control for that hard carry that you're looking to end this entire draft with. So I'm totally on board with it. They're going to go with Sven instead. Not the worst, right? They just need a way to be able to like blow up either the Storm Spirit or the Morphling. You either go one of 2 ways, right? The PL, death by 1,000 cuts, or just kill them 100-0. And looks like they've gone for the latter.
And I mean, this is the point that you mentioned about Beastmaster, not just in the lane, but throughout the game. Buying Crimson Guards and the like versus PL. You can't really do that against the Sven. Big burst damage. And I suppose when the only team fight in this game is going to be centered completely around the Mars ultimate, you don't want to be playing elongated fights when you have this one centerpiece for your draft. So it makes sense. You drop Arena, you drop Tombstone behind it, the Sven goes in, kills off a hero in like 2-3 swipes. I can see it. The thing is, I'm still not fully sold on Sven as a hero right now. There have been some games where I'm like, oh wow, this looks really, really good. But for the most part, when I see Sven, I'm like, I'd rather just be playing Juggernaut with Battle Fury. And given how much I hate Juggernaut, Danog, you know how bad it is that I'm saying that. So where's this one going? Game 2? Are we going game 3 or not? Or is it IG Vitality 2-0 sweep?
I mean, any time that the game seems over halfway through the draft in game number 1, you know, that kind of leads you to believe that the team that's in that position is going to be in a better spot. I still don't feel like they've got enough answers for this Morphling. Again, we were talking about it. Ukyo, it's his best hero by far, and they were able to get it, protect it, and yeah, I don't think they're going to have the responses to it. Again, it's going to come down to how they play, but I think he's experienced enough on this Morphling that it's going to be able to work out just fine.
Let's see what IG Vitality have got for themselves with the Water Boy in game 2. Hopefully Limit Gaming, though, have a bit more of a competitive spirit within them and make this game go a little bit longer. By the way, before this game starts, the other day, myself and Fluke were sitting and we comprised like a top 5 tier list of the carries in the game right now. Morphling was, we both agreed, at the very tippy top. Right behind him, Terrorblade. Right behind that, Monkey. Right behind that, Bloodseeker. And then in fifth spot, it's sort of like a toss-up between like some TB, not TB, like some Deucer, Alchemist, whatever. Just like whatever you need for the game. Naga, yeah. How do you feel? Is there any heroes you think we missed on that list?
No, I think that's pretty good across the board. Slark definitely can be up there as well.
Slark is, I'm not sure though. Slark feels so volatile right now, even more volatile than normal, because that's always been a volatile hero. I don't know, but I guess I just haven't won a game.
It really does nullify a lot of the strong offlaners now, though, right? That's my big thing. You know, when it was like ranged offlaner meta, probably not so much the Slark. These days, though, it's basically exclusively melee. You know, the only way that we see like an exception to that is something like an Enigma, you know, which really doesn't come out all that much ever since the Wraith Pact got removed from the game.
Pure did play Enchantress, was it yesterday or the day before? In the offlane?
I mean, that's only Pure that does that, though.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, I was having a discussion with one of my homies, and I was like, yo, had BetBoom just made this switch at the beginning, just Pure was always playing offlane from the carry role to begin with, why not? And then Nightfall was playing carry from the offlane. Why did this switch take so long?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, they were doing it, like, they were doing fine in 201, right? They finished 7-0, if I'm remembering correctly.
They did. But then Lima came around and, wasn't so hot.
They were sick, apparently. So, who knows?
They were sick on the third day. I was there, Daynok. I saw that I saw when they got sick, right? But they were trash before they were sick. While they were healthy, they were still playing terribly.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're not in this tournament right now. We're just focusing on some of these Chinese squads. We're focusing particularly on Ukyo and his water boy, the Morphling for this guy. It is, you know, everybody has that one hero that raises your overall skill level a tier, at least. For Ukyo, it feels like it raises like 2. Because normally I'm like, he's a pretty good carry, but when he's playing Morphling, he's actually a tier 1 carry all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. It's like me and my Winter Wyvern. No chance until I got it. Then just spam it to get that freaking MMR back. But no, I think this is going to be a fine enough game for him. And the thing is, it's not even just like it is the Timbersaw counter. Let's say Timbersaw stays completely hidden. Not that he's going to, but let's say he stays completely hidden towards the later stages of a lot of these team fights. You can still go into CXK on the Wind Ranger and do just fine. You know, it's universal hero, so I feel like all Morphling really wants is those stats to be able to survive through a lot of this burst that's coming through.
Morphling just getting off to a decent start. Speaking of starts, this mid lane, Chosen One versus Butterfly Effect. Game 1 obviously went very handedly in favor of Butterfly Effect on his Timbersaw. I think at some point he was doubling the CS, had like double the net worth as well. That's definitely not going to happen with the Timber versus Storm matchup. So how does Chosen One help his team on the back of a decent laning phase here?
I think it's just going to be putting lane pressure on, right? Like, because this is a completely different game for Limit, just because in addition to, again, the lanes being set up to be in a better spot for themselves, they've got 2 heroes that can actually look to take some of these ancient stacks in both the Timbersaw and the Sven. So I feel like you can really look to set up your supports to have a little bit of a better game off the back of that as well. So it's not like they're going to be falling behind for, like, no benefit to themselves, right? If they're spending time away, if they're spending time stacking, then at least they're going to be able to get that immediate impact out of it. We see the best teams really look to play around those synchronous timings, I guess you could say.
Down bottom, Ara in a bit of danger, had a blood grenade thrown at him as he ran out to kill the courier for Shusheng. Very nice move there. I will say Ara, has just been playing like a boss this series, dude. He's just a god. Shout out Hara. Like you said, when we're talking about like potential team we could make from this division, I think I'm coming around to your way of thinking. I initially put ZZQ, but that was mostly off the strength of the Enchantresses. But Hara's just been excellent on most of the heroes. Best on Spirit Breaker, yes, but in general, just very good.
He's got a damn good Shadow Demon as well. Like, I really look to, like, his positioning always seems to be on point. He heavily prioritizes being able to make stacks while still keeping his core in a safe spot in the laning stage, so you're not, like, giving up a kill or all of the offlaner's resources while he goes to do it. I really rate him as one of these next big up-and-comers.
Rumors of the death of the Chinese scene definitely overrated, given some of the performances we've seen throughout the division. Still, though, very similar to Game 1.
You are a little bit of a China fanboy. You're going to be fanboying out a little bit when you see Somnus and Chalice and FY over in Bali?
Yo, dude, actually, I want to try not to. TZY gets his first blood down bottom. So check this out. Let me tell you a funny story, right? I got embarrassed by Effie in Lima because I saw Jawade, right? And I was like, oh my God, that's actual Jawade, right? And I've admired Jawade since like 2013.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, you should just go say hi. I'm like, no, we shouldn't do that. Then she's like, oh, then she just runs to him and says, hey, you see that guy over there? He's a big fan. Oh, shit. Now I have to go talk to Jawade. Great guy.
What a horrible day for you.
Worst thing ever. I have to talk to one of my idols. Someone who I've been pouring over their entire lives for the last half decade, you know. Down bottom, TZY, he might not have a life anymore, but like you say, he's fine. Hara, dude, look at Hara taking out the tombstone as well, knowing that it's going to leave him on enough HP to still get back to the tower. Who is this guy?
He's a boss. He's a boss, that's for sure. No Zhao 8. He's no Zhao 8, but you know what? He's just starting his journey.
Hara 8. I can't wait.
Hara 9.
Hara 9? That sounds kind of cool. Hara 9. So, yet again, Daenog will have a slow, lumbering game. And honestly, I do not blame these teams. I blame you because every single game I've watched in China that involves you only has first blood at like 3 minutes and the second kill comes at like 9. So, this is on you, fam. Average time.
You know what? It was my birthday wish, and you know you can't say no to the birthday boy. So I'm just going to claim that one as they get another kill on this bottom side. I mean, this is due to the rotation down from Ponyo as well. Just really looking to utilize the twin gates as well. That's the thing that's really set IG Vitality apart, right? Like they are still 0-5 in terms of their series score, but they seem to like. They get a lot right in the game. It's just that the stuff that they get wrong is often like game losing. So, you know, when you get 80% right, you're going to be able to still have decent games every now and then.
They sort of remind me of a lesser version of what we saw earlier, coming in from Team Dissolution. Early game, always.
Venge is still here.
From Dissolution, incredible. And he is still here. They came back with the Sven, but already down to half HP. Forced to play quite carefully here. However, they have enough damage to kill off Hara. And now with the power shot through onto TZY and a Stormhammer being thrown in, they might be able to kill off him. But very nice by Ponyo with the magic missile to interrupt the follow-up damage from the Sven.
And the wave is all the way up here, so you could probably look to Ponyo to just start to build up a few of these stacks, right? Venge, one of the better heroes at being able to do it just off the back of the Wave of Terror. He's also going to be safeguarding the Wisdom Root as much as possible. He'll have a look at the Undying walking up into him. Oh, look at that. Even just getting the Ancients to do his dirty work for him.
Yeah, there's no way Undying gets this. He's actually going to die, potentially. There will be a quick grab on the Wisdom Rune. Ponyo will indeed die because CXK rotated in, but worth, like you say. Experience right now for these supports, very hard to come by unless you're getting the Wisdom Runes or provisioning stacks for your team.
Surprise, surprise as well. I mean, if the Mars is left solo against the Morphling is just like, all right, I'll be looking to get all of this farm for myself. Thank you very much. He's on a Morbid Mars queued up next. So really nothing that... I mean, he just wants to be playing solo as much as possible. Get all of those stats. And, well, this is the thing that I was also wondering, like, against the... Storm Spirit, of course, you're a ranged hero. You're going to have a better time in the lane than the Void Spirit did. You've also got the potential with a Static Remnant that when Timber reaches the scary timings, you can go back into the jungle and just use that to be able to recover some of your farm. And also, outside of this Wind Ranger, you don't have the greatest heroes that are going to be able to make some of those rotations towards the mid lane to be able to secure a kill onto the Storm Spirit, especially now that Storm is level 7, nearly level 8. So he can always just look to get away from a lot of these attempts.
Somewhere in the world right now, Sumail is watching this game, salivating. Being like, man, I wish this was me. Feels like a great game to be. So down bottom, they're going to be able to kill off CXK on this Wind Ranger. TZY runs him down. Went for the Vanguard Crimson route, feeling very tanky, and Chosen One rotated in here. The one great thing about what's been happening in favor of Limit Gaming is that, yes, they've been losing quite a few heroes, but because TZY is going for this more Crimson utility build, he's not going to be like muscling through these towers, so their real estate is being kept quite handedly, so far at the very least, from Limit Gaming.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about how he's even pumping the God Strength to quickly burst through this creep wave, maybe get a couple of hits in onto the tower. But because of how quick TZY was able to get out of there, he's able to still just mop up a lot of these creeps right next to the tier 1 tower. So it's also going to allow Chosen One as well as A to be able to just go back and, again, take a bunch of these stacks. TZY is doing a good job of just yoinking them away, making sure that the Sven isn't looking to scale as quickly as he would like to. Really just see the comfort that TZY has on this Beastmaster. This is why they're first phasing it, right? Like he's in a stand-in... they've used stand-ins instead of him for a reason, but if you could just give him his best hero, like he clearly delivered in that last series, and he's already 3-0 to start this one.
Oh, I see the strat, Danog. I see the strat. You play with stand-ins so everyone gets used to different offlaners, and then he just comes back. They're not used to playing against Beastmaster anymore.
Can they turn around
Said
here?
Beast, though, might end up dead with a chakram on top of him, a shackle shot, and a very easy kill. They do get some quick revenge onto CXK at the very least. Hara and the crew, they want more out of this, though. They're lifting back on this Undying. However, he's a very difficult customer, especially fighting around the tombstone.
Yeah,
With only these two heroes being around, they gotta run away.
Yeah. Storm's going to see that tasty regen rune mid and be like, sorry, boys, I can't do anything else here. I just got to go back to farming. No other reason.
Uh-oh. He's not gonna get there in time. Too late. Wind Ranger's there first. Feels bad.
I mean, there was a really nice shackle coming
it.
through from CXK as well. It was right as the Beastmaster was actually winding up for the Primal Roar, so maybe with that little bit of extra layer of lockdown, the Sven wouldn't have had the damage to be able to take him out. The Storm Spirit gets time to be able to come in. You continue fighting away from the Tombstone, so it's all on the back of CXK being able to find that side engagement, you know, come through from the flanks.
Down bottom. Undying gonna be taking quite a lot of damage. Shusheng does not have a tombstone to drop this time around. Having already expended it in the prior fight, will end up dead. This was a good move for IG Vitality to make because this comes at the same time as a Siege Dragon is in tow. This should guarantee a tier 1 tower falling. And this is, whenever I see Beastmaster teams, this is the Hawk I like to see. Right over this tree right here, making sure you cover all 3 angles of potential TP locations. You literally cannot get rotated into here anymore.
It's a really nice one, right? And, I mean, just the recognition of, well, they don't have Tombstone, they don't have Flesh Golem, there's nothing that they can really do to be able to stop this eventual push. So even though TZY still is going for this build that we were talking about, you know, the full Crimson Guard before he looks to build up into any damage of his own, it's really just about taking away areas of the map for Limit Gaming to be able to play around with. And, you know, this is just objective number 1.
Yep. Objective 1. Game is still going, but Limit Gaming, they still have options for themselves as well. Trying to utilize the Tombstone in tandem with the Siege Dragon to at least get the tier 1 tower middle into dealable territory, but they might end up losing lives for this. Butterfly Effect and Ponyo, they have so much magic damage right now, and it only has level 2 reactive armor. Chosen One is dead. Leng Miao comes in with a nice little arena, but the swap will be there from Ponyo, ensuring that there's not going to be an easy kill. That being said, though, Butterfly Effect has run out of mana. Dies right in front of a shield rune. Good shackle shot from CXK, but the coordination from the rest of the squad isn't there. Although they don't end up demolishing the fight and they still lose Chosen One, they get 2 big heroes, and it's might be leading into a tier 1 tower as well here, Dino.
Possibly. I mean, Storm Spirit still has that TP available. I wonder if Ponyo is just trying to keep them pushed away, and it seems like that is the case with TZY even joining in, using the Roar to be able to take out this Undying. Flesh Golem only has a couple of seconds left on it. Well, he could be able to get a kill. He will.
Nicely done. Can they escape out of this, though? Shusheng trying to juke away from Butterfly Effect, but the Storm Spirit, like you mentioned, back again. Full stick of mana available. Zip and kill. Nonetheless, though, you force them to be playing on the other side of the map. This tier 1 tower, it's going to take a lot of damage, but I don't think it dies just yet, simply from these heroes. Overall, the game state, yes, you're still a little bit behind as Limit Gaming, but this is probably the most successful 90 seconds they've had thus far.
It is, and I mean, what I was about to say before that fight even breaks out is that, you know who we haven't mentioned in a while? Ukyo on the Morphling. He is 0-0-0, just completely free farming on this top side of the map. This is the start that a Morphling wants. Losing none of your towers, 13.5 minutes in, not a single death, and Undying's just going to die here. Doesn't have the Flesh Golem, just the 1 point in the Tombstone, so really not worth using it.
What's up with you, fam? Why are you bringing the Costas curse? You said he's 0-0-0. Now all of a sudden, he's going to be 1-0-1. It might even get worse because Ukyo trying to chase the Chosen One. You mentioned in the draft that this is the hardest counter against the Timbersaw. Chosen One realizes it, sticks away from the fight. And Ukyo no longer playing the perfect Morphling game, now actually has gotten involved in getting some kills on the map.
How dare he? How dare he want to be part of the team fight? I mean, to be fair, they were the ones that did it. They responded to him. As Cho looking to try and continue to be active, but this is against a Storm Spirit.
Oh my god, if Storm had a little bit more mana, that would have been a dead Timbersaw. But not the case. Chosen One able to play the edges of that engagement, get himself away. Sadly though, Tier 1 tower top still did end up falling. Ukyo is still playing very freely. Look what he's farming here, Dog. He's just taking over Radiant Triangle. And I've noticed this whenever Dire teams are winning super hard, it's so much easier for them to invade the triangle and just ensure that there's one less stack of Ancients available for the Radiant lineup.
Pretty much. I mean, I wonder if he even wants to just stick around in this area or if he's even just going to stay around just long enough to be able to like body block up that Ancient stack. Might look to bait out a few things as this smoke does come through. Parva's going to get layered out, but obviously that's not going to be enough to be able to protect him. As, well, the stack did end up getting built up by the Morphling, so even with Butterfly Effect taking this one, it's a little bit of passive gold coming from Morph.
By the way, Denok, what do you think is the actual correct pronunciation of this item? Is it Pavis? Is it Pavis? Is it...
I don't know, actually. I say Pavis.
I have no idea. I know you say Pavis, yeah. I know some people say Pavis. I say Pavis sometimes.
I think Pavis is fine. Pavis, they're just trying to sound a bit bougie, I think.
I mean, you know, TI winnings are going to be less now. We have to be bougie in other ways.
True.
Not going to be building up all the millionaires in the world.
That sounds like someone that isn't going to be able to spend money on the Battle Pass. I know there's not going to be as many hats, but they still said that there would be something. Never underestimate the whales snare.
Never underestimate the whales. You know, I boycotted. What is actually really funny is that, like, I decided to boycott the Battle Pass last year, and that was the first year I get hired for TI. It was so funny. Nah, he's fine, dude. They're too far. It's too many TPs. I say this, but he actually went back up, eh? Okay, cool. He's dead.
Extra helps it out. So you boycott the Battle Pass is the first one that you get invited to.
Yeah. As Xusheng dies, I boycott the one Battle Pass, and that's the year I get invited to TI. So my rationale is that I've spent so much money on Battle Passes in future, I must spend less. And the less money I spend, the higher the odds of me being invited to TI. There we go.
That's cope. That's cope right there. I mean, it worked out clearly for you last time around, but...
Yeah. If there's no Battle Pass this year, that means I'm doing the main event finals, bro. Clearly.
True. See you later, Odeon Fog.
Well, I can't replace Odeon Fog. See you later, Neil, Tsunami, or Shiva. Peace out, y'all. I'm taking your job. As Chosen One, they're going to be taking his life right now. They're jumping on top of him. Ponyo finishes him off with the magic missile. And they might catch Leng Niao as well. They don't have that much mana remaining on Butterfly Effect. So, can't make the full jump happen. They do get the swap, though, from Ponyo. Beautiful play coming in from him, and Leng Niao will end up dead. What a place to be playing this game right now. Everything coming in clutch for this Dire lineup. They also get the bonus kill onto the Undying inside the triangle because TZY has just made this his home. Man, IG Vitality is taking over the whole map right now.
They are indeed. And I know you said you can't replace Odeon Fogged, but all right, stick with me here. What about a tri-cast situation where South African star Castaway is able to still make his way through that Div 2. They get top 2 in the C region. They qualify through the regional qualifiers to TI, and they have the dream run all the way to the grand finals. And they're like, you know what? You want a tri-cast? You want a tri-cast as part of your boy being able to make it? First South African ever to be playing at TI?
So what you're saying to me is that I'm going to be casting the TI 30 grand finals. I'm ready.
Absolutely.
As much as I want Castaway, I wish them the best, but Neon are not there just yet, sadly. Not just yet. What can we do?
Where's the
You know who's also not there just yet? Sven.
Limit? Yeah.
Nah. You know...
Oh, he's got
I remember at TI.
cancelled.
Now he's dead. Yep. Ukyo's going to take his form. They're going to stun him up. Ponyo's nearby as well. They just finish him off. And I remember at TI, right? Fluke was like, he said that Sven is the president of the One More Item fan club. And definitely we're feeling that in this game. As we lose an undying middle.
I feel like he says that about a lot of carries. He says that about Terrorblade as well.
But it's mostly true of Sven. It's the most true of Sven.
Yeah. You want your BKB, you want your Blink Dagger, you want your damage output through, like, you know, Daedalus or Silver Edge or something like that. Yeah, no, I agree. That was why the Aghanim Scepter Sven meta was so obnoxious, that he didn't actually need those many items because it just gave you everything in one.
Yep. Also, you know the hero that we tried our best not to talk about too much? Ukyo Morphling. The reason we didn't want to talk about him too much, because I'm pretty sure both of us were aware that once we start, it's just going to be a massive enthusiasm fashion. Look at him, man. 20 minutes in, Skadi is coming soon, has the full Manta.
That's not
Tier 3
Skadi.
tower already
That's
gone.
Ags. That's Ags against a
Is he
Timbersaw.
going straight Ags?
Why not?
What a
It's
bastard.
amazing
Yeah,
against
let's go,
Timbersaw,
bro.
man. You just, like,
Let's go.
He's only got 2 points reactive armor, I guess. But, you know, you're still able to still get that full explosion off from the Timbersaw. And he's almost reached it at the perfect timing as well, right? Level 15 is coming. He's going to get that extra 16 seconds on the duration, get a little bit more mobility off the back of the Timber Chain. Of course, he's got the waveform. Another free kill about to come. And look at when they make this movement down towards the bottom side. They're probably going to push this wave in one more time, and they're pinging out what I'm talking about. Roshan, he's making a way down towards his summer home. He's going to be able to just sit there and get claimed away. They might not even do it. They might be like, you know what, screw it. We've got our level 15.
Yeah.
We've got our Ags on the Morphling. Let's just go.
Not just Ags on Morphling, Ags on Beastmaster as well. So they are really, really strong. And also Ukyo, not only is the Ags great into Timber, but amazing into the Wind Ranger if needed. As they just quickly burst away Leng Niao's Mars. Well, many amazing things in this game, but Mars is not one of them. We'll be able to jump onto Ukyo, immediately finding himself chain disabled and killed off. He doesn't have buyback. I think the game is over.
Yep.
Tombstone is dropped down.
Morph
They
is up in
immediately
1,
remove it.
2.
Morph comes in
No, he killed the Wind
again,
Ranger.
waveform forward with the power shot, steals the Wind Ranger form. Now he has Ags Wind Run and the power shot to secure himself a triple. Limits,
I guess it's okay,
Sauce
but
Boys.
it's a support. She doesn't have that many stats on her at this point in time, and it's not that Timbersaw. But you know what? The Timber wouldn't have allowed him to get that kill inside the base. So you know what? I'm going to allow it this time around, Ukyo. But now that they've taken 2 lanes, they could look to yoink away that Wisdom Root if they really wanted to. Wonder if they even just go for the throne, and they don't even need to. Limit Gaming are going to call GG, and they're going to call an end to themselves in Division 2, because with that, they are relegated. 0-6 series score for them.
Oof. 0. Okay. I hate to do this. You know, shout out to IG Vitality for grabbing this a really easy win. I don't know why Ponyo and Hara suddenly just doubled up on themselves. But we gotta drop the real knowledge here, Daynok. What's really sad about this game, right, is that Limit Gaming with this loss, not only are they 0-6 here in Division 2,
Oh, no.
given that all of
Oh,
these
no.
players started their career in Div 1, right, they have not won a single series across 4 months of Dota now.
They won 2
rough.
games, at least, but no series.
Yes, but those are the only 2 games that they won in those 4 months as well, which is not good either.
I wonder if they're like, all right, let's just go back to streaming, boys. That's the ticket for us, I think.
Chosen One is like, I'm too pretty for this. Look how trippy I am.
True.
Look how gorgeous I am.
It was
Why am I
just all for his
losing these
modeling
games?
sponsorships, I think, that he did this.
Oh, shout out to IG Vitality. They win this series, and that's going to put them in touching distance of getting a tiebreaker matchup against Team Dissolution and potentially remaining within a Division 2. This is a squad that legitimately has been leveling up game after game after game. They were horrendous at the beginning, even when they had Marblue in the squad. But as time has been going on, especially Ukyo, like, this is the one that's been growing on me the most. I think between him and Dong, it's a very close argument for who's actually the best carry player in Division 2, even if their team scores don't necessarily reflect that fact.
Yeah, and I'd say Butterfly Effect has the potential as well to be that, and in the position 2 role. For him, it feels a lot more around, again, those win condition style mid laners, and they aren't exactly as solidly in the meta these days. But I mean, we saw him do it with his Timbersaw in that game number 1, right? He completely dominated the mid game, and to be able to have the flexibility, I'd say that's probably the thing that he's been working on the most, right? Outside of the Ember Spirit, he's not exactly known for like his Puck, his Void Spirit, his Storm Spirit. I think that's the thing that he's improved the most across this entire tour, because he did not look uncomfortable at all in this storm.
He did not. He did not indeed. Definitely was a far cry from the Wind Ranger he played the other day, the one that had you molding. That was a fun day to watch. Ukyo and the gang get themselves a 2-0 victory here. And Limit Gaming, it is what it is, but they are going to be the first team eliminated from the division. Who do we give MVP to? I want to say... I don't want to give it to Ukyo. Screw that guy. Playing Morphling. You can't do that this patch. Let's give it to TZY. He owned this game, like, super hard, honestly. Hara did some really nice stuff, but TZY itemized nicely, had some decent roars, just played a nice standard Beastmaster game. And when you do that, this hero is actually kind of busted right now.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, there are certain teams where, like, if you're going up against them, just ban this hero because they are going to first phase it every single time if they get the opportunity to. For IG Vitality, you got to get rid of the Beastmaster. I think that is by far the hero that they're going to just go back to the well to the most. It's, again, comfort for him. You're flexible with not only your skill build, but your item build as well. It provides so much in terms of vision, team fight, pushing potential. You can farm effectively. Like, it's just ban it. Just ban it.
I agree. Just ban Beastmaster. No, it's like if you're playing Bet Boom, just ban Doom. Just simplify your life and get these things out of the game. Because they did not do so on the side of Limit Gaming, they will find themselves receiving a 2-0 defeat at the hands right here of IG Vitality, who've now put themselves in a very interesting spot. They have one game remaining, and it's a must-win game because if they lose that game, they are relegated. If they win that game, they force tiebreakers. So very interesting times coming forth in the division here in Division 2 of China DPC. At the very bottom, we see Limit, IG Vitality right above them. Supernova, at this point in time, looking like they're also going to be able to stay in the division, because they have to play Limit and then they play Team Zero. If they beat Limit, they'll be okay. So they should be okay as well. The interesting parts, though, are at the very top. Holy Grail already guaranteed to be going into Division 1. Nothing can change that at this point in time.
I think, if Big Brain and Team Zero both win their last two games, they can force a three-way tiebreaker, potentially. Big Brain and Zero don't have to play each other still.
No. Big Brain... Oh, wait, okay. Big Brain plays Holy Grail, so they have to... Do you think Big Brain can beat Holy Grail? I don't think so. But you're right. You are right. There is still potential for a three-way tiebreaker, but the maths, it's very high odds for Holy Grail.
I mean, all Holy Grail needs to do is win that game, right? And then they're in. You know, they take away both the potential for tiebreakers, plus they would just be undefeated. So absolutely no chance of tiebreakers coming through. And it would be great to see. You know, this is a roster that has been growing on me, and I really do feel that they've got the potential to maybe make an upset or two happen up in Division 1. For Limit, though, a little bit unfortunate for them, but the positive side is that first series in the next day's play. Team Dissolution versus IG Vitality. IG just basically have their fate in their own hands, which is what I love. You know, if they just keep winning, they're going to be still in Division 2, right? They played Team Dissolution once, and they're going to have to play them again if they do win that series in that tiebreaker. And based off of current form, you said IG Vitality, they're leveling up. Team Dissolution, they're kind of leveling down a little bit. You know, we have seen them, crumble a little bit over as the weeks have gone by. And honestly, if you had to put me on the spot and say who's going to be able to claim that last remaining spot in Div 2, I would probably say IG Vitality.
Except Small KK. Small KK has been holding it down, making sure that no matter what, there's still entertainment emerging from Team Dissolution. But indeed, you are correct, sir, that right now, they feel on very shaky ground. So that does mean that the next couple of days of Dota are going to be incredibly exciting. Because if IG Vitality win against Dissolution, tiebreakers get forced. If Big Brain lose against the Lost Dark, that puts in the Holy Grail over the finish line. They don't have to worry about the Big Brain matchup anymore. And of course, Supernova, they kind of are okay, but they would very much like to get that win over Team Zero. And if Team Zero doesn't get that win, suddenly they are the ones that aren't going to be going into Division 1. So all three series legitimately have massive stakes, which is very fun. Honestly, I kind of like these divisions where only the last couple of days tell the full tale of the tape. I don't like the situation where halfway through you're like, yeah, okay, we know everything's going to happen. The fact that every single series can still have major ramifications for all of these teams, I love to see it, Danog. So give me your predictions for those three series. Which teams are going to be coming out on top?
I'm going to say IG Vitality. I think Last Dark can actually win that series, and I'm going to say Team Zero as the third one. So all the right-hand side is going to win the next day's play, I think. How about you?
Right-hand side. I will go IG Vitality as well for the first series. I haven't been a fan that much of Sakata's play lately, so I'll also go against Big Brain and say the Lost Dog. But I don't know, dude. Something. Maybe I'm just a Dong fanboy. I'm gonna put my money on the line. Let's go Dong. Let's go Supernova versus Big Brain. Something about
Going
that guy.
against
I have
the
a
TI
feeling.
winner, man. Ooh.
I am going against the TI winner. But the reason I feel confident in doing this, Daynog, is the last couple of times we've done Div 2 China, several times I've been like, hey, here's a player. This guy's gonna be great. And you know who the last 4 players I did that with? It was Lou, who's now at a major, right?
Shiro and
It was
Planet?
Ghost. No, it wasn't Shiro and Planet. They were already in Div 1 by the time I got into the DPC. Yeah. It was Lou, you know he's doing really well. It was Shangye, who's doing really, really well, right? It was Pichu, who's amazing right now on the side of Team Aster. And it was our boy, the man, the myth, the legend, who's been breaking my heart. But when he looks good, he looks very, 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 very good. It's our boy New, BAB, right now playing on PSG LGD. The first time I saw him was in Div 2, and I was like, this guy's pretty legit. Saw him at the TI calls, and Kezu was like, yo, this guy's also the next future. And then now we're like, oh, okay, we see the full promise. So this is the place. Div 2 is the proving ground. And I think Dong, I'm gonna back him a little bit on that one. Give them the victory over the side of Team Zero, which would mean Team Zero might not be able to make it into Div 1. But of course, you have to be here to witness those games to find out exactly what happens. So far, before we close things out, Daynog, final thoughts on how things have been going in the division so far? Any surprises that have caught your eye at this point?
Probably just Holy Grail overperforming a little bit, right? I think that's probably the biggest surprise for a lot. A lot of people would have seen the last Dark roster as well and said, oh, they're a guarantee to be able to move on forward because there are multiple players there that have been in Division 1 before. And it's kind of like what you see from a lot of these other regions, you know, in C, Polaris, they're the ones going up and down. Dog Champ in NA. You've got like Manaspa in Western Europe, for example, that seems to fill that sort of role. But for them, it's going to be a little bit of a tough road. They just basically need to win every single one of their last games and hope that some other results go their way.
They need those results to go in their favor if they want to be able to find a big splash down the future. Sadly, that not only ends out our day, but that also ends out my participation in the DPC this season. This is my last series, Daynog. So shout out to you for being with me. Happy birthday again, my G.
Thank you.
Everybody,
I mean, you were talking about these steaks beforehand, and I might be getting myself a birthday steak as well at the end of all of this.
Hey.
So just to be able to celebrate a little bit. Medium rare, I think, with a nice mushroom sauce.
Medium rare, that's the perfect flavor. Shout out to Daynog. Please, everybody, go on over to @Daynog. How on earth you got that username? Amazing stuff.
I had to message
go
the
wish
guy.
him happy birthday. Did you have to message?
Yeah, some guy had it. I'm like, please, man, you don't use this at all. And he was like, yeah, sure, whatever, you can have it.
Oh, well, shout out Daynog the Hustler as well, who understands how to get his name out there. And also, before we go, everybody, you should be aware. Just look at Daynog's career. Mans has been leveling up. Mans always erudite, dropping real knowledge on us. I just have fun casting with you. So thanks, fam. It's been a good role, been a good time. All of you at home, it's been a good having your attention, having your time, and of course, having your love of Dota with us over these last few weeks. Please make sure to witness the last couple of days of the DPC, including the tiebreakers, because a lot is going to be happening over the course of the next few days. Make sure to hydrate, make sure to play more Dota, get better at the game, but more importantly, make sure to love yourself and to share that love of yourself and of the game with us in a couple of days. Until then, peace out. See you next season, Major, TI, I don't know. See you again later. Bye. I love y'all, and thank you so much.